One night, the greatest assassin clan was attacked, and they were about to pay for their sins. The village leaders gathered the deadliest assassins for this war. They thought they were being invaded by another clan, but when they got there, they found only a lone hooded boy. The master ordered his death on the spot. The assassins attacked all at once, but the boy was already expecting it, and in the snap of a finger, sliced everyone with a wire without taking a single step. Holy crap! More assassins kept coming, but none lasted 3 seconds against him. They even tried surrounding him to cut off his escape, but the end was always the same, heads flying in seconds. Then the masters arrived and decided to handle it themselves. The moment the old man thought about attacking, the kid rushed at him like lightning, landing a surprise attack. But the leader wasn't as weak as the others to fall for the boy's move. When he looked at the kid's face, he recognized him instantly. That made him even more furious, and he unleashed a secret technique that no one ever walked away from. The boy should have been torn apart, but using the white serpent technique, he dodged everything by millimeters in midair. The strongest boss was stunned that he actually dodged it and decided to use his full power. He gathered every bit of strength he had and dared the kid to dodge again. The old man charged with an overwhelming force that was destroying everything around him. This time, the boy didn't even try to dodge. He just stood there watching and waiting for the moment. When the old man got close, the kid simply stopped the attack by holding the blade with the tip of his finger. This is fucking insane. The master froze instantly, unable to understand how the boy had gotten so strong. This boy is Paiwal. He became the greatest assassin, bloodthirsty and cold, who feared nothing. The protagonist may be lethal today, but he wasn't born this way. It was the circumstances of his childhood that made him who he is. He was kidnapped and locked in a cell where he spent months starving and dehydrated with his entire body paralyzed. The kid had to cut off his own finger and drink his own blood just to not die of thirst. Months later, he started to lose his mind and talk to his own spirit. His spirit questioned why he was wasting time trying to survive and told him to just give up already. The protagonist didn't care about being completely out of options. He was never going to surrender to death. To keep from going completely insane, he kept whispering his own name like an anchor. I am Pyo-wol. My father is Byun. My mother is Lee San-hong. As the paralysis slowly faded and movement started coming back, the first thing he did was crawl through the dark, looking for water. He found some moss on the wall and didn't think twice. The taste was horrible on the first bite, but since the kid was starving to death, he swallowed it anyway. Survive first, complain later. Over time, they started throwing food in once a day. Things were starting to look up for him. With his strength slowly returning, he started training. Wall did push-ups until he collapsed on the floor from exhaustion, again every single day because stopping moving was the same as dying. Little by little, his eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he started seeing in the dark. That's when he came face to face with the red-eyed snake, a giant deadly white serpent that sank its fangs into his arm and released a venom that felt like it was burning his arm from the inside out. At that moment, he thought he was done for, but by a true miracle, he woke up alive the next day. As the famous saying goes, what doesn't kill you makes you more broken. Thanks to the bite, his vision in the dark got 1,000 times better. When he realized the advantage, he did something everyone would call insane. He offered his arm to the snake again. If surviving the venom was making his body stronger, he wanted to become a war tank. When the snake bit him again, his arm was flooded with venom, but the pain was way less than the first time. His resistance became absolutely insane. It got to the point where the snake even stopped attacking, and the two began sharing that dark cell like two predators splitting the same territory. Then the whole place suddenly shook. Wago jumped to his feet, hope rising fast. Could that tremor mean? He looked straight ahead. The door was open. This was his chance. He had to get out. Outside was a long dark corridor. Wago moved one step at a time. After only a couple steps, he found another cell beside his. So that was why he'd never sensed anyone nearby. He opened the other cells right away. Since he still couldn't see much, he relied on his nose instead. One breath was enough to make him freeze. That smell, it was human, the stink of rotting bodies. He couldn't tell exactly who they were, but from the skeletons, they seemed to be around his age. Going farther, he came to a huge iron gate. He had walked for a long time without seeing a single living person, only corpses. And now this massive closed door stood in front of him. The bolt was already gone, so he pushed just like he thought. It opened at once. At last, he found living people and more than one. He could barely make out their shapes, so he sharpened all his senses and stayed still for a moment to watch. There were two of them, a boy and a girl, both about his age. When he stepped forward, they both flinched. He ignored that and checked the area first. This place was the same as his. The girl finally asked who he was and where he came from. She said only she and the boy had survived here. From her voice, he knew she was facing him, but she still couldn't see him in the dark. It seemed he alone could hide completely inside it, so he introduced himself. His name was Wall, and he'd been locked in a nearby cell. The two were stunned. There were more places like this. Realizing they had just stayed put the whole time, they felt ashamed. The protagonist nodded. Looks like it. Then he asked their names, and the girl answered that she was Salal and the boy was Song. That was all they needed to know. Without wasting time, he walked past them. Let's go. The other two hesitated. Go where? When he said there were probably more places like this, they cried out in shock, while kept opening the heavy doors and moving on. Follow me. The pair stared for a second, then Sale grabbed Song's hand. It's too dark. Hold on to me. Both of them finally agreed and followed. The next door opened, and this place had even more people. They were all gathered together talking. Wall quickly saw the hard truth. Unlike his section, no one here had starved. They even had more bowls and food than the place he came from. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Were they really treating the sections differently? Then Shella called out and told him these people had been taken at the same time as them. She also pointed out Shella among them, and quite a few started following Wall's lead. At the next door, he threw it open. Light poured in at once. After so long in the dark, they all covered their eyes. MC did too, forcing himself to look through the tears. So this wasn't the surface. They were still underground and had been for a very long time. It was only torchlight, but even that nearly blinded everyone. Once their eyes slowly adjusted, he could finally make things out. They were in a torchlit tunnel, and ahead of them stood a huge underground building. The group kept moving, now much more easily with light to guide them. Wall opened one room first to check inside, but it was empty. No one was there. Salfa, walking close behind, asked what was going on. He said the place looked flimsy, like it had been built in a rush. The whole house felt fake. There was barely any furniture. He was still wondering why when someone suddenly called out, "Your Wall, right?" He turned and saw a strange girl. She introduced herself as Yahello and said she'd take care of him from now on. He had no idea what she meant. No one had asked her to. He just stared, and then she stepped closer and reached for his face. Had it always looked like this? That caught him off guard. What are you talking about? She meant his eyes. His pupils were red, and she called them beautiful. There were no mirrors down here, so he had never known. At once, he thought of the white snake and asked if they were really red. Was it because that snake bit him? In a place like this, being different was dangerous.
Lukili, ye sol shuk herhid.
The red faded near torchlight, so it was hard to notice. Since he didn't even know, she figured it must have happened after he was brought here. That was a relief. At least she wasn't suspicious. Wall quietly let out a breath. Seeing him lost in thought, she asked what was on his mind. He brushed it off with a vague answer. But before he could relax, she added that he looked very different from the other children. That was exactly what he had been afraid of, so he asked right away. Different how? She tilted her head and smiled. To her, everyone else looked confused, but he was the only one staying calm. While they talked, Sol came over and asked what was going on. Yoziel said it was nothing important, but Sol kept staring at them for a long moment before saying the other kids had decided to stay together. Then she asked what they planned to do. Wall didn't fully get why she was asking until she invited them. You two are coming with us, right? But the protagonist wasn't about to agree yet. He needed time to judge the situation. I'll wait and see. Sol immediately frowned. Wait and see. So you're not coming? Annoyed, Wall repeated himself. He just wanted to watch how things turned out first. That answer clearly surprised her, but in the end, she nodded. Fine. Come find me if you change your mind. Then she turned to Yazel and asked about her. After a short pause, Yazel agreed right away. She said it would be easier to survive with others than alone, and the group welcomed that choice. But MC could tell something was off. After being shut in darkness for so long, none of them seemed mentally steady. Even he found it hard to believe. As for the others, he decided to keep his distance and move alone. From now on, he would just watch them from afar. It hadn't been long since the children first met, but several groups had already formed. One centered around Soul and Song. Another was led by Kong. A third gathered around Yunxiang, and one more followed Sang. Only one child stayed out of every group. The rest didn't. People started whispering about him. They heard he came from the section where no one else survived. So how was he still alive? Some even wondered if he killed them himself. Since he also stayed out of every group, the rumors only got worse. He ignored all of it and quietly watched. To him, the world was the same everywhere. He had more important things to focus on. So he started feeling along the walls, thinking this house itself seemed newly made. But the moss covering the place told a different story. This underground space had clearly been here for a very long time, and someone had only recently started using it again. Whoever set this up had huge wealth and power. No normal person could pull this off. Then Wall noticed a thin crack of light above. He looked up. The light in the ceiling kept growing wider, and soon the other children noticed too. A basket was coming down from above, and it was full of food. The kids rushed it like starving animals. They shouted that it was food and tried to grab it, but a hand suddenly blocked the basket with a sharp weight. It was gone in Song Chai. The kids they stopped instantly got angry, cursing and telling them to move. But the girl held her ground and suggested they split it evenly. Then a red-haired boy stepped out and another one joined him. That made 3 of them, each speaking for a different group. With 4 groups now, there were 4 leaders plus Wall by himself smiling. They said they'd handle the food as the leaders' reps. Then the protagonist cut in. Before they started, he told them not to forget him. If being alone made him his own leader, then he was taking a share too. His eyes sharpened as he made it clear. He reached into the basket first to take his food. The red-haired boy grabbed his wrist and shoved it down. LOL did not like that. He stared back coldly while the boy made it obvious. Nobody touched the food without their say-so. They meant to control everything in that basket. That was enough to set him off. They thought they could pressure him with numbers, but MC wasn't that kind of kid. He knocked the boy's hand away and without warning dug out one of his eyes. The others froze in shock. Wall moved fast and slammed the bigger boy to the ground. In a voice darker than anyone else's, he asked what he had just said and told him to say it again. At the same time, his other hand crushed the man's throat. The grip was so tight the boy couldn't speak, but he kept demanding an answer. The others finally rushed in yelling for him to let go. Wall didn't flinch. His face turned grim, and his eyes burned red as he looked at them. Then he pushed his fingers deeper into the boy's eye socket, making the pain even worse. After that, the rest didn't dare step in. They backed off shaking. To them, he looked completely insane, like that white snake closing in on prey. So Ahan walked up calmly and softly asked him to let the boy go. He couldn't answer while being choked like that. The protagonist shot back asking why he should. She stayed calm and said the boy had surely learned his lesson by now. Wall still had one more question. What about the food? Ahan promised no one would touch his share. The others, terrified, nodded over and over without saying a word. Only then did MC let him live and release him. The red-haired boy collapsed on the ground, grabbing his ruined eye and trembling all over. He still had one eye left, and through clenched teeth, he cursed Wall. He answered at once, asking if he wanted to lose the other one too. If he wanted to go blind, all he had to do was say so. The boy didn't dare push it any further. He just sat there, muttering that the protagonist was a total lunatic. After that, the food was handed out properly, and everyone got something to eat. MC took his food and sat alone in a corner watching the others. While eating, he realized this was a test, a way to sort out which children were useful. It had been like that from the start, and he was sure it would keep going until the people behind this got what they wanted. A lot of kids would die before then. Soon enough, all of them would be his rivals. Not long after, so Ahan came over and asked how he'd been. She wondered if he was still fine after making enemies of nearly everyone. After what he did, many kids had left Kung and Zhang's group, and he had already noticed that her group had become the biggest. With a smug smile, she said she thought he wasn't paying attention since he kept his distance from everyone, but clearly, he had been watching all along. Wall answered right to her face. Everyone was the same. Just as much as they watched him, he had been watching them too. After feeding her group, Ahan always ate the least herself. That was why the others were so loyal to her. Among all the leaders, she stood out the most. Then she asked another question. Was he still staying in that dark room by himself? Since the others feared him, he had one room, one basket, and no one to share with. That meant he never had to fight for his portion, which made life easier. She nodded, understanding. While also had another reason for staying there. He kept thinking about the snake and wanted to build more resistance to its poison. The bites didn't hurt anymore, so he figured he was slowly becoming immune. Then Ahan asked why he still refused to join her group instead of standing alone. He, tired of the topic, said he'd already answered that. She reminded him he had said he would wait and see. Right then, the dungeon changed again. Someone shouted that it was feeding time. Another voice warned everyone not to be stupid enough to climb into the basket this time. If the rope got cut on the way up, they'd fall to their death. But when the basket arrived, everyone was stunned. There was barely anything in it. This time, the food was much less, and it was all vegetables. No one understood why. Only Wall had expected it. It was starting. Mo Xiao was a boy who had pushed himself hard just to earn a place in So Salgan's group. He was the smallest one there, but he made up for it with grit. Now Mo Xiao was dead. His group mourned him and burned with rage, swearing they'd never forgive whoever did it. But deep down, everyone already knew why he died. He had been the weakest. Wall sat up high looking down with the same cold face as always. He had seen this coming from the start. Gon and Song Kol Wu could only grit their teeth and curse, vowing to kill the one responsible. So Ahan looked at the body and said coldly that it didn't matter who did it. What mattered was that one of their own had been killed. Murder filled her face as she said they had to take revenge. Just as Mo Xiao Bei Hive Hail, this had been targeted, the weakest member of another group would be next. Wakel understood then the war had begun. Before long, the weakest child in Singang's group was found dead too, and that was only the start. Night after night, another body appeared. One from So Sogan's group, then one from Kong and Zhong's, then Singang's again. The dead kept piling up. The children turned on each other, growing savage and suspicious like starving demons. Food became so scarce that Will had to eat dried moss again. He hated it and still couldn't get used to the taste. The starving children hadn't fully lost control yet, but he knew this small bit of peace wouldn't last. Then he spotted a flicker of light at the far end of the hall, and Will immediately went on guard. People were coming, at least 3. He figured it out right away. They were here for him. 1, 2, no, at least 4. No way they came this far by accident. They had come on purpose. As expected, he heard them talking while they walked. One asked if this was really the place. Another said he was sure he'd seen the protagonist head this way himself. They were hunting him, and among them was the red-haired boy whose eye the protagonist had taken. Now he wanted revenge, grinding his teeth as he looked around for that bastard. He was already pleased with himself, thinking about the 2 people he had killed since the fighting began. For MC, that made this the perfect time to settle things. The one-eyed boy kept scanning the dark, acting like a madman as he shouted, asking where he was. Then one of the men suddenly screamed and stumbled in panic. Something had bitten his leg, and the others started yelling, asking what was happening. They had no idea, but a moment later, the man dropped dead where he stood. The one-eyed boy frantically warned the others that something was there and to watch out. But before he could finish, another man hit the ground. The one-eyed boy screamed in terror. There had been 4 of them, and now only 2 were left. Beyond the torchlight was total darkness. He kept yelling for Wool to show himself. His last companion sensed nothing as someone slipped up behind him from the dark. In an instant, the protagonist's arm locked around the man's neck. The one-eyed boy turned and saw Wool strangling his friend. The kid looked like a nightmare. Eyes wide, glare sharp, face twisted as he stared straight at him. Fear shot through the one-eyed boy's whole body, freezing him in place before he finally screamed for MC to let Tion go. He just watched the man in his arms struggle for air as his breathing grew weaker. If this kept up, the man would die and Wool would become a killer. For a second, he wavered. Maybe he didn't have to kill him yet, but he already knew mercy toward an enemy could get him killed. So he stopped hesitating and twisted the man's neck, killing him on the spot. Sooner or later, he would have to cross that line anyway. The one-eyed man could only grind his teeth and curse. "You bastard. You killed all my men. You monster." Wool didn't answer. He only watched him the way a hunter watches prey. Not knowing what else to do, the man rushed in with a scream, swinging wildly. But the protagonist slipped past every attack. The man couldn't touch him, and it was driving him mad. Then, in the middle of the fight, something felt off. Wool was gone. Panicking, he looked around and shouted for him to come out. Like a silent snake, MC appeared at his side. "This time you won't just lose one eye." That threat shook him badly, and he scrambled back in fear. When he turned again, he was already there. Nowhere left to run. He could only stand there as the boy came closer. Step by step, the pressure kept building. There was clear killing intent in Wall's eyes. Sweat poured off the one-eyed man. He knew he was about to die, and only then did he beg. "Wait, we should join forces. You can't keep fighting the others alone. Work with me. So Ahan and Songcheil's groups won't stand a chance against us together." Wall didn't accept. He kept staring at him while still moving closer. The man got more desperate. If partnership wasn't enough, he offered to serve under the protagonist instead, swearing he was useful and not like the others. By the time he finished, MC was right in front of him. He answered coldly. He might obey for now, but later he'd betray him the same way he did today. The man hurried to deny it. "You're wrong. I wouldn't." Wall had heard enough. Since words were pointless, he ended it, driving a fast uppercut into the man's chin. As the man lost balance, the protagonist grabbed his neck with both hands and snapped it. There was no surviving. The one-eyed man died crying and begging, collapsing before he even hit the ground properly. After killing all four by himself, Wall was left panting from exhaustion. "I killed you because I'm still weak." With that thought, he turned and left. He really was still weak, and he didn't have the strength to stay wary of a backstab later. Killing him now was simply easier. Kong and Zhang's group had already vanished because they and their close allies were dead. The leaders of the three groups that remained all understood why. It was Wall. He had killed Yunxing. They were starting to fear him. Taking down four alone wasn't something ordinary. One leader could hardly believe it. How strong was MC to kill four by himself? Song Chaobei decided right then he never wanted him as an enemy. Another leader felt the same fear. The protagonist was clever and ruthless, and he knew exactly how to make others afraid. He thought back on what had happened. Once food was handed out to everyone, the problem had gone too far. To survive, the children had to kill each other for food. In the end, every one of them would become a murderer. Wall killed Kong. "He's the strongest among us now. No one will dare touch him." He warned his followers never to target MC or even get close to him. There was nothing scarier than someone with nothing left to protect, and they quickly agreed. Just then, one of his men came running back. The leader asked why he was in such a panic. Out of breath, the boy reported that two kids were in the red house to the north, probably the ones expelled from Sosa's group. "Are you sure?" the leader asked. The answer came fast. He checked more than once, but the leader cared about one thing most. The scout said they had a potato and would eat it if they didn't move. Now at once, the whole group lit up. "Boss, let's go." Potatoes. It was pathetic. Killing for a single potato. Even so, he gave in and told everyone to get ready. Sure enough, the two kids were sitting there sharing one potato. Sankalid's group watched them from cover. "It's those two, and they've got food." At that sight, the watchers became like starving wolves. Potatoes. Sank hadn't even ordered anything before they rushed out on their own, yelling to kill them and take it. The two kids were startled and instantly ran while the mob chased after them, shouting for the potato. Sang froze, watching the chaos. He'd lost control of his people, but he still noticed the problem right away. This was a terrible position for them. The two fleeing kids ran into a house and gave a whistle. At once, hidden children rushed out with weapons and attacked. By the time Sang understood, it was already too late. The kids who had chased the food were being beaten down one after another. This wasn't a warning. They were being killed. Sang watched in horror and finally shouted that it was a trap and everyone should retreat. But he had no escape either. Several kids closed in on him with wooden clubs, so Akan stepped forward with a smug grin. Who knew one potato could catch such a big fish? Then came the cold follow-up. Today they could feed fewer mouths. Sang cursed himself for the mistake, but still barked back angrily at them. So Sang only stared at him without a word until he finally broke and begged them to just kill him. Only then did she answer. She'd love to, but they didn't have enough food for that mercy. Veins bulged across his face as he shouted back, asking if they had to kill everyone to feel satisfied. She replied that if he were in her place, he'd do the same. Then she turned and gave the order to kill them all. Her group charged at once. Sang was truly finished this time. He still fought hard and held out for a while, so Ahan glanced up at where Wall was sitting. He understood everything and stayed silent. He had watched the whole thing closely. They used the layout of the place well, along with shortcuts and tricks. They even set positions where one skilled guard could block anyone from slipping in. Well, learned a lot from that fight. This place wasn't random. Felt like a copy of a real one. Whoever made it wanted them to get used to this kind of ground and to killing. One day they'd probably be sent into a place like this again. And if a place like this existed, it likely belonged to a major Jianghu clan or someone powerful. Attacking such a place carelessly would bring huge consequences. That was why they were being used, thrown away whenever needed. They were being pushed into hell until their old selves were gone. What these people wanted were assassins, so that's what they were forcing them to become. Everything was happening just as Wall feared. The children were getting used to it, some even enjoying the killing, laughing about the people they had strangled and scared. They bragged about how their victims looked right before dying and praised their leader too. Their faces were bright with excitement. They celebrated a total victory and said no one would dare oppose them now. Off in the distance, Ye Sol sat quietly apart from them. Her hands trembled. She still felt like she could smell the blood, and everyone else already seemed used to killing. She couldn't understand how they could eat so calmly with blood on their hands. It made her sick. The more she thought about it, the more she shook, hugging herself as tears ran down her face. She was terrified. Then a light suddenly shone down from above. The children gathered under it, waiting. Some noticed the timing felt early and wondered if it was already mealtime, so Ahan told them to grab as much as they could, and the group cheered. She was still pleased with herself, thinking they could finally eat their fill now that Sang was gone, and no rival group could stop them. Then she looked around for Gon. She spotted him and also Kang Min, who was staring upward with a tense look. That expression put her on guard. What was he worried about? Then Song Chao Bei suddenly shouted. When she turned, a whole group in black clothes and masks was dropping down from above. They moved in instantly and never said a word. The children were stunned, too shocked to understand what was happening. The masked men raised their weapons and attacked with brutal force, knocking the children down before they could fight back. Even Sohun couldn't block a single strike. The children screamed in pain. As the beating continued, one boy clenched his teeth and endured it, thinking he had expected something like this, but not violence so sudden and cruel. Even beasts weren't this merciless. For now, he had to endure and avoid drawing attention. He couldn't let them notice him. There were three masked men, marked 1, 2, and 3, stood apart and watched their underlings beat the children. Will studied them closely. So these are the real ones in charge. Then one of them finally lifted a hand. That signal was enough. The beating stopped at once. By then, the children were badly battered. One of the masked men spoke. Call me Sword. From now on, your lives belong to me. No exceptions. I control all of you. One furious child shouted, Who the hell are? He never finished. A masked man cut his throat. Blood splashed across the ground. The other children froze and covered their mouths, too scared to speak. The man in the number 1 mask said, I never gave you permission to speak, while clenched his fists and glared at him through gritted teeth. The scene shifts to a bright room, and a voice explains, they are gore poison. Put venomous creatures in one jar, and they devour each other until only one is left. That final survivor holds the strongest poison. That is the true venom. The masked men had planned it all. Out of countless children, only the smartest and most desperate to live would survive. Number 1 asked which children deserved attention. Number 2 answered, say all, just as you expected. She leads the biggest group, so her hold over the others is strongest. If her spirit isn't crushed now, she'll be a serious problem later. Number 1 replied, then keep close watch on her. Make sure she never even thinks about rebelling. Understood. Song and Kong also stand out. Seol may overshadow them, but their martial skill is excellent. They also brought up Wall, the only survivor from Area 1. Number 1 asked what became of him. The reply came, if you mean the protagonist, he's still alive. Number 1 nodded. Area 1 had the least food and the harshest conditions. Anyone who lived through that is no ordinary child. Then he ordered watch him closely. Number 2 bowed with clasped hands. Understood. Once they were alone, Number 1 reached into his pocket. Only 6 years remained. He had to finish the mission before then. What he pulled out was a shining sheet of gold paper. He wondered why the captain had taken a request like this. Written on it were the words, exclusive to the captain of the Blood Spirit Brigade. Assassination request, 7 years. Reward 500,000. Condition, leave no trace tied to the Blood Spirit Brigade. Outside, children gathered below the building and stared up. Number 3 stood on the roof looking down with heavy killing intent. He pointed and gave an order. Your target is that last pavilion. Whoever reaches it first earns 1 shikan of rest. The slowest will learn what hell really means. A shikan meant 2 hours, and the reward was too good to ignore. The children rushed forward, and that was the start of brutal days of training. They were being turned from ordinary children into elite assassins. Anyone who couldn't endure it died for nothing. To survive, they had to push through no matter what. As expected, Yi-Sol stood out the most. She quickly claimed the flag. Her smarts, judgment, courage, and follow-through were all among the best. Meanwhile, the masked men watched and judged every child, including Wall, whose results looked only average. He didn't stand out at all. Number 1 looked disappointed. Was I wrong? I expected more from Area 1's sole survivor. Still, keep watching him just in case.
El sehere, Ye-Sol fronet.
The thunder-splitting heart art? She looked at Wall, who was buried in a book, and asked, "You're still reading that? You already learned the basics. The instructors didn't even tell us to study it now." MC glanced down a little embarrassed. She yawned.
I'm exhausted.
Aren't you tired? You've got crazy stamina. Anyway, study if you want. I'm going to sleep. Then she ran off. But he understood something she didn't. Number 1 had said the thunder-splitting heart art was a manual. The brigade got with great effort, and even beginners could learn it. You have 3 months to train the thunder-splitting heart art. That is all. That was why Wall trained so hard. If he mastered the first step, he would be reborn with a body able to gather internal energy and sense ki, so he practiced day and night thinking it over. To sense ki, everyone kept saying to just train harder. But to the protagonist, even the instructors didn't seem to truly understand the art. Thunder-splitting meant tearing lightning apart, but no human can split real lightning by force. So maybe it pointed to the speed of thought, something inside the mind. If I train with that idea, maybe I'll get a different result. From then on, Wall made that his goal. Even if he got stronger faster than the others, he could never show it. He chose a life of staying in the middle, not too strong, not too weak, never drawing attention. Every day, the children were forced to spar with real weapons, and the fights were deadly serious. A boy with a dagger rushed at MC. He leaned back and dodged while the attacker grinned. You dodged that. He was stunned. The boy had really tried to kill him. Confused, he asked, "Why would you do that?" The other boy just laughed like he'd lost his mind. "Because a real fight is more fun." Wokley's expression hardened. "Is that so? Fine then." They were truly trying to kill each other, and the masked men did nothing. The protagonist glanced at them and understood. They taught swordsmanship, then ignored the bloodshed. Maybe that suited them best. The boy kept mocking him. "Better fight with everything you've got, or you'll get eaten alive." Then he charged him with wild attacks. He was quick, and anyone still alive here was dangerous. He also fought dirty using hidden weapons. The crazed boy held 3 throwing knives and rushed in. He targeted Wolf's back and flung the blades in a widespread. With MC in the middle, he dodged everyone with ease. As he slipped past them, the boy came from behind for another sneak attack. Wolf moved at once, drew his own knife, and blocked the strike cleanly. Even number 3, watching nearby, let out a small sound of interest. The fight stayed tight, neither side giving in. The other boy grinned around his knife. "Not bad. You blocked all of that, but it's boring if you only defend. Let's make it more fun." Then he shot forward like an arrow. It was clear this would end only when one of them fell. Wall sighed. The tree may want peace, but the wind won't stop. He had no other choice. The protagonist suddenly let go of his knife. The blade stuck into the ground. Number 3, watching from the side, couldn't tell what he was planning. The other boy thought he had won and rushed in, smirking. "What's this? Giving up already?" "Of course not." Wall didn't bother answering. He clenched his fist and drove a hard punch into the boy's stomach. The kid spat blood, folding from the hit. 2 masked men watched and spoke quietly. "They're growing faster than expected. At this speed, it won't take 7 years. Maybe 5 will be enough." Number 1 gave a cold laugh. "You're underestimating our target, aren't you? That man is called the greatest master in Sichuan. If we make even one mistake, the whole Blood Spirit Brigade could be destroyed. That's why the brigade leader gathered children with no connection to us. Even if they fail, there will be no blowback on our side. Forgive me, I spoke too lightly." Number 1 nodded. "I know. Even so, you must never lower your guard. They were raising the children like tools, draining every bit of talent from them. When asked about their training in killing arts, the answer was clear. There had been no problems. Push them harder. More children will die, but the survivors will grow strong enough to match our target. Back in Wall's fight, his opponent finally dropped. The two masked men kept watching to see what he would do next. MC had no plan to kill the boy. He only stared at him. Seeing that, one of the masked men stepped forward. Is that all? A killing aura poured off them. It was number 1 and number 2. Wall hadn't noticed them coming at all, and panic hit him. When did they get here? In the next instant, a long sword was pressed to his neck. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Cold sweat ran down his face. Why now? The draw was so fast he never even saw it. How could someone pull and swing a sword that quickly? His opponent was still alive, only writhing in pain. Wubble couldn't make sense of it. Did I do something wrong? Did I hit too hard? In the end, they only wanted obedient tools. Make one mistake and you die. He understood that much. Then number 1 lowered the sword. Without another word, he turned away. But before leaving, he threw out a final lesson. An assassin leaves no trace no matter what. Breaking a wrist and leaving a mark like that is the same as telling others your martial art and your identity. Remember this, you must never leave a trace. So that was the point. The other children nodded stiffly. Kong also shouted, yes. After a fight like that, you'd think they'd get a break, but peace never came. 6 years passed, and Wall and the other kids were still training there. The masked men never changed either. Day after day, they kept pushing them. Then one instructor lashed out with a kick, dropping a child to the floor. He warned him coldly. If that had been a real enemy, he'd already be dead. The kid quickly nodded, and the instructor moved on. It was just another lesson. Even with constant practice, turtle breathing had limits. Without enough skill, you'd get found sooner or later. That technique let them fake death and hide their presence, but most of the children still got caught. The instructor clicked his tongue. They still had a long way to go. At last, only one person was left. He searched carefully, checking every spot, but something felt wrong. There were supposed to be 5 people hiding. Yet no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't sense a single living presence. Frustrated, he struck his staff against the ground and gave up. Let's go. Right then, the earth under him shifted, something he never expected. The one hiding could barely hide his smugness. He'd been right beside the man in the red cloak the whole time. Who's there? The young man called out. It was Wall, the one even the instructor couldn't find. He was fully grown now. Looking straight at the instructor, he asked if training was over and whether he could rest. The man froze for a second, then awkwardly answered, of course. The protagonist turned to leave, but the instructor suddenly called after him. The scene shifts to Wall and the others sitting around, grilling food. One guy held up a skewer with a twisted grin and mocked him, asking why someone so important would come to a place like this. MC shot him a warning look. Your face is changing, Solman. That made him laugh as he bit into the meat. The face he wore belonged to someone already dead, so he could use it freely. Kong warned that if he kept doing that, he'd forget his real face. Solman just shrugged. What did it matter if none of them were ever getting out? Then he asked Wall to at least confirm it, still wearing that dumbfounded look. He ignored him. A girl beside the grill spoke up instead, saying the food kept getting better. Her face was serious. That could only mean one thing. Their plan was starting soon. The protagonist understood. They were never raised here for nothing. The day had finally come. Elsewhere, an old man sat in a bright room and let out a long sigh. A number 1 mask rested on the table. This was the first sword. Thinking back over the last 6 years, he noted that 33 children had been raised as assassins. Miriam was brutal. Compared to those who started at the bottom with nothing, these children were almost lucky. Still, as he neared the end of his task, a strange feeling hit him. Then the door opened, and numbers 2 and 3 walked in. They stared at him in surprise and asked why he'd taken off his mask. M gave a small laugh and waved it off. It just felt stuffy after wearing it for more than 6 years. If they felt the same, they could remove theirs too. The other 2 were stunned but saw it as a gift. Of course, they took theirs off at once. They were Chinook, the second sword, and Sang, the third sword. The 3 sat around a round table. Even 1 cup of wine would have suited the mood, but they decided to wait until they were free because that time was almost here. Bloom smiled with relief. The 7th year was close, and if nothing unexpected happened, the children would soon be sent out to kill, and the 3 men would finally leave this place. Then asked how the children were doing. The answer, better than expected. A few had already gone beyond squad leader level. Using them only once and throwing them away would be a huge waste, but could only shake his head. The contract had always been clear. Now it was time for the final stage. He pulled out a book and set it on the table. Later, the 3 old men brought the books to the children. Wearing their masks again, they gave the order. 3 of them would learn the martial art in the book, and the other 27 had to hunt down and kill those 3 in secret. The children instantly grew uneasy. Whispers spread through the group. They were being forced to kill each other again. Went on, saying this would be the last time. Once this training ended, they wouldn't be trained again before leaving this place. That made everyone go quiet. Some could hardly believe it. Were they really going to get out? One of the sharper kids immediately saw the trick. If 3 were offered up, the other 27 might survive, but could anyone really relax after that? Wall saw it too. This was bait covered in poison. Anyone who learned the martial art would become a target. That also meant the manual had to be something special, important enough to tie into the assassination itself. After a brief pause, MC raised his hand. I'll learn it. One of the 3 spots was filled, and he was the only one who stepped forward on purpose. Kong looked at him worried. Was he volunteering to die? But Wall had already made up his mind. Sacrifice or predator, time would decide. Tang warned that everyone would be after him, but he didn't care. He'd always been alone. Soon enough, the other 2 chosen to learn the book were killed. The first one was taken out by Song. Afterwards, Song even muttered an apology. That victim had only gotten the martial art by lottery, but fairness didn't matter here. Now only one person who learned from the book remained. Wall E4. Solman grinned like always. To him, the whole thing was getting exciting. Song was still in the hunt too, which meant the protagonist was the last target left. It had been a while since anyone had seen him. Maybe he'd escape, but Kong shut that down at once. No chance. Wall was still here. They just hadn't found him yet. She remembered the last time she saw him, a few days before he began that training. Back then, she told him to throw away that dull sword. What stood out to her was that he never seemed afraid of blades. He'd only blocked her attacks the whole time. Looking back, she felt embarrassed. Her advice had been useless. Either way, MC wasn't easy to deal with. Then Selman, bored out of his mind, tossed out a wild idea. Why not kill the instructors instead? That sounded easier than hunting him. Song agreed, but pointed out the instructors had probably prepared something to stop that. Kong agreed too. For now, their best move was to find Wall first. After they left, a figure appeared beside the corpse. It was the protagonist. He'd heard everything, including their talk about killing the instructors. Before leaving, he gently closed the eyes of the boy who died for nothing. Then he thought it through. The instructors were likely busy watching the other children, so this was the perfect chance to uncover their real goal. He moved right away, sneaking outside the instructor's temporary residence. Security was tight. Men in red cloaks stood guard at all times. Still, Wall was far stronger now, and he knew there had to be a way through. He chose to watch a little longer and wait for an opening. The instructors had said that once the body moved, the demonic art would activate. But if MC broke his breathing with the splitting thunder heart technique, he could move while reducing his presence almost completely that let him slip through the edge of human awareness. And just like that, he passed the guards without anyone noticing. A thin black haze covered his body. He let out a quiet breath. He was inside. This was the deepest part of the residence. He started checking the rooms one by one, opening each door in turn. In one large room, he searched through everything he could find. He needed answers. What were they hiding? Who had raised them as assassins? Where was this place? And how could he escape? Then he noticed a yellow scroll. He opened it at once. Inside was a private request to the Blood Spirit Guild, a 7-year contract, an assassination order from Gogunsong, payment of 500 gold talas, and one strict condition: nothing could ever be traced back to the guild. The instant Wall read it, his face went pale. Who is Gu Gungsong? How dangerous was this man that they would spend 7 years raising children into killers just to reach him? Out of 300, 270 had died. Was one target really worth all that? Then a sound snapped him out of it. Someone was coming. It was him, the old man behind mask number 1, walking straight toward the room. He suddenly stopped, then yanked the door open, but the room looked empty. Wall had hidden at the last second, just out of sight. Even so, the old fox knew something was wrong. The room looked cleaned up, but not perfectly. His face twisted with rage. Then numbers 2 and 3 showed up, only to halt in confusion. Number 1 was coming straight at them, killing intent pouring off him. The 2 men stiffened and nervously asked, "What happened?" He answered right away. Someone broke into his room. The intruder couldn't have left the cave yet, so they needed to find him fast. Both of them were stunned. Who would dare sneak into Imsato's quarters? Then one asked, "Do you know who it was?" There was only one child they could think of with skill like that. At once, all 3 landed on the same name, Wallowell, and the whole time, he was hiding right above them while they talked. It was almost absurd. One of them wondered why everyone was chasing him, yet he still dared break in here. Number 1 said leaving the protagonist alone would cause trouble. But without proof, punishing him would only make the children turn against them, so they needed to make the children blame Wall instead. Even then, number 3 still didn't understand. Number 1 had already decided. "We'll use the scorched earth hell." The other 2 were horrified. That was a forbidden technique. Still, he didn't change his mind. Sooner or later, they all had to go through it. Not just a few of them, all the children. It was time to remind them who truly controlled their lives. He asked if they agreed to use scorched earth hell. Neither of them dared object. They answered together that they agreed. They would show the children what hell felt like. Without waiting, the old man took out a flute and went to the highest spot. Meanwhile, the other children were still moving around normally, searching for Wall and cursing that they still couldn't find him. Some called him a rat and a coward. Suahan was shocked that even the best trackers had found nothing. He wasn't in the training ground or anywhere nearby. Then a sound spread through the area. She quickly realized it was coming from an instrument. The second they heard it, the children dropped, screaming in pain. Even she collapsed as sharp agony tore through her chest. All around her, the children writhed and cried out. Yashel's eyes filled with tears. She had no idea what was happening. It felt like bugs were chewing through her body. Wall reached her just then, and he understood the curse had finally been triggered. But MC was barely affected. His ears only stung a little. As he sat beside the girl and patted her, he wondered why he alone was mostly fine. To check, he placed a hand on her back, sending internal energy into someone else's dangerous. But Yashel practiced the same thunder-splitting heart, so the risk was lower. That was enough for him to figure it out. The problem wasn't internal energy. So what made him different? They ate the same food, lived in the same place, and learned the same martial arts. Other than that, there was only one thing left, poison. He'd been bitten by that snake over and over. The restriction had to be tied to toxins. That explained why he could endure it. Years of snake bites had built his resistance. But then how could they trigger everyone's poison at once? Sound alone shouldn't do that, unless it wasn't poison in the normal sense, but a poison worm. Maybe they mixed a goo poison into the food and water, made the children swallow it, then used the sound to stir it up. That had to be the answer. Then he heard screams nearby. Children were dropping everywhere. A squad in red cloaks rushed toward him as more people gathered. Wall saw them coming and thought fast. Should he run? No. If he did, they'd learn he could resist the poison. He couldn't let them know he was different, so he threw himself to the ground. As they passed, one of them noticed him and called out that Wall was here too. He played along, rolling on the ground like he was in terrible pain. Then the old man arrived, burning with rage and bloodlust. He pulled his sword, clearly ready to kill him. Without wasting words, he slashed down. But instead of killing the protagonist, he drove the blade through his shoulder. Then he demanded to know what Wall had seen in his room. He said MC had hidden his talent too well, and someone that sharp would be dangerous later. Better to kill trouble now. A second man rushed in to stop him. He argued that his stealth skill was too valuable for the mission. But number 1 still wanted him dead. The man insisted the other children weren't enough and blocked another strike. He reminded him that wasn't possible. Still, number 1 was furious, and calming him down wasn't easy. So the second man tried reason. They had the soul-reaping thread to control Wall whenever they wanted, and the goo poison had already left him unable to move. Hearing that, the protagonist made his act even stronger, tears and snot running down his face. They watched him a little longer, then finally backed off. After that, they ordered the antidote given to the children. The red-cloaked men forced a pill into each child's mouth. Little by little, they recovered and sat up, confused about what had happened. Just as he planned, the old man told them they suffered because of MC. If MC hadn't broken into their quarters, this never would have happened. Then he warned them if anyone acted alone again, they would all face the same pain. They had better remember it. After that, he went back to his room and kept training. He thought about what the old man had said. The goo poison had made him unable to move. That confirmed it. It really was goo poison. If so, the snake venom in his body could suppress it. That meant he could slip past the restriction they put on everyone else. Then he heard a sound outside his door, followed by a quiet voice asking if Wall was inside. It was Sohan's group holding torches and looking for him. She sounded annoyed, grumbling that they barely got any rest and still had to train every day. Her companion Sohan smirked and said the protagonist was impossible to predict, turning everyone down just to hide in a gloomy place. They had all heard the old man blame him for the punishment, so they understood why the others now held it against him and why he had to keep his distance. Even so, they still couldn't find him anywhere. Then Wall suddenly appeared right in front of them and asked why they were looking for him. All of them jumped and spun around in shock. One complained that MC nearly scared him to death and should at least make some noise when he walked. He ignored that and looked at the two girls. What did they want? So Ahan got straight to it. They just wanted to talk. His eyes sharpened. About what? The girls looked serious, not like they were trying to trick him. So Ahan said he knew what the restriction on them was. Before they collapsed, he was nowhere around. But when they woke up, he was already beside them. That meant he moved after the restriction kicked in, so he was either unaffected or less affected than the rest. Hearing that, Yusol remembered someone giving her internal energy when the pain blurred her mind. Was that Wol too? So Ihin kept pressing him. She asked if he knew what had been activated inside them. Since she had already figured out that much, he didn't deny it and simply nodded. The group stared at him in shock as Walls said he knew what kind of restriction had been placed on them. The girl quickly demanded he tell them too. The protagonist answered coldly that nothing in this world is free. Why should he tell them? What would he gain? They had been hunting him down, and now they wanted answers. He clearly found that ridiculous. He looked at them with open contempt when they acted like they were close. If they really saw him as a comrade, they wouldn't have tracked and attacked him like that. The three of them flinched because they couldn't deny it. Then So Ixin, shameless as ever, flashed a big grin and said they should become comrades from now on. No matter what happened, he swore he'd stand by Wall as a friend. The two girls could only stare at him. He had switched sides in an instant. Still grinning, he said anyone learning the sword needed thick skin, and MC had nothing to lose by having someone as capable as him. His eyes lit up as he bragged, saying if you ever want freedom, come find the Ganga Arts Troupe. For old time's sake, he'd lend a hand. The other girls joined in too, saying they would also treat him as a friend. One of them put a hand on her chest and promised that at the very least, the kids following her would never turn into his enemies. Only Sima stayed quiet the whole time. She clearly couldn't bring herself to switch sides that easily. Her face turned bright red, and after stumbling over her words, she finally admitted she also cared about Wall deeply. She swore she would never betray him. At that point, he had no real choice but to accept. To end it, he finally revealed the truth. It was greed poison. None of the three had expected that. They had all been infected with greed poison, a kind of venom. Most of the time, it stayed asleep in their bodies. But the flute sound woke it up and made the poison spread through their blood, damaging their organs. Everyone went pale. What Soha cared about most was simple. How had he stopped it from spreading? Wall didn't tell them everything. He only said he'd always had a strong resistance to poison, so it barely worked on him. Then he said that was all he knew, and the rest was up to them. They had to find their own way to deal with the greed poison. He wanted it that way. The more unknowns, the better. If even one or two of them broke free of the poison, it could change everything. The more Salal watched him, the more she admired him. He really was impossible to predict, and the closer she looked, the more amazing he seemed. Salal kept her word and didn't press further. She thanked him, promised to repay the favor, and said if he ever needed help, she would do what she could. Waddle only gave a small nod. All right. The others understood and started to leave, saying they'd be going now. Only Sol stayed behind for a moment more. She was blushing hard. With a hand on her chest and wide eyes, Xiaobei told him that was her real name and said she hoped he would remember it. After that, she turned and left. Wall heard her, but he didn't really get what she meant. Then one day, the light from above shone down brighter than usual. Stood before the children and announced that today they were going outside. The kids felt excited and nervous at the same time. Then the old man called out, "Xiaobei." She raised her hand and answered right away. He told her the disciples would go out first, and after that, it would be her turn to lead the children up. Trusted with that job, she looked overjoyed and quickly answered that she understood. A big basket was lowered from above. He looked over the children waiting in line. Only a few would survive. They had grown stronger, but their enemy would be a top master, so surviving would still be hard. Still, he didn't care. It had nothing to do with him anymore. His part was done, and he planned to leave this assassin's life behind and retire. The 3 old men went up first. Only after that did the children finally burst into cheers. They were really getting out, so Sokka started organizing them. Since the basket was small, half would go first. She picked Wall's group first. Jang Hyuk looked up in disbelief, wondering if they were truly going outside. Then Sosha walked over to him and asked if they were about to go on a mission. He nodded, then used the chance to ask about the gree poison. To his surprise, they had done even better than he expected. Some had already removed it, and Xiaobei knew a lot about poisons. That name made him think of the little white-haired girl. Soon, only a few were left below. As Xiaobei passed him, she said it was finally their turn to go out and told him to come on. Xiaobei grabbed the basket's handle with a smile and told them to hurry. They were the last ones. As the basket slowly rose, Welch looked down one last time. He had spent years in that underground prison. It wasn't just hell to him. It really was hell. After 7 long years there, Soha shouted with excitement that they had made it outside at last. The light pouring down grew stronger and stronger. Welch suddenly snapped alert and tore off his shirt. He warned everyone that if they didn't want to go blind, they needed to cover their eyes right away. Only then did the others realize it and rush to copy him. The protagonist cursed under his breath and told them to hurry. He had no idea if the kids who went up first had already lost their sight. After living so long in total darkness, normal daylight hit them like staring straight into the sun. The children cried out in pain, their terrified screams ringing everywhere. When they reached the top, they realized they had been pulled out of a huge well, and several men were waiting there. Seeing the ones smart enough to use torn clothes to cover their eyes, one man smiled in satisfaction, saying they had made some useful tools. Even their exposed skin had turned red from the light. Will had never heard that voice before and wondered who it was. The old man watched them with cold pleasure, saying this should be enough to satisfy their client. MC's eyes were covered, so he couldn't see the speaker. Only judge him by his voice. It carried no warmth at all, and he sounded like someone used to giving orders. He guessed the man was probably the leader of the Blood Spirit Brigade. He was right. It was Huer's leader. Gu the man ordered his subordinates to load them into carriages, take them to Qingfeng Abbey, and let them get used to the outside world first. The men bowed and obeyed. Just like that, the whole group was taken away. Wulj silently fixed one thing in his memory, that voice. The leader of the Blood Spirit Brigade was the one who had twisted his life like this. Later, they were told this would be the place where they would rest and adjust to the outside world, but the man still hadn't ended his selection. He warned them that now they were outside, he would personally kill anyone lazy. Outside, Wul just placed in the same room as Shinnok and Hua. Since entering, he had only stood by the window, which made the others curious. Without even turning around, he told them to arrange the room however they wanted and not worry about him. So joked back, asking who would worry about him anyway. The protagonist ignored it and walked past them saying he was going out to wash up for a while. The others asked in surprise how he planned to do that. Then they noticed the well nearby, and the whole group started taking turns pulling up water, washing themselves, and laughing with relief. After cleaning up, Soha lay flat on her back to rest. Moonlight, wind, water, even tears. They were finally free of that place. For all of them, this was probably the happiest moment in years. Woodswill quietly closed his eyes and let himself enjoy it too. They kept playing and talking through the night until near dawn. They noticed a bright yellow flower. A few of them gathered around it, wondering what it was called and admiring how beautiful it looked. Just seeing a flower again felt precious. They were so happy they could almost cry. But before they could enjoy it, someone stepped forward and crushed the flower. Then he walked over and threw several knives onto the ground. It was another masked man. He coldly told them these were their weapons and said they'd need them very soon. The scene shifts to Great Moon Hall by the Chanbong River. Two men sat across from each other. Gerwa poured water and with a fake smile said he'd worked hard all this time. Uncle, the man across from him, was I'm replied that he had only done what he had to do. The two then traded empty polite words. Gerwa said that thanks to the uncle's sacrifices, the clan now had plenty of money. Answered there was no debt to repay. If not for the old clan leader, he would have died long ago. Gerwa chuckled and poured more tea, saying had done enough and should rest now. That was exactly what the old man wanted to hear, so he asked if retirement was finally being allowed. Cabello only smiled and said, of course, not just MB. He could let the second sword and third sword retire comfortably too. MB took a sip and thanked him. Gopal replied there was nothing to thank him for. MB had given his whole life to the Blood Spirit clan, so this much was only natural. After a long silence, MB said it felt wasteful to throw those children away. Using them only once and discarding them was a shame. Their skill and talent were too great. Before he could finish, Gopawa cut him off. He said he knew it was a waste, but there was no other choice. Their connection to those children would end here. Denham asked if he knew who the client was. Gawai gave a dark smile and said he didn't know either. If they wanted to stay in this line of work, they had to know their limits. There was no need to stir up trouble with someone powerful enough to pay 500,000 gold taels. The truth was he already had bigger plans. Until the Blood Spirit clan could stand beside the 100 Demon Forge, no amount of caution was too much. Just thinking about it thrilled him. If they finished this job, the Blood Spirit clan would rise fast, maybe fast enough to rival the 100 Demon Forge. Elsewhere, Wall put on a black assassin uniform and gripped a sharp dagger. San shot him a smug look. What? Thinking too hard because you're scared? It's just a mission. Poem C didn't feel like arguing, so he answered loosely. Still, it was obvious San was baiting him. Kong fired back with a sneer, saying even stray dogs would laugh at that. If anyone looked scared, it was San. That clearly got under his skin, and San snapped right away. He barked that no one here was afraid. They were hunting dogs ready for blood. He couldn't wait to kill someone and make all their training mean something. Seeing that, Payawal said nothing else. Then a voice shouted from outside, telling everyone to grab their weapons and come out at once. They were ordered to move in secret and follow the leader to the target area. For the first time, even he felt his pulse rise. Killing intent spilled from him as he clenched his fists. Soon, the whole group rushed into the night like moths drawn to fire. The masked man watched them in silence. They kept up well without falling behind, and the leader Shin-Ok smiled. The elders had trained them well. Still, he thought it was a waste. These kids were already as capable as full members of the clan. When he reached the edge of a cliff, he suddenly called for everyone to stop and hide there. In an instant, the team disappeared. After checking the area, he looked up and spoke again. Their target was on Mount K. If they followed his directions up the slope, they would find a place much like the one they used to live in. And among the people there, the target was the person staying in Yungwal Hall. The moment they heard that name, the children recognized it. Yung, the protagonist hall, the small shrine outside Nye County. So that was where they were headed. Poem C couldn't help wondering who was there that made someone spend 5 years turning them into assassins. But before the mission could even begin, one of them was suddenly stabbed to death. Hewell froze in shock. It was the first real terror he had ever felt. Luckily, he was hidden well or he would have died too. The attacker was a huge man with only pants on, wielding a massive spear. Every thrust killed another assassin. Then he shouted that assassins were hiding nearby. He mocked them for daring to hide so close to Mount Qingqing. That giant was Rajan, and he wasn't alone. A whole force had gathered to strike the Qingqing sect, and they were told to find every assassin and kill them all. Hearing that, Peel was horrified. They were badly outmatched. First, he had to escape. Staying put would only get him killed. Their enemies were clever too, jamming spear tips into the ground to search for hidden people, and it worked. They flushed the assassins out. After several strikes, the hidden assassins burst from the earth and scattered in every direction. They were told to break through and regroup. The assassins moved like flashes of light, and their enemies stood stunned for a beat. Then the shouts came. Where did they go? Chase them down. Raijin watched with clenched teeth, then hurled his spear and killed another fleeing assassin. His skill was no joke. The more he killed, the more excited he got, like he was playing a game. He snatched another spear from the man beside him and threw that one too, dropping another target. He kept launching spears without stopping, each throw taking another life. Laughing like a madman, he let the last spear fly. This time, the target was Peel Wall. He sprinted with everything he had, glancing back just in time to see the spear tip right behind him. He jumped aside and actually dodged the throw. So far, he was the only one who had. Rajan kept throwing and he kept weaving left and right. Then he kicked one of the planted spears straight back at that arrogant brute. Everyone stopped and stared. They couldn't even tell what had just flown past. Before they understood it, Pia, the protagonist, was already behind them, killing as he moved. Rajan had butchered his comrades with a spear. MC answered by snapping necks just as fast. The spear he kicked was headed right for Rajan, but Rajan didn't flinch. It missed him and slammed into the ground at his feet. Even so, the force behind that kick was terrifying. The impact cracked the earth under him, snapping the red beads around his neck. Furious, Rajan roared for his men to chase them and kill every last one. Hearing that, Payal knew facing them all was impossible. He had to escape first. Most of Rajan's men were already dead, so no one could keep up with him. Rajan could only watch him flee, raging. Then he ripped the spear back out of the ground. Around him, the assassin's blood ran across the ground. A few were still alive, crawling away. One begged not to die. After 7 years locked up, he had only just gotten out. Dying now felt unbearably cruel. He cried out, asking what they had done wrong. Rajan didn't care at all. He stabbed him too, saying their mistake was daring to cross the proud Shingtram sect. Elsewhere, Payawal kept running for his life. He couldn't understand how they had known where he was hiding. On the way to this empty mountain, he was sure no one had seen him. Then he remembered Rajan's words that assassins were hiding there. At that point, there was no doubt someone had leaked the information. Only his group had known the target, so who gave them away? Then he realized he hadn't seen First Sword or his men at all. They must have pulled back before the ambush, leaving him behind to be attacked just to erase the evidence. While he was thinking that through, a storm of arrows suddenly poured down. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge them all. 2 arrows struck him, spraying blood. Both had hit the same area. He still couldn't tell why this was happening. Was it the Blood Spirit clan? Or had the client changed their mind? But one thing was clear. The Blood Spirit clan had thrown him away. If that was true, then Piowul had to survive no matter what. The pursuers followed his blood trail with their bows ready. But when they reached the spot, they found only a pool of blood. Pushed into a corner, he had no choice but to fight back. With one slash, he cut an enemy down. But the moment he killed one man, the whole group spotted him and shouted for the others to get him. Things were closing in fast. He needed an escape. There was only one choice: jump. He threw himself off the cliff and found a mark left by a comrade 200 paces north, then into the forest. So someone else had survived long enough to leave directions. A little farther on, he found a huge rock soaked in blood with another sign, 400 paces northeast. There was so much blood that the person who wrote it had to be badly hurt. As Payawol started moving again, he saw the enemy force right behind him searching the area. He could hardly believe it. To catch one assassin, they had built a trap with no way out. From their clothes, he could tell at least 7 sects were involved. This was bigger than just the Blood Spirit clan. As he tried to make sense of it, something flashed in front of him. White hair he recognized at once. It was Yi-Sol, and she looked terrified. Their eyes met and she stumbled into him, knocking him to the ground. Only then did Payawol realize it was really her. Yi-Sol said she was glad she found him, but after that, she couldn't stay on her feet and collapsed. A deep wound cut across her body. He rushed forward and caught her. She was gravely hurt. If he left her now. But when he looked around, she was alone. He urgently asked where the others were. Weakly, she said most of them were dead. When he asked about the others too, she could only say she didn't know. They had been scattered during the ambush. She remembered one of them telling her to go ahead while he and 2 others stayed behind to fight. All she could do now was cry. Full of regret, she said they chose to hold the line so at least one person might live. After saying that, she passed out from exhaustion. Priwal gently laid her down. From her condition, he knew she might not live much longer. She looked weak, but strangely calm, like she had already accepted death. That made him frown. How could someone dying be so calm? He asked if she wasn't scared, if she didn't want to live. Tears filled her eyes. She said she did want to live and asked if he could save her. He couldn't. He could barely save himself, let alone her, so he told her the truth. She closed her eyes and gave a faint smile. She said that was why she had given up. She knew how bad her wounds were. Still, she was glad she wouldn't die alone and asked him to stay with her to the end. That much Pruld could do. The more he thought about it, the more hopeless it felt. They had all struggled so hard just to stay alive only for it to end like this. Their lives felt worthless. He wondered who had done this to them. Someone they had never even seen had controlled their fate and crushed them without giving them any way to fight back. He wanted that person to feel the same filthy humiliation he felt now. In his mind, it all led back to Gunsong. Perwool was sure Gunsang was the one behind their 7 years of captivity, but Yiseo knew nothing about that. She only said the person they were sent to kill was someone from the Qingqing sect Gunsang. Someone had hired the Blood Spirit clan to assassinate him. That's why they kidnapped us and trained us as killers for 7 years. Now they're trying to erase us. We're no longer needed for whatever plan they're hiding. As long as I'm alive, I'll find whoever ruined our lives like this. His voice stayed cold as he swore to make them pay. In her last moments, Yang finally understood. So that was the truth. She guessed as much, and if anyone could do it, it was Wall. With the little strength she had left, she reached up and touched his cheek. The protagonist, I hope you live. It was her final blessing. Then she made one last request. Could he call her by her real name? Before she slipped away, Wall quickly answered, Yang. That alone brought her peace. She thanked him softly, saying she'd really wanted to hear him say it. With those last words, she closed her eyes and died. Watching his friend die filled MC with fury. He didn't know who caused all this, but he swore to kill every one of them. His eyes turned red, his face hardening. Just watch. Watch what I do to them. Then the scene shifts to Gunsong. He was holding a letter while hearing a report from a subordinate. The search area had grown wider, so escape would be hard. Gunsong muttered that it was a shame. They'd spent years raising those assassins only to kill them off now. He'd always seen them as disposable, but never expected to throw them away before using them. Then someone asked if this hideout might be in danger too. Because of the client, the Fourth Sword had reported that everything was being wiped out, though he didn't know why. If the client wanted perfect secrecy, wouldn't killing them too be the safest move? Gunzing admitted that made sense, but said they'd never find this place. All they had to do was wait for this bloodbath to end. Sapatarat Rao asked who their client really was. Gonsang replied that they could learn at any time if they wanted, but they had to respect the line between them. Since the client had only sent a warning, there was no reason to dig deeper. As he said that, Gonsang waved the letter in his hand, and Sa noticed it carried tracking scent, a special smell used to follow a target. The moment he finished, the nearest subordinate suddenly dropped dead. Everyone froze in shock. Someone yelled to fall back. They couldn't take this enemy head-on. Another order came right after. Kill them all and leave none of these assassins alive. But the attackers were already rushing in, shouting as the slaughter began. In an instant, the two men were surrounded by bald fighters. Gunsang's face twisted with rage, veins bulging. Sa, your warning was right. Sa shouted for the clan leader to escape, but Gunsang snapped back that there was nowhere to run. Where could they even go? The enemy would chase them anywhere. Then he barked at his subordinate. Didn't he get it? They came for him, so there was no way they'd let him leave. Furious, he drew his sword and roared that if they wanted to cross the line, he'd show them the price. Then he charged first. He rushed straight into the attack, and the bald men hesitated in fear. One swing cut down several at once. If they dared turn on his group, this was what they'd get. He shouted for his men to hold out just a little longer. If they stood their ground, they could still win. Then a new figure appeared, and with one flick of the hand, golden light spread everywhere. You won't get that chance. The newcomer's power was overwhelming. Gunsang's eyes went wide as the old man's strike turned into a huge sphere of energy flying right at him. He could only swing back with everything he had. Red and yellow power crashed together, throwing sparks and smoke through the room. Gunsang was hurt badly and coughed up blood. The attack was too strong. Grinding his teeth, he wondered who it was. Then came the answer. The one who beat him this badly was a woman, and a low assassin had no right to say her name so lightly. Once he saw her clearly, he recognized her at once. Tang Hai. Then that means the client is he couldn't finish. She cut him off at once. Startled, he stopped as she warned that one more word would cost him his tongue. Only then did the fool understand. The client was the Imai sect. By the time he figured it out, it was too late. He should have guessed their part in this much sooner. Now he regretted honoring their boundaries instead of learning the client's identity. That mistake had caused this disaster. He leveled his sword at the young woman and swore that even if he died, he wouldn't go alone. She met his threat with a cold stare. How dare a mere assassin speak like that? The two clashed wildly, neither giving an inch. The woman was surprised. For the head of an assassin group, he was far stronger than expected. He was truly skilled. Good thing she was facing him in broad daylight. At night, an ambush might have changed everything. These assassins wouldn't let her go easily, so she made up her mind. She had to wipe them out. She chose her strongest move. A storm-like blast of wind shot forward and sent him flying. Gunsong had no way to block it. Was this really the end of the Blood Spirit clan? He'd spent his life hiding in the shadows and killing countless people to build the Blood Spirit clan into what it was. He'd even believed he would soon capture Wool, a man feared across the Manhwa. He couldn't accept that it would all end here. His will to live flared up, and he roared that he was Gunsong, leader of the Blood Spirit clan. He would survive. Alone, he lifted his sword to meet the tornado. After a wild burst of slashes, he was thrown back. Then he sensed something was wrong. Who dared interfere? The moment he was distracted, Tong Hai struck from the side. This time, he couldn't respond before the spinning force smashed into him, spraying blood everywhere. Gunsong's men stared at the newcomer in terror and screamed for their clan leader. With their leader down, the bald fighters moved in to finish the masked subordinates. Gunsong lay on the ground soaked in blood, somehow still breathing. Even then, he managed to cry out, "No." Behind Tong Hai, an old woman with a staff stepped forward. Tong Hai clasped her hands, turned, and bowed. "Disciple Tong Hai greets you, master." The staff she carried was long and black, topped with a carved crow. She looked around and scoffed. These were only low-level assassins, so why had it taken this long? Tang Hai quickly asked forgiveness, saying they had fought back fiercely, so it took time. Seeing this, Gunsang lost his mind. He shouted at the old woman approaching him, asking why she had done this, why the Ma sect would betray the Blood Spirit clan after they had trusted her. He called them worse than animals. Even half dead, he kept cursing without stopping. Traitors. The more he spat insults, the angrier the old woman became, and killing intent poured off her. She said she didn't know what nonsense he was talking about, then ordered her disciples to finish them. At that command, even the old man was pierced through the chest and collapsed in pain. After Saint Juhua became sect leader, she had expanded the sect's reach and strengthened its power. The old man looked at his killer and asked her name. The one who killed him was a young woman in green. To his surprise, she answered him anyway. Tang Su ran. As death closed in, the old man turned pale. He'd heard that among Saint Joa's disciples, one girl had fairy-like beauty and amazing talent, so it was her. The young woman modestly said that was just an exaggeration. Looked up bitterly. He'd been an assassin for 10 years, and it was all pointless. He couldn't even beat the Ma sect's first disciple, then he died. For a man who had done evil all his life, hell was a fitting end. Seeing him dead, Tong So Ran turned to walk back to the old woman, only to be scolded at once. Why was she so slow? Why waste words on that thing? Tong So Ran bowed her head and quietly asked forgiveness, calling her senior sister. Just then, two bald men dragged over another man, the one who had trained the new assassins and moved near Mount Ching Ching. The old woman skipped straight to the point and asked how many assassins he had brought. Even dying, the swordsman stayed stubborn. He laughed and asked why she wanted to know. She told him to stop talking back and answer. He said he didn't know, but she was already furious. When she accused him of lying, he pushed back again. Even if he knew, he wouldn't tell her after what they'd done to him. That was enough to make her power flare. Calling him a tough-talking assassin, she grabbed his hair harder. Just standing there, she felt dangerous. Her stare sharpened as she gave him one last chance. She asked again how many there were. Before he could answer, blood sprayed and pain exploded through his head. The torture was unbearable. At last, he broke 28 in total and begged them to kill him. The second he finished speaking, she killed him. Then she turned to her disciple and asked how many had been slain already. 24. That meant 4 were still out there. The old woman gave a hard order. Leave no survivors. Then she turned her attention to Tang So Ran, saying she had an important part in all of this. Once everything was finished, someone would be sent to the Qingqing sect to set the date. Until then, Tang So-ran was to prepare for the wedding. Just nodded yes like she had no choice. The old woman warned her that all of this was for the sect's sake, but the young woman's face said she didn't care at all. Still, she'd obey. Then the scene shifts. In a thick forest, a killing presence moved through the trees without a sound. It finally stopped on a high branch to look below. It was Wool. He saw the place was guarded more heavily than before, so he decided he'd have to slip in quietly. This time, he was alone. Fine. If the martial arts strategy wants death, he'll give it to them. The words came out bitter, his eyes burning with rage. The next day, at the martial arts strategy headquarters, a servant boy with a basket headed out. The guards stopped him and asked if he was gathering herbs again. He'd gone yesterday too. The boy simply said yes. Someone had told him to prepare a lot in advance. The guards warned him to be careful since the whole place felt tense. Even so, the kid just smiled and said who would dare cause trouble for the Qingqing sect. Then he headed into the forest, planning to start at the nearest Taoist temple. But in one careless moment, Walls shot out like a starving beast and grabbed the boy by the neck, half choking to death. The boy still had no idea who attacked him. He stammered out, asking who it was, but he said nothing. He only squeezed harder until foam reached the boy's lips. With red eyes, Wall pressed a dagger to his throat and demanded to know if he was a Qingqing disciple. If not, he should say so now. The terrified boy nearly lost control of himself, tears and snot running down his face as he nodded frantically. The protagonist loosened things just enough and told him to answer honestly if he wanted to live any trick, and he'd die first. The boy collapsed on the ground, too scared to even scream, especially when the blade nicked his leg and drew blood. After giving him a moment, MC began questioning him. His name was Du Jin, a third-generation Qingqing disciple. Then he asked if he knew Guanzhong. The boy flinched at once. Did he mean Grandmaster Gungsang of Gozong, Qi Yun Song? Wall didn't know that title, so the boy explained everything. Gungsang was the greatest genius Qingqing had produced. He mastered most of the sect's hidden arts while still young, and even elders from the older generation personally taught him. Now the protagonist understood this was no ordinary target. It also explained why they had spent 7 years preparing. 7 years. After saying all he knew, the boy begged MC to spare him. Then he noticed something was wrong. His body wouldn't move the way he wanted. Even with Wall right behind him, his only thought was to escape, but he was using a secret art on his own face. By the time the boy turned around, the protagonist looked exactly like him. The boy just stared, too shocked to react. Up close, the disguise had a little stiffness, but at a glance, it was perfect. What was Wall planning? If even the real boy was fooled, then the disguise was good enough. Just like that, MC had a new identity to enter that cursed place. One guard at the gate recognized him right away. Wasn't that Du Jin? Why was he back so soon? He, wearing his new face, said he forgot a few things. The guards only scolded him a little, and he mumbled a quick yes, sir. Once past the gate, he was in. People moved all through the streets, and Wall, hidden in Du Jin's appearance, blended in easily. No sharp-eyed guard noticed anything. The farther he went, the colder his killing intent became. At last, he reached a stairway and guessed this had to be Gu Ganxiong's residence. The guarded entrance confirmed it. Inside, several elders sat around a table. The Qingqing sect leader, Muriang, asked if things outside had settled down. One elder answered that the hunt for the assassins seemed to be over. Muriang immediately exploded in anger. How could assassins dare stir up trouble inside their sect? The second in command, Yukpei, said it was likely part of a larger plot. Since they still lacked solid facts, he'd already sent disciples to investigate. The other elders all looked grim as they swore they would never forgive whoever was behind it. Then Muriang, the first sword of Chansang, spoke calmly. Their sect was on an important path right now, so they had to uncover the truth and make sure this never happened again. Another elder assured him he would handle it. He went on about the great demonic war, how powerful fighters had returned to the world and joined the struggle after breaking their seals. The Wudong and ManhwaCapped sects had rebuilt their strength and taken back their glory, but Qingqiang and the Miao sects still couldn't fully break their seals. So despite grand titles, their real power lagged behind. Muriang had already decided they couldn't waste time dwelling on this. They needed to recover fast. Another elder confidently said that if they stayed on course, they could catch up within 10 years. Pleased, Muriang slammed the table and praised him, saying his presence made him far more confident. Then another elder changed the topic and asked about Gu Gunsong. It sounded like Gu Gunsong didn't even know what was happening outside. One elder explained that he was in secluded training, trying to make up for his sins. He even bowed, apologizing for failing to raise his own son. Well, but the others brushed it off. A young man full of energy would naturally make mistakes, so there was no need to keep apologizing. Since the issue had been settled quietly, the other elders weren't pressing it anymore. They insisted Gugansong's talent was still undeniable. If trained properly, they believed he could stand beside the top young talents from the other sex. The rest silently agreed. Then Miryang suddenly asked whether Gugansang had accepted the marriage proposal from the 5th Academy. Miryang, the youngest disciple of the 9 Flowers. Abbess didn't sound bad. Another elder confirmed it and added that the girl was said to be very smart, so the match seemed fine. Still, Miryang looked uneasy. The others understood why. The 9 Flowers Abbess of MSC was trying hard to catch up to Ching Chung. If Gugansong married her youngest disciple, it might put them at a disadvantage. That was why he'd hesitated to refuse. Even so, they had little choice. They couldn't stay trapped in Sichuan forever, and Gugansong was Ching Cheng's only real hope, so this matter needed careful attention. Elsewhere, Wall still stood outside the door, thinking through every move. This was Bright Moon Hall. The main door was shut, but getting inside wouldn't be hard. So he leaped onto the roof. Then he heard 2 people below whispering, had senior brother brought another girl inside. Wall immediately lay flat and listened. They muttered that he was using seclusion as an excuse to sneak women in, then told each other to keep quiet. This time it was a lay disciple. They were clearly scared of being overheard and punished, but their gossip told the protagonist one important thing. Gugansang had brought a woman in again. Ching Chung seemed used to this behavior. The voices moved off, saying there were people all around inside and outside. Wall stayed on the roof. Thinking, he waited until midnight, changed back to his normal face, put on his assassin gear, and got ready. Then he slipped inside. After moving through the place for a while without seeing a single guard, he grew suspicious. Then he noticed an air vent and decided it was the perfect place to hide and watch. Below in Guqin Zhang's room, swords were planted all around, and there was only a thin mattress on the floor. Guqin Zhang slept there with a girl in his arms, looking completely at ease. Wall almost felt jealous just watching him. So this was Guqin Zhang. MC studied him closely. He looked very different from Heilbul, doesn't he? Guqin Zhang seemed strong, but he was still human. That meant if he was stabbed or bled enough, he'd die like anyone else. Wall lowered a nearly invisible wire and shaped it into a noose. He lowered the wire right in front of the man's face, drenched in sweat from the tension. After a painful wait, he finally slipped it around the man's neck. But the second he thought it worked, the man's eyes flew open. He nearly froze in fear, his heart jumping hard. Still, he kept his head and ripped the wire upward with all his strength. The girl beside him jerked awake at once. While Gunsang reacted fast, Piao Wall dropped from the vent and hauled him toward the ceiling with a violent pull. Even with the wire crushing his throat, Gunsang's neck didn't snap. He even reached up and cut the wire. That was bad for the protagonist. The two faced off, staring each other down. An assassin had come for his life, and he still asked who he was. As if Piao Wall would answer that, he drew his sword and moved in. In an instant, he rushed forward with non-stop attacks. Gunsang didn't panic at all. He calmly raised 2 fingers, aura blazing around him. He was even quicker than MC. In seconds, they were face to face. One strike sent him flying into the ceiling. That hand chop hit like a huge flaming blade. To stop it, Piao had to force out every bit of strength he had. Their clash was so brutal, it felt like death was right there beside them. It was the first time Piao, the protagonist, had faced someone this terrifying. Just blocking drained him. How can he fight like this bare-handed? If I stay on defense, I'm done. I need to break out now. The moment he thought it, he thrust his sword straight ahead. But Gunsong caught the blade with 2 fingers and mocked him with a bit of praise. Not bad, but that's all. Then instead of finishing it, he held the sword up and asked who sent him. Of course, Piao didn't reply. Gunsong grinned wide like he'd figured it out. Ah, so that girl's father sent you? Pomsi had no clue what he meant. What girl? In the middle of a fight, he had to guess what this lunatic was talking about. Looking back, martial arts had always come too easily to Gunsang. He was always showered with praise. Everyone said the same thing. Gunsang is the best. Gunsang is amazing. It became so easy that he stopped enjoying it until one day a girl praised him. Senior brother, go. You're so cool. He turned, surprised, and saw a beautiful girl. Right away his thoughts changed. Maybe women were more interesting. He spent night after night lost in pleasure, surrounded by beautiful girls, but one of them became a problem. He noticed her by chance on a drunken night. She dressed simply, but her face was exactly his type. That mistake, he told himself, only happened because he was drunk. Fine. I'll admit that part. But was it really his fault that the girl killed herself? Why should he spend a whole year in seclusion because of that? Guilt turned into anger, and he started seeing himself as the victim. So when an assassin appeared, his first thought was simple. Did that dead girl's father send him? Of course, hadn't, but he still had to face the full force of Gunsong's rage. What girl was he even talking about? He could barely endure the pressure coming off him. It was too much. A deadly aura poured out little by little, sharp and full of killing intent. It felt like hundreds, maybe thousands of blades were surrounding him under Gunsong's control. Then suddenly he stopped. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Piawall tensed up, shocked but ready. It's coming. That madman had paused to gather power, and now he rushed in again. He still couldn't find any opening. Just defending was bad enough, and Gunsang kept attacking, growing more savage with every blow. After a while, the protagonist finally found a chance and kicked him square in the face. Gunsang's expression darkened at once, eyes burning with irritation. How annoying. You keep hopping around like a bug. But even then, Pyo-woo ended up trapped under his foot while Gunsang raised a hand, calling the huge blades in the room. With cold, empty eyes, he passed judgment. Playtime's over. But MC wasn't finished yet. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to move. The strike missed, and he sprang up and ran, starting another chase. Pyo-woo rushed to the swords in the room, grabbed one at random, and hurled it at him. But Gunsang blocked it easily, so he kept throwing blades to stop him from closing in, but not one of them landed. Clearly, it wasn't enough. He needed another plan. Fast. Pyo-woo grabbed several knives at once. Since he had no better option, he kept attacking, throwing them non-stop. This time it was a volley, not single blades. Gunsong didn't bother dodging each one. He blasted them away with a wave of energy. His normal attacks were already hard enough to survive. So what was this supposed to be? Pyo, the protagonist's face turned pale. He had no idea what Gunsong would do next, but anger still burned in his eyes. That left one ugly trick, the old honey trap. It was pathetic, but he didn't care. Pyo 12 flashed behind the young woman. Seeing his girl used as a shield made Gunsong even angrier. How dare he? He unleashed a roaring surge of energy that instantly split them apart. Even hiding behind her couldn't save him. In that life or death second, Pyo-woo remembered that day, one of you three must master this art. Then came the warning. Do you want to become the sacrifice? Back then, he had answered with total confidence, holding the book up with a smug look. We'll see whether I become the sacrifice or the wolf. Now it was time to use what that book taught him. A clean fight didn't matter anymore. Gunsling looked over completely shaken. Someone like you. How? Now it was his turn to feel fear. Impossible. How could someone like you block the Qingqing sect's secret sword art, the 72 ruinous swords? Only Pyo-woo knew the answer. He blocked it by mastering an art meant for one thing, survival. My skill may be behind yours, but I know I can break through it. He used a technique to raise his chances, and no matter how many wave-like attacks Gunsang sent out, MC dodged them all. Then he slipped behind him in a flash. The battle had turned, and Pyo-woo didn't waste the chance. He saw the opening, spun, and drove his sword into Gunsang's stomach. Even while coughing blood and nearing death, Gunsang still couldn't believe it. How could you? He didn't answer. He stabbed him again and killed him on the spot. The protagonist won, but he was fully spent. His whole body soaked in his enemy's blood. The next day, the place was thrown into chaos, and the servants ran around in panic. A bronze bell rang out, and guards quickly packed the area. Gunsang's body lay in the center of the room, covered with a white sheet. His father arrived crying, wailing over him. Guldal Gunsang, how did this happen? Oh heavenly ancestor, why has our sect been given this trial? The old man grabbed his son's face and sobbed. Nearby, two elders spoke in low voices. After Chong finished, he called out to his senior brother. Master Warwick turned, and Chong said he had made his choice. They would dispose of the girl. As he spoke, he glanced toward the lay disciple who had slept with Gunsong that night. She was curled up in a corner, crying in fear. Another elder objected. What are you saying? She's still a disciple of our sect. Do we really have to kill her? The two began to argue. This was about Gunsang's name. If word got out that he had been with a lay disciple during secluded training, his reputation would be ruined. And not just his, the sect's as well. The sect leader clearly hated it, but Chang wasn't wrong. Rage flared in the old man's eyes. He had already lost one disciple, and now they wanted another dead. He couldn't accept it, but Chang was firm. There's no going back. Gunsong is already dead. The sect's name will fall too unless we act. The two elders began laying out their plan. Someone had clearly sent the assassin. If both Gunsong's name and the Qingqing sect's name were destroyed, their enemies would benefit. That had to be stopped. Those words finally got through to the sect leader. He pulled back his killing intent and gave a reluctant nod. Just then, someone rushed in and shouted for them to stop. Senior brother, you can't do this. No matter how important the sect is, it can't matter more than a human life, and that child is one of our lay disciples. Chang, furious at the pushback, looked coldly at the others. Do you all think the same? If we keep acting like this, we'll never catch Shaolin or Wudong. We'll only fall farther behind. His words left the room silent. No one could answer. Even the sect leader said nothing and quietly gave in. So be it. Gunsong's father moved first, using this as a way to vent his grief and anger. He picked up a long sword and walked toward the girl, pretending it was justice. I'm sorry. Don't blame us. This had to be done. The poor girl could do nothing. Shaking and soaked in tears, she begged. She begged for help, but the elders just watched with cold eyes. When the sword came down, Master Wu Rian finally rushed in and stopped junior brother Gu. Since he couldn't undo what almost happened, he could only ask what he was trying to do. The old man stood there shaken, eyes red and voice trembling. What else was he supposed to do? Gu Gonsong wasn't only the Chongqing sect's hope. He was his whole world. How could a father sit still and watch his son's name be ruined? He dropped to his knees and said people could blame him all they wanted. Call him narrow-minded if they must. If it protected his son, he would bear the shame. At the same time, the matriarch of the Huashan sect heard that Gu Gonsang had died, and she exploded in anger. This couldn't be real. Grinding her teeth, she snapped that an assassin killing Gu Gonsang made no sense. The disciple beside her went pale and asked if young Master Gu had really been assassinated. The old woman kept raging. She said they had already set a trap, no one should escape. Yet Gu Gonsang was still killed inside the Chongqing sect's moon palace. They had already agreed to the marriage, and victory was almost theirs. If it had gone through, her 10-year plan to control the Chongqing sect would have worked. Tian Hai quickly said they couldn't forgive the assassin. The secret must stay buried, so he had to die. The old woman forced herself to calm down. Schemes like this needed a clear mind. She said she'd already asked the Chongqing sect for help and ordered Tang Hai to lead the disciples into the net. Tang Hai bowed and said she would handle it. But before leaving, she took a shot at Tang So Ran, saying the marriage was ruined now, so she must be pleased. The old woman turned her eyes on the younger girl. Studying her reaction, Tang So Ran didn't dare show anything. With a grave face, she said that was impossible. Her husband was dead, so how could she be happy? The old woman's face twisted at that word. Husband, Tang So Ran answered without backing down. Once the marriage was approved, he became her husband. The old woman had nothing to say. Then the story shifts to a calm rice field. A young man strolls along, singing like he doesn't have a care in the world. He seems to be living an easy, peaceful life until the moment is broken. Two swords suddenly block his way. The soldiers bark at him to stop. Startled, the young man asks what's going on. The soldiers say they're hunting a fugitive and demand his name. He points toward a village and acts innocent. He says he's Jangkon and that he's just heading home after work. They doubt him since it's still early, but he says today's job was only weeding and he already finished. One soldier turns to his captain for judgment. After a quick look, the captain says to let him through. The young man bows over and over, thanking them. But as he passes, the captain suddenly notices something off. He stops him and points out the flaw in his story. If he had really been pulling weeds, his clothes and sickle should be dirty with grass stains. The young man goes silent, and the whole group tenses up at once. They call him suspicious, decide he's the assassin, and fire a signal into the sky. Everything happens in an instant, and they were right. The cheerful farmer was really P.O. Walgan. Even he can't deny it now. The soldiers rush him from every side before he can slip away. The captain is sure of it. This man only dressed like a farmer. Signal smoke soon spreads across the sky. With no other choice, our hero reveals himself and fights back, blasting the leader away in one strike. Before the man can recover, our hero's threads are already wrapped around him. The wires bind him tight like an animal ready for slaughter. With red eyes, our hero demands to know who sent them. Terrified, the man blurts out the answer right away. Abbess Juhua, the leader of the Ma sect. He wasn't lying. Since the man talked so easily, our hero asks if Abbess Juhua gave the order herself. The captive spills everything. He says it isn't just him. The Ma sect sent all its disciples to help the Chungqing sect hunt the assassin. Our hero asks if the two sects are really that close. The man says no. They never got along, which is why this felt strange to him too. That answer catches our hero's attention, but the captive has his own plan. Stall for time until the others who saw the signal get there. Then our hero thinks about who knew Gushing Gunsong best back when he was still nothing, who spent 7 years building him up and had the money to do it. At that point, it all clicks. Abbess Juhua, that vicious old hag, becomes his next target. Just then, more enemies arrive, shouting that they found him. By then, our hero still hasn't killed the man he captured. Thinking he was safe now, the captive starts laughing and taunting him. Now that help is here, our hero is finished if he wants to live. Maybe our hero cared about living, maybe not, but that man definitely wasn't going to. The threads tear him apart, slicing his whole body into pieces. After that, our hero's hatred hardens into a vow. Abbess Juhua, even if he dies, he won't die alone. Elsewhere, a bald underling bows and gives a report. He says word is spreading that the assassin broke through the Chungqing sect's encirclement and escaped. Hearing that gives Tang Hai a headache. She mutters that trouble just keeps piling up. No matter where she goes, more people keep showing up, especially assassins. So she orders her people to put every force they have into capturing him. Then a cold voice cuts in. Tang Su Ran says it won't matter. They still won't catch him. Tang Hai looks up, already irritated by the interruption. With a harsh stare, she asks Tang Su Ran what she means. Tang Su Ran answers plainly. Even with the Jing family's inescapable net, they still can't catch him. This assassin is far stronger than they thought. And if things keep going like this, they'll only keep seeing his back. Tang Su Ran scoffs and asks what they should do instead. Tang So Hai Rin says they need to guess his route. Tang So Hai hadn't thought that far, so she asks if they should predict where he's going and wait there first. Clearly, Tang So Hai Rin is much more cunning than she expected. She explains that the assassin must be worn out by now, and in that state, he'll head for the place he feels safest. That would be where he spent years living and training as an assassin. Now Tang Hai understands. She asks if that means he'll go back home by instinct, and Tang Su Ran says yes. They suspect the Blood Spirit Group's training ground is somewhere near the Bao River, so Tang So Ran tells them to check places around the Bao River that need a lot of supplies. Tang Hai has no choice but to accept the plan even as her jealousy grows. The more she listens, the more she hates how sharp Tang So Ran is. Still, she admits it makes sense and agrees they should head to the Bao River first and wait for him. Meanwhile, Pyawal is running for his life while his pursuers shout for his capture. There are so many of them, even riders on horseback, but they still can't bring him down. As they chase him, they yell that he's already wounded and can't keep running forever. One swears he'll avenge his 5th junior brother. It's true. Our hero is covered in blood. Even so, he's still hanging on. He knows he should be able to shake them, but somehow they keep following him no matter where he goes. He can't figure out how the Emi sect keeps predicting his path. Then he looks down and sees Tang So Ran below. She looks up, their eyes meet, and he understands at once. Alarms ring in his head. This has become dangerous. The hunters who were making so much noise suddenly go quiet. For a second, he wonders if they gave up, and he glances back, but they never stop. Instead, something explodes right behind him. They were trying to kill him for real. Smoke and fire ripped through the area. He first thinks it's a bomb, but it was actually Chung Yab's attack. After unleashing that crushing blow, the old man realizes he overdid it. He only meant to block the path, but anger made him lose control. He still needs the assassin alive to learn who's behind this. So he orders everyone to keep chasing, saying the man might still be alive. That was the Chung sect's response. And on the emisect's side, Tang Hai moves too, acting the moment she sees him appear. He came out of the smoke alive, and Tang Hai instantly struck in fury. Her palm blazed with bright golden fire. Chung Yab saw the whole thing. Peshawal had barely survived, and Tang Hai still tried to finish him off. The emisect had no plan to spare him. They shouted for everyone to spread out and search every corner. Then someone yelled that they found an entrance connected to an underground tunnel. The group rushed to a well and stared down in shock. No one expected a place like this, but it seemed like the only path he could have taken. They immediately started going down, determined to catch him. Tian Hai sent her people after them at once. She wanted to find him first and kill him first. The disciples lit torches and got ready to descend. Inside the well, it was completely dark. Chung Yob went down first, and what he found would shock anyone. Was this really where the Blood Spirit group trained assassins? A hidden base like this would be nearly impossible to discover. Chung Yob was hit hardest of all. He found a full copy of the Qing Chang sect headquarters. While he stood there stunned, Tang Hai walked up and recognized it too, the Qing Chang sect. Even she didn't expect the Blood Spirit group to go this far. The Qing Chang disciples exploded in rage. They couldn't believe anyone dared to build such a thing. To them, this was a direct insult. They begged their master to find whoever was behind it and make them pay. This place had clearly taken years to prepare, and someone else had to be backing and protecting them. They swore to wipe everyone involved out completely. At those words, Tang Hai went pale and froze. Meanwhile, Chung Yob had been pushed too far. Murderous intent poured off him as he threw back his head and laughed. The disciples could only stare, confused and frozen. Then he snapped back to the main issue. Catching the assassin came first. He ordered them to spread out and seize him. The disciples answered at once. Tang Hai also bowed, trying hard to stay composed. She offered to lead her sex disciples to search another area, but he only answered with a harsh warning. Pale Wall had to be taken alive even if they had to cut off his arms and legs. As long as he was breathing, that was enough. With that much killing intent pouring from him, Tian Hai didn't dare refuse, and he wasn't done. If the assassin died, he warned, his anger would be far worse. Anyone who attacked his sect would be hunted down and punished. The threat was clearly aimed at the Amy sect too. Even facing one of the 5 great sects, Tian Hai forced herself to stay calm. She assured him there was nothing to worry about, though sweat soaked her body. Now she knew he already suspected her sect. That meant she had to find Pale Wall before the Qingqing sect did. Tian So Ran was nearby as well, quietly scouting the area. From the moment she entered, she felt a constant weight pressing on her. Everyone thought they were the ones hunting him, but in truth, he was the hunter here. She was right. Pale Wall was hiding close by, unnoticed, while Chung Yob raised a torch to inspect the fake Qing Chang headquarters. He couldn't believe a place this huge had been built just to kill one person. The central combat hall looked like a copy of his own sect. Even Chung Yob had to admit the craftsmanship was impressive. Why build something this detailed? Had their clients used it before, and who had the power to create a cave complex like this? Those questions kept piling up. At last, he reached the final room. He had searched every part of the place for clues. This room held a round table and 3 chairs. With his experience, he quickly noticed a hidden switch in the wall. The moment he opened it, his eyes widened sharply. Inside was a golden scroll, and the mission written on it was perfectly clear. It was a request to the Gudu Gang clan leader: assassinate Gokun Sang for 50,000 gold taels and leave no trace. That single paper exposed everything. Chung Yob's face twisted with fury as he crushed it in his hand. 50,000 gold taels used to gamble with the future of the Qingqing sect. He swore he would never let it go. His rage burst out and shattered the wall beside him. Only then did he notice something else. There was a hole in the wall. By pure luck, he kept uncovering one secret after another. Beyond it was a hidden room packed with red-eyed snakes, a whole pit of them. What kind of place was this? In the center sat a book, and he recognized the name right away: the 9 Demon Sect. That was the sect said to have vanished during the Blood Heaven Great War. If he hadn't once seen it mentioned in an old book, he might not have known the name at all. Outside, the disciples kept searching and pointed out fresh tracks. Sure, Pale Wall couldn't be far. One careful disciple warned the rest not to let their guard down. He was an assassin, and in this darkness he could strike at any second. They complained it was too dark, saying even a little more light would help. What they didn't know was that Pale Wall was right above them. With one flick of a wire, he killed the man at the back before he could even make a sound. The others ahead noticed nothing. They kept talking, wondering how assassins could live in a place like this and swearing they had to catch him. One of them claimed must have used a dirty trick on their senior brother because there was no other way he could have died so easily. The moment he finished bragging, face appeared from the dark, two red eyes right in front of him. The man barely got a sound out before his head was cleanly cut off. He died before he could warn the others. A fitting end after all that trash talk. The group finally sensed something wrong and turned back. Only then did they see their comrade already dead, blood everywhere. They burst into rage and charged forward, screaming curses at the killer. The calmest one tried to stop them, warning that they couldn't split up, but it was already too late. Anyone who rushed in blindly was cut down by Piao Wall. One disciple swung wildly into empty space and hit nothing. Terrified, he stayed near the light, pointing his weapon into the dark and yelling for the cowardly murderer to come out. The funny part was that he was the one hiding in the light. Then his torch suddenly went out and panic took over. He shook so badly he could barely speak. A little later, another group came through. The ground was covered in messy footprints, making the trail hard to read. The sharpest one studied them closely and realized this was dangerous. If Piao Wall only wanted to escape, he would have lost them by now. Instead, he was pulling his pursuers into the place he knew best. He had decided to end everything here on his own ground. That man wanted to catch him badly. If he succeeded, his standing in the Qingqing sect would rise. Excited by the thought, he straightened up and started giving orders. Everyone would move in pairs and keep track of their partner at all times. If they left even the smallest opening, Piao would strike. The group answered together, "Yes, sir." But that bold spirit didn't last long. After only a couple of steps, their leader triggered a hidden trap and screamed. The whole group scattered at once, drawing swords as arrows flew out from all sides. The leader survived, but he had no clue what had just happened. Only after saving himself did he remember to check on his men. Some were hurt, though luckily not badly. Before they could recover, another sound came from above. The trap still wasn't done. He tried to calm everyone and think of a way out. Now he was fully panicked, wondering how anyone could live in a cave full of traps like this. High overhead, Piao Wall watched it all. He planned to kill them slowly, one by one. Back in that room, Chang Yig picked up the book to study it. Snakes, poison, death arts. He guessed the snakes had been gathered for research. There were easily over 1,000 in the pit, all staring up with red eyes. He started to suspect this had once been a base of the 9 demon sect. After that sect disappeared, the assassins must have taken over the caves. He decided to investigate the 9 demon sect once he returned to headquarters. Outside, the disciples were already drowning in blood, their screams echoing through the caves. Someone reported they had secured Chang Yelp's area, but Li Hao was nowhere to be found. One disciple broke down completely, crying and swinging her sword as she screamed, asking where he had gone. Then a hand grabbed her by the neck. It was Tong Hai. She pulled the disciple close to calm her, while others admitted they couldn't see anything and had no idea where he was. Tong Hai shouted for everyone to calm down and stop panicking. He was injured, so he won't last long if this keeps going. The longer it takes, the worse it is for him. Don't spread out. Stay together. We'll herd it all. She was right. If this went on, he'd be the one cornered. So he chose to strike first and rush the group. He was ending it now, starting with their leader, but she was far from easy to kill. The second he got close, she felt him. "Where are you?" Then she slashed toward him at blinding speed, guessing his spot almost exactly. Both of them moved at once, each trying to kill the other. Wall was badly hurt, and his dodging was much slower than before. Still, he refused to let that woman control the fight. If she struck once, he'd answer 10 times over. He slipped under her attack and drove his blade straight into her eye. Clean hit. Even if she didn't go blind, that eye was gone. Blood sprayed everywhere, and she screamed. Wall stood there soaked in it, but losing one eye wasn't enough for him. Then a voice came from right behind him. "Nice block, lucky you." That annoyed him instantly. Lucky? No. That was instinct. 7 years of training meant something. He sneered back, saying her own instincts weren't bad either. The newcomer was Tong So Ran. Dee heard that before, but told him to surrender. What did he think of that? Simple. Wall had never known the word surrender, so he cut off the talk, sent out his thread wire, and charged. He attacked right away, but she still avoided it. Their eyes locked. He looked at her with open scorn. Surrender? And they were supposed to spare him? Of course not. She went still for a moment. Well, called it out. If they meant to let him live, they never would have chased him down just to keep him quiet. She had no answer. Instead, she asked if he knew who they really were. He didn't just know. He hated them to his bones. Master Kiwo had a hand in all of this. To him, she was the true monster. Even after losing an eye, Tong Hai still kept talking, snapping at his words. Then Tong So Ran was ordered to restrain him at once. After a brief pause, she finally moved. She admitted she wasn't happy with her master, but the young master the protagonist killed had been her fiancé, so she would take revenge. For someone already this injured, her strength was a huge problem. If he fought her head-on, he'd die. So his mind made one choice first, retreat. But before he could get far, an explosion went off beside him and blasted him away. The force of that attack was overwhelming, and it clearly wasn't from the Manhwa sect. In one strike, fire poured down like lava and slammed wall into a stone wall. Nobody knew what was going on. Everyone just stared as someone walked in. Tong Hai looked over at MC. After taking that hit, he was almost burned alive and too weak to run. She knew he couldn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, the Manhwa sect's plot might come out, so she rushed to finish him. The wall only narrowed his eyes at the incoming fire with no clear way out. Then the old man stepped in and blocked her. Stand back. That made her explode with anger. She shouted that they had to kill him now. If he lived, who knew what would happen? The old man ignored her and approached him with his great sword. He said he'd decide that himself. Now he finally saw his face clearly. So this was the one who killed Gum Miss Nong. He demanded to know why. The protagonist answered weakly, because he was an assassin. The old man pressed him. Even an assassin should know right from wrong. For the first time, MC let his bitterness out. He'd been locked in this place since he was 14. Knowing right from wrong was a luxury he never had. The old man seemed to understand a little and asked if he was saying he had no choice. He only laughed bitterly. How could this man understand? He'd been raised to kill. The old man then said he couldn't see any will to live in the protagonist. But deep down he felt regret. Those vicious eyes still held talent. If Wall had been guided the right way, he might have become something remarkable. When MC stayed silent, the man reached into his chest pocket and pulled something out that surprised him. He even found the letter. The old man showed it to him and said the protagonist must have known from the start, but he still needed proof. If that was true, then the protagonist should know who the client was. He already had someone in mind. The moment he said that, Wall felt a cruel sense of satisfaction. He bluntly asked if the man was stopping them from killing him because he suspected the same person. The old man understood at once, but suspicion alone meant nothing. So he turned a hard stare on the Chingcheng sect members behind him. The look alone nearly made them jump. Just then, a few disciples hurried over, asking if Martial Uncle Master was all right. The old man looked at them and asked why only a few had come back. They hurriedly explained that Wall's traps had caught them. That answer hit hard. MC alone had already cut down the Chingcheng sect's numbers badly. The old man let out a long sigh, then his anger flared again, his eyes burning. He lost all patience for talking. Dying easily, he said, would be too kind. Then he grabbed him by the leg and dragged him away like a corpse. Before dying, the protagonist would feel pain worse than hell. Maybe that would repay even part of what he'd done to the disciples. The protagonist still grinned and muttered about atonement. Would 7 years of his stolen life ever repay what had been done to him? No one would pity him. His life had been cruel beyond words. The old man dragged MC into the room full of snakes, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Looking down at the mass of hungry snakes, the old man suddenly calmed a little and asked one last time if Wall had no wish to repent. He said nothing. He only bared his teeth in a mocking grin. That look made the old man's fury rise even more. After a silent breath, he said the protagonist wasn't worthy of sharing the same air. Here, in pain and torment, he would pay for every sin. With that, the old man threw him straight into the snake pit below. The snakes swarmed him like starving beasts, every eye glowing red. To them, he was nothing but fresh meat, but Wool was beyond exhaustion. He shut his eyes and waited for whatever came next. The old man didn't look back. He left and sealed the room, forbidding anyone from entering it again. That left only MC behind. Felt like time had gone back 7 years. To the first time, he woke in darkness with only snakes around him. This time there were even more, and they bit him even harder. Pain covered his whole body. Not one spot was untouched, but his mind stayed clear, and his will refused to break. Thrown into a snake pit again. Was this really how he would die? Eaten to the bone. The venom started to spread. One snake didn't bite. It only crawled onto his stomach and stared. If it wouldn't eat him, then he'd eat it. He reached out, grabbed the snake, and shoved it into his mouth. From then on, both sides kept devouring each other. Time passed. Every corpse in that place had turned to dry bones. In the room, only a white snake remained, and one more figure, gaunt and white-haired. The snake slithered close, and by habit, he bit its head off and ate it. After consuming so many white snakes, he barely looked human. His skin was pale as death. His eyes burned deep red, and his nails had grown long and sharp. He had eaten every snake in the pit. When the last one was gone, his rebirth was complete. Wall had returned, more dangerous than ever. Outside, things had changed too. On a busy street, a soldier was kicked from the second floor and crashed to the ground, writhing in pain. The man above coldly said he'd already told them he was resting for 3 days. Somehow, Wall now sat in a brothel room, annoyed by the women around him. He told them to leave him alone and not start grabbing at him the second they got close. The other men were furious and embarrassed, but none of them dared step in. The large man in red cursed him, asking if he thought he could mess with the warriors of Changokwan and walk away unharmed. He didn't care at all. Threads glimmered at his fingertips as he repeated the name, saying he'd never heard of them. As soon as he finished, the other 2 men dropped dead as well. The last woman stood there, pale with fear. With a flick of his fingers, he had toyed with Changokwan warriors. A master like this in Sichuan made no sense. Terrified, she quickly changed her tone, bowed, and begged forgiveness. She called him an honored guest and asked him to spare them, promising they would never bother him again. Walu said nothing. He only looked at her with disgust. The longer she stared, the more shaken she got. His calm eyes felt like a giant snake staring her down. Paya, the protagonist. He raised 3 fingers. 3 days. Don't bother me until then. Only then did he let the 2 men go. They dropped to their knees at once. Yes. We understand. The older woman still tried to ask one more thing. Could she know the young master's name? Instead of answering right away, he pulled the beauty into his arms and finally gave it. Pay a wall. With that done, he changed clothes and left. The 2 women happily saw him off. One handed him food for the road. He said nothing. Just took the bag. After he left, the older woman was still stunned. So Hung, who was that man? But even the young woman who spent 3 days and nights with him had no clue. He had appeared out of nowhere, so they could only watch him leave, still full of questions. Even they couldn't read him. Meanwhile, the martial world was only getting more dangerous. After walking a while, rain started pouring down. Pyawol stopped at an old house and sat by the open doorway to rest. As he sat there, his thoughts went back to the past. He had never forgotten it, not even for a moment. That pain was what kept him moving. In Chengdu, he might finally learn more about the Qingqing sect and the Mi sect. While he was thinking, a sharp woman's voice cut through the rain. What is this? So annoying. Soon, 2 men and a woman came running in, arguing the whole way. One complained they'd wasted time, while the monk tried to calm them down now that they had shelter. The young woman kept going without a break. She was soaked and furious. The tan man snapped back, asking why she was blaming him for her wet clothes. She fired right back, saying it was the Taoists' fault for getting them lost in the first place. Then the bald monk joined in too, grumbling that fate had cursed him by making him travel with these 2. Just like that, all 3 started bickering. The place got loud fast. They traded insults until the woman suddenly stopped and looked toward Piawol. Oh, someone else is here. He had just been quietly watching. The 3 quickly crowded around him. The woman looked thrilled, stunned by how handsome he was. The tan man smugly said she should thank him for leading her there. That only made her glare at him harder. Then she switched tones at once, smiling brightly as she introduced herself.
I'm Yahello Ranju.
The man answered in the same calm way as always. Paywol. Her face instantly turned red. She was completely smitten, and the man beside her could only sigh. She always lost her mind around handsome men. The others introduced themselves too. Call me Gu Ju Young. The monk added, "This humble monk is Hyoshong." Since all three were outgoing, they quickly started asking questions. When they learned he was headed to Chengdu, they lit up. They were going there too, and Ranju jumped at the chance. She sweetly suggested they travel together and promised they'd treat him well. MC didn't answer right away. He took a moment to study them. The more he watched, the clearer it became. Even if they argued a lot, in a real fight they'd probably work together well. Was Ranju the one holding the group together? Maybe. Either way, they didn't seem like bad people, and if things went wrong, he could handle all three himself. After thinking it over, he agreed. He was curious about what tied them together, so he decided to go with them. Fine. Let's travel together. Once the rain stopped, they headed to the dock and boarded a boat. Ranju was glad the rain ended early, but the moment she stepped on board, she started whining about how uncomfortable this kind of travel was. Gunduyong argued back at once, saying she talked too much. The two bickered harshly, but whenever they spoke to Puwal, their voices turned soft. Then they asked why he was going to Chengdu. He only gave a vague answer, to meet old acquaintances. They pressed for more, but he kept it short. He had a debt to settle, and it was they who owed him. When the questions kept coming, he turned it around and asked why they were heading to Chengdu. Ranju dodged the question too, saying they had business there. Since they carried no goods, that excuse was hard to believe. The two men then asked about his sect. Young Master Puwal answered honestly. He didn't have one. That surprised them. In the martial world, being unaffiliated was unusual. He asked if that was a problem, and they started to respond. But before Zhu Yang could finish, his expression suddenly changed. He looked away and stopped talking. The boat kept moving, and silence fell. Sitting in a corner, he watched the others on board. Then Ranju came over first and asked what he was looking at. Nothing. The colder he acted, the more drawn to him she became. She moved closer and started saying nonsense until he told her to leave if she kept it up. Meanwhile, some of the others were staring. Guyong finally gave up. He didn't believe someone like her could charm the master of the blood branch anyway. Still, the woman kept getting bolder, edging closer, and even trying to touch Puwal. Giang felt embarrassed just watching. The quiet man really was suspicious, and putting up with all this had to be exhausting. He could only sigh. Suddenly, everyone on the boat rushed to one side. What's that? That ship is here. The noise pulled everyone's attention over. It was pirates. Raising their weapons, they shouted that if they stole the rice on that ship, they'd eat well for a long time. The sailors panicked and yelled for everyone to grab their weapons. The passengers were terrified, scrambling for somewhere to hide. Giang couldn't just watch. He stepped forward and asked the sailors if they needed his help. The sailor blinked in confusion. Who are you? Even now, the old man just grinned and acted cool. Who he was didn't matter. What he could do did. The bald monk caught the signal right away and moved at once. He didn't wait for the pirates to board. Instead, he leaped straight onto their ship to finish it fast. The pirates froze in shock. They had chosen the worst possible day to attack. The monk handled them alone, cutting them down quickly and cleanly. Even while getting crushed, some still shouted for the others to kill him, but the whole group rushing together still couldn't touch a hair on Hai Sun. Everyone watching was stunned. Guyong swelled with pride, but the monk's next line ruined the moment. He'd charge 500 for this. Back on the pirate ship, Hai Sun finished off nearly everyone. The fight had been almost too easy. Soon only one pirate was left, collapsed and trembling, too scared to move. He raised his hands to surrender, and the bald monk didn't even bother with him. With a flick of his sleeves, he jumped back to their boat. By then, Guyong had already collected the payment. Shaking the heavy money bag, he praised Hai Sun for the good work. The monk calmly pressed his palms together and corrected him. Ba, next time, please call this humble monk Haesong. Ku Juyong only teased him more, saying he'd hear complaints later if he didn't. Then he looked around and noticed something was off. Where did that woman go? The bald monk glanced aside. Over there. Somehow, Ranju and Paywall were together. Even after the pirate attack, she stayed seated, chatting like nothing happened. So where are you going after we reach Chengdu? Wanna come with us? He answered with the same clear disgust. Being alone is easier. That only made her more excited. She loved how cold he was. The two young men with her looked like they wanted to disappear. They were too stunned to speak. Amadabea. If this keeps going, we might get dragged in too. Meanwhile, Gu Juyong quietly watched the main character. Most people would have been terrified back there, but not him. Gu Juyong could tell right away this man wasn't ordinary. Nobody insignificant could look at things that way. Even after all her efforts failed, the girl suddenly wiped fake tears from her eyes. How could you turn down a pretty girl who invited you so kindly? That's just cruel, Paula answered calmly. No matter how pretty a rose is, it still has thorns. The line hit her hard, and her excitement vanished for a moment, but she quickly smiled again. Even so, it's still beautiful, and that's what matters. He had sat through all their nonsense, but he understood the point. These people made their living through force. What they did earlier was clearly meant to show their strength and build their name. So Chengdu had to be a place full of fights. The Ma sect and the Qingqing sect couldn't be sitting quietly through all that. They had to be dealing with some kind of trouble. Looks like it's time to think ahead and come up with some nasty tricks. Better to be ready now than pay for it later like before. The more he thought, the more sly his expression became. Like that poisonous snake side of him was waking up. By dusk, they finally reached their destination. As they parted, Guyang asked, "We need to enter the city before tomorrow morning. What about you?" The main character refused again. He wanted to find a place to rest for the night first, but Hyo Runju still didn't want to let him go. What a shame. So we can't travel together? He gave an easy excuse. I have something to handle first. If I come to Chengdu later, I'll contact you. Only then did she back off with a smile. Don't forget that promise. After that, they rode away. Pio Wall headed straight to a large building nearby. The moment he stepped inside, the men in the tavern all turned to stare, their faces filled with dirty, amused grins. The innkeeper welcomed him at once. Need a room or food? Both. Food first, of course. Oh. Wall sat quietly, but he stood out so much that everyone kept staring. The men started whispering filth, saying he was prettier than a woman, maybe even a woman in disguise. He ignored them and kept eating, but trouble wasn't going to leave him alone. One of the men walked over, slammed both hands on the table, and asked, "Are you really a man or not?" Pio Wall answered, "So what?" The man sneered, "I bet my friends 2 silver pieces that you're a woman." Wanting to avoid trouble, Pio, the protagonist, replied, "Then that's a shame. You just lost 2 silver pieces." The man frowned. "So you are a man?" Seeing how calm POMC was, they only got bolder. "Can't tell by looking." Then the shameless fool yelled, like, "I'd believe that. Take it off and let me check. I'll even buy you a drink." He didn't wait for an answer and reached forward. Perhapio wasn't about to let that happen. With one sharp flick, he sent a chopstick flying, and in less than a second, it buried itself in the man's eye. The man fell back screaming. Everyone else froze in shock. Just for a few dirty words, Prabio Wall had stabbed him without hesitation. Writhing in pain, the man cursed, "My eye, you bastard." Prabio Wall calmly picked up the chopstick holder and walked over. "You had eyes and still didn't use them. Then you don't need them. I'll take the other one too." The man panicked and crawled backward, waving his hands. "Wait, I know." Pio, the protagonist, was already right in front of him. The chopstick shot forward like lightning, and he drove it straight in without the slightest pause. Blood splashed out. Just like that, 2 taunts cost the man both eyes. The rest of the group roared in fear and anger. What the hell? They had it coming. Will grabbed several pairs of chopsticks in one hand and in a single flash threw them at the whole group. A moment later, they were all groaning on the floor. He was unbelievably fast. A cold killing intent spread from him. You should pay for what you do. Then the scene shifts to the street outside. Hito Runju's group was there too, looking relaxed. Wow. This place is lively. Half the people here are carrying weapons. Isn't this a perfect chance for us? Another answered, other people's bad luck is our chance. How sad.
Amitava.
Don't say things like that. As usual, they kept bickering. Why not? Who's the softest one here? Obviously, that Taoist. Quit talking nonsense. We're here. The young woman led them inside. All right, let's see. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh. She ran forward and hugged a man from behind. Leader, it's been so long. He laughed and turned around. Vice leader, your timing is perfect. This was Muryong, leader of the Black Cloud Mercenary Corps. Gai Yong and Hozong also bowed. It's been a while. Xing Chao has wanted to see you. He laughed warmly. It really has been a long time since I saw you two. Then the 4 of them sat and talked. We've been resting for too long, and now our pockets are empty. Is that why we all gathered? Still, do we really need to get mixed up in this? Muryong smiled, but there was pressure in his voice. What's wrong? Feeling scared? Then leave. Giang felt a chill and quickly waved his hands. Leader, there you go again. Who would do that? Hito Runju laughed, knowing what he meant. This is about the Qingqing and Ma sect, right? Everyone already knew those two sects had been enemies for 7 years. No one knew why, but they had been clashing openly and secretly the whole time. Since they were Sichuan's two biggest powers, a real fight between them could shake the whole region and turn into a major war. But why are they enemies in the first place? Muryong answered calmly, that doesn't matter. The reason isn't important. What matters is that our chance to reach our dream is finally here. Out of everyone present, he was the most dangerous. Meanwhile, Pio Wool was still at the same inn. The moment he came downstairs, the innkeeper's eyes lit up. He's here. By now, the innkeeper was almost like a fan. Who would guess someone that beautiful could be so ruthless? MC called out, innkeeper. Startled, the man listened as he got right to the point. Who knows the most about what's going on inside Sichuan? The innkeeper blinked. Sichuan's internal affairs? What exactly do you mean, sir? You'll need to be more specific. I mean the situation between the different sects. Now the innkeeper understood. Then you should go to the workshop district. Leave here. Go straight, then turn left. You'll find the Fire Dragon clan there. Ask them. Well, had never heard the name before. The Fire Dragon clan. As he walked, he remembered the innkeeper's explanation. Long ago, the fighters of Sichuan City gathered and formed that sect. Since then, all the sects in the city had done business with them. If you wanted answers, you had to visit their workshop, buy a weapon, and pay that price for information. Then the sound of a blacksmith's hammer caught his attention, and Pio Wool stopped to watch. The ringing was strangely clear. He wondered why the metal sounded like that. Just then, someone shouted, "Hey you! What do you think you're doing? Who said you could use that hammer however you want? I told you never to touch the hammers here." The old man barked while shoving and pointing at the young man. "Go do something else. What are you staring at? Get out of my sight." The young man couldn't say a word or fight back. "You're banned from this place for now. Until I call you, you'll only do outside chores." Even after the young man left, the old man kept grumbling, angry that the branch master had accepted someone like him. Wool watched everything. Once the rant ended, the old man finally noticed him and put on a fake friendly smile. "I didn't see you there, customer. Sorry for that. What can I get you?" But the protagonist only asked about the young man from before. Something about him seemed strange. The chubby man nodded. "You mean Kong So-yu? I heard he's a descendant of the Jiang clan, but he keeps grabbing hammers and forging things without permission." MC frowned. "What's wrong with that? If he's from the Jiang clan, shouldn't he be allowed to hold a hammer?" The man immediately guessed this was Pio Wole's first time in Sichuan City and started to explain. The man explained that the Jiang clan was destroyed after siding with the demonic cult during the war between the orthodox and demonic factions. Because of that, they were sealed by a legendary master. Their strength faded over time, and in the end, the whole clan was wiped out. To the sects of Sichuan City, the Zhang clan were traitors. That's why no workshop would teach its secret craft to anyone tied to them. They feared the same disaster would happen again. He understood. The descendants were still paying for their ancestors' crimes, but the man just kept badmouthing them. He sneered that no one forced the Zhang clan to join the demonic cult. They brought ruin on themselves. After rambling a bit, he suddenly remembered why the protagonist was there. He asked why Wool had come so early, then told him to follow and see the weapons displayed inside his workshop. MC noticed there seemed to be far more weapon orders than usual, and the man grinned. Since the Yemai and Chongqing sects openly declared war, orders had doubled. The whole city was on edge, but for the craftsmen it meant huge profits. So every workshop was working day and night. The man kept talking as he led him along until he suddenly stopped. He turned toward one side of the courtyard. The young man from before was getting surrounded and beaten by a group of men. They mocked his filthy Jiang blood. They said he would end up just like the fallen Jiang clan and mocked him for forgetting his place. One of them also raged that he had dared touch a hammer without permission. As Kong fell to the ground, a dagger dropped in front of him. It came from Pio Wool, who watched the group with a cold stare. To him, people could be crueler than beasts. He told the boy that once he gave in, they would keep tormenting him until he died. And if he was used to taking it, then he could go on living like a pitiful dog. The boy's eyes widened. He stared at the dagger torn inside. Seeing that hesitation, P.O. asked if he really wanted to live like that forever. The bullies bristled at his words. They demanded to know who he was and told him to stop meddling in Fire Dragon Clan business, but the protagonist ignored them completely. His eyes stayed on Kong alone as he asked how he planned to live the rest of his life. The thugs grew even angrier. Being ignored made them storm over and accuse him of looking down on them. Before the man could finish, Kong lunged and bit into his neck. Pio Wall's push had worked. Kong clamped down hard and wouldn't let go, while the man screamed. The others cursed in shock, not understanding what was happening. Then Kong grabbed the dagger and aimed for the man's eye. The other thugs froze and shouted that he was insane. That insult snapped something in him. He let go of the neck and glared at them, asking when they had ever treated him like a person. They had always treated him like an animal. The bullies were rattled, but still tried to act tough, warning that he wouldn't get away with this. Kong didn't care. He said he was sick of being beaten for no reason and was ready for whatever came next. But he warned them clearly, if any of them touched him again, he would hunt them down one by one. That shut them up. They backed off with empty threats and ran. After they were gone, Kong finally collapsed. Pyle caught him and, following his directions, took him home. By the time they arrived, Kong was barely holding on. POMC looked around the place. Then he said it was a nice house. Even worn out, Kong snapped back, asking if he was making fun of him. How could he know the kind of hell he lived in? But he said that to him, this place was like a palace. The place he came from was full of snakes. Kong still didn't buy it and said there was a limit to lying. The protagonist told him to believe it or not and headed for the door, saying he had somewhere to be. Kong asked where he was going, but MC only replied by asking why he cared so much about someone else's business. To his surprise, Kong grinned and answered that being nosy was part of being human. He laughed, then he decided to answer. He said there were people who owed him, people who used him, threw him away, and even tried to kill him. Kong quickly realized it was revenge and asked who they were. Just thinking about them made Peel's eyes burn red. He named them the Ching Chang sect, the Ma sect, and all of their vassal clans. Kang's smile disappeared. He stared in shock and asked if the protagonist was crazy enough to take on all the major powers in Sichuan by himself. MC's face turned hard as he said maybe he was. Then he noticed something and asked to borrow or rather buy the small blade. Kong looked at the knife in his pouch, surprised. He couldn't believe he wanted that blade. He looked at him like the answer was obvious. Kong still handed over a few of them. The protagonist caught them at once. He checked the blades carefully. The edge balance and weight were all excellent, and he was honestly impressed. He asked if Kong had made them himself. Kong puffed up proudly and said yes. He had forged them in secret, and it hadn't taken much time. Still, Pyo Wall asked if he was really sure about giving them away. Kong reminded him that he was going after the Ma sect and the Ching Chang sect. Then he revealed why that mattered so much to him. They were the reason the Jiang clan fell. He said he didn't know every detail, but he would never forgive the people who destroyed his clan. And with clear admiration, he added that POMC was the first person who had ever told him not to just endure it. Pyle smiled, nodded, and started testing the weapons right away. The throwing blades glowed as they mixed with his energy and hovered in the air. Soon the room was packed with bright razor-thin threads. He looked almost godlike. Assassin was too small a word for what Kong was seeing. Kong was completely stunned, watching the threads move as smoothly as falling rain. He knew his eyes hadn't been wrong about him. Pioel was pleased with the blades. He declared that from now on they would be called Yulindi, and he would be their master. Then he gave the protagonist's name properly and said that when people heard it, they should think of an unstoppable phantom. Filled with awe, Kong clasped his hands and excitedly said he hoped MC's name would spread through all of Sichuan. The scene shifts to another room where a beautiful woman slides a teacup across the table. She thanks everyone for accepting her invitation. Her beauty had all the men around her completely charmed. One eagerly says that when a lovely woman invites them, of course, they'll come, and the others quickly agree. She presses a hand to her chest and begins to speak. She says the 100 Flowers Pavilion has been struggling under pressure from the Qingqing sect, but thanks to their support, she can finally breathe easier. The men immediately roar that they'll protect the pavilion. They insist that no matter how strong the Qingqing sect is, it can't overpower the whole city of Chengdu. They tell her not to worry. She smiles sweetly and thanks them, though inside she mocks them as the same kind of arrogant fools. Then she sighs and says that because of the Qingqing sect's strange recent moves, headquarters has ordered her back, so she may not be able to appear next time. The men jump at the chance to impress her, slamming the table and volunteering themselves, even saying they'd climb Mount Ma for her. She puts on tearful gratitude, acting deeply moved. Inside, though, she is thrilled. To her, they are idiots blinded by her beauty, and she plans to lead them however she wants. Drunk on that feeling, she sets out with the large group on the day she moves for both Ma and Qingcheng. A man beside her flatters her, saying it's an honor just to walk at her side. He adds that today has been truly meaningful. While they walk, she suddenly stops. Her eyes had landed on Po Wall, who was eating nearby. When he looked up, their eyes met. The moment she saw his face, she was stunned, especially by those beautiful red eyes. The men called out to her, but she ignored them. Without a second thought, she walked straight toward Pale Wall. She said this seemed to be their first meeting here. With her prettiest smile, she said people from all over gathered in a place like this, so they should get to know each other. Then she introduced herself as Gu Hua of the 100 Flowers Pavilion and asked for his name. He couldn't have cared less. He simply gave it. At the name, one of the men reacted at once, recognizing the protagonist and asking if he was a martial artist too. MC's red eyes sharpened as he looked at her with open caution. He told her to think whatever she wanted. She looked disappointed and asked if there was a reason he couldn't answer. He coldly replied that people who had just met usually didn't ask such personal questions. Another man couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward, demanding to know how he dared speak to Gue Wei that way and telling him to apologize at once. Apology now, handsome or not, he wasn't dumb. He just widened his eyes and tilted his head. Trying to impress her, they pointed at him and barked, "Kneel and apologize right now. If not, you'll regret it." To them, he looked like someone tired of living. Zhao Wu rose, his face turning icy. "And what exactly will you do to me?" Even love-struck idiots should know who not to provoke. The hothead got shut down on the spot and could only grind his teeth. He snapped and shouted to the man behind him, "Gong, bring me my sword." As soon as he got it, he raised the blade and yelled that the insult would not be forgiven. Then he swung. Zhao Wu didn't flinch. He simply watched the falling blade with a cold stare. The men behind the attacker panicked and cried out, "No, young Master Wu." Only when the sword came close did Pia Wu shift aside in one clean motion. Dodging like that was effortless for him, but the other man took it the wrong way. Since Piao Wu had only moved a little, he thought he still had control, so he kept slashing, yet every strike missed. That only made him angrier, and he could barely believe it. The crowd quickly recognized the technique, Thunder Wind Sword of the Qingming sect, and even its brutal seventh form. He was clearly trying to kill, so he unleashed his strongest attack. Seeing that killing intent, Zhao stopped treating it lightly. Even so, that ultimate move was dodged with nothing more than a slight turn of his body. The man lunged again and still missed. Frustrated, he spun around and attacked over and over. Zhao Wu moved like a ghost right in front of him. He couldn't land a single hit. While dodging, Zhao Wu calmly kept walking toward the girl. When another strike came from behind, he decided he'd played enough. His red eyes flashed as he growled, "Is that all?" In the next instant, without even turning fully around, he reached back and grabbed the man by the neck. Then he smashed his face into the floor, hard enough to crack it. The man went limp at once. After getting planted like that, no one would be proud to know him. At last, the whole room went quiet. That gave the girl her chance to step in. "Please calm down, young hero Wu." Her followers noticed she couldn't take her eyes off him and quickly called out, "Miss Gua." She spoke for the man on the ground, saying he wasn't truly bad. According to her, he had only acted too fast because he was worried about her. Zhao stayed cold. The one who attacks first causes the trouble. People answer for what they do. Putting on an innocent look, she touched her chest and agreed, then said she should take responsibility in his place. That made Zhao Wu think for a moment, so she planned to pay his debt herself. The men behind her immediately protested, saying she couldn't do that. Some even shouted they'd rather die fighting, but Zhao Wu almost admired her. She knew exactly how to use what she had. She only tilted her head and smiled softly. "It'll be fine, won't it?" The moment their eyes met, they both understood. That night, in the fire-lit room, Miss took responsibility with her body for several rounds. When Chao Wu got out of bed, she reached out to stop him. She said she needed his help with something, and with his skills he could surely do it. Now her real reason for approaching him came out. Pikid Kayabawa answered, "I'll hear it first, then decide." With a pitiful face, she gave him a name, Nan Huishan. She wanted Nan Huishan, young master of the Thundersound Gate, killed. Not long ago, the gate's master forced an engagement on her. If she refused, they would back the Qingqing sect, putting the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the MA sect in a very hard spot. Piao Wu saw through it right away. So if I fail, the 100 Flowers Pavilion stays clean. You planned this well. She moved in close and coaxed him. If he killed Nan Huishan, her master from MA would reward him well. She added that she was the head disciple of the MA sect and top disciple of Abbas Jihua. Tung He, the sect leader, was her master. Men seemed surprised too. It really was a small world. Peking Wu only said this was one job he had no reason to turn down. The story then shifts to Mount M. Chu Jiru's sly voice rings out as she talks about how grand Mount M is. But she adds that if M loses to Qingqing, none of that beauty will matter. She also knows exactly what happens if they're driven off the mountain and keeps climbing with the tall, dark, smelly man beside her. At last, they reached their destination and met the MA sect. Tang He was there too, so was the one-eyed Tang So ran from back then. After the fight with Pikid Wu, she looked much the same as before. Abbas Juhua sat in the main seat. She already understood Jujiru's type. People like her risk their lives for money, never for free, so she told her to name a price. Jujiru just laughed and agreed. The Abbas asked again how much they wanted, so the bargaining began. Jujiru named her price 500,000 gold pieces. The other side exploded at once, calling the sum absurd and saying the sect would become a joke if they agreed. Before their leader had even decided, those underlings were already shouting. Abbas Chuha finally roared for silence. She called the outburst shameful. Then she stared at the pair and said that with that much money, she could hire several mercenary groups like theirs. Jujiru smugly replied that none of them would match the Black Cloud mercenary corps. The old woman asked what would happen if she refused, and Jujiru met her gaze without fear. Maybe, she said, the rest of their corps had already reached Mount Qingqing by now. That line pushed the old woman into fury, and killing intent poured out of her. She accused them of playing both sides. One shout from her alone sent the two of them flying. She hadn't even lifted a finger, and they were already hurt badly. Abbas Yuha glared and demanded the truth. She didn't believe they really needed 500,000 gold and wanted to know what they were truly after. Coughing up blood, Shu Jiro finally gave in. Under that pressure, she admitted they sold martial skill, nothing more. They would do whatever the client wanted as long as the payment was certain. The abbess wasn't fooled. She pointed out that Qingchang was likely negotiating too, but since they held the advantage, they had more choices and might not even need this group. Still, she knew war could break out at any time and extra help mattered. Though she wanted to cut the pair into pieces, she held back and weighed the situation. After a moment, she slammed the table and called them a crafty bunch. Then she ordered Tong He to go check. Elsewhere, a bald old man cursed non-stop, furious that they even had to deal with such trash. The price was so high it felt like the deal would drain them dry. As the two walked off grumbling, one complained about how much more they still had to scrape together, while the other admitted the abbess had scared his soul halfway out of his body. They had both seen the two huge warehouses packed with grain. Buying and storing all of it seemed insane, and they wondered why everything in their lives kept coming back to grain. Nearby, Bine sat quietly, sipping tea and watching them the whole time. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuryong was back home. He yawned while waiting for his people to return from the talks. In his head, he hoped everything was going well. Playing both MA and Qingchang at once was exhausting, and after this job, he seriously wanted to retire. Just then, a man rushed in and called Leader Gu. He looked up with a smile and asked why he was back already. The man explained that he meant to return yesterday, but ran into someone on the way, the same person he had mentioned before, the one he traveled with. Leader Gu remembered at once. The strange one. Running into that man again in Saishore felt odd, but the messenger tried to brush it off. He figured he was just worn out. Handling MA and Qingqing had made him too tense and too quick to worry, but Garch frowned and said intuition like that shouldn't be ignored, especially since that man was clearly unusual. He was curious about him too. Zhang Muriang didn't seem bothered and only nodded. Then Su Jiru's voice came from the doorway, calling out cheerfully to lead her big brother. Beaming, she led Tang He inside and announced that she had brought their guest. Tang He and Tang Soren entered together, both wearing icy expressions. Zhang Muriang rose to greet them and introduced himself as the leader of the Black Cloud Mercenary Corps. The two women gave their names, Tong He of MI and Tong Saron, Massachusetts' head disciple. He asked if coming in person meant they had accepted the deal, but Tong He flatly said no. She would decide only after they talked it through. They hadn't even begun, yet Tong He was already baring her teeth with a warning. If they tried to cheat MI, the price would be heavy. Zhang Miryang stayed calm. Zhang Miryang just smiled. I'm ready for anything. Shall we begin? He invited them in, and by noon they had only just sat down before Tong He started cursing. How dare you ask for foreign trade rights? Why would you want that? You should be asking for money, not trying to take more than your share. Zhang Miryang folded his hands and smiled. He said it wasn't excessive at all. If MA collapsed in Sichuan, that outcome was very possible, wasn't it? Instead of answering, she slammed the table, sending out a burst of force. Even then, his face didn't change. He stayed perfectly calm, like he was repeating to himself not to be scared. That only made her angrier. Her temper blazed hotter while he stayed still as water. When she saw her anger wasn't working, she finally pulled herself together. Then Zhang Muriang made his move. He stood and offered a new deal. They would give up the foreign trade rights, the 500,000 gold, and even the cost of the broken table and cups. In return, he only wanted help finding land near the Western Plateau. Tian, he started to catch on. So that's what you really want? A place to settle? He answered like he meant it. As Ronin, they weren't welcome in any sect's territory. Tian, he agreed that Meeb felt the same, so he proposed building their base near the Western Highlands, far from the MA sect. That should be acceptable, right? Tianhe's face went pale. She stared at him, thinking fast. If she agreed, they'd move right away, and later they could become a serious burden. But if she used them as a shield, she could slowly wear them down and cut their numbers. Giving them land wasn't hard, and if trouble came later, she could deal with it then. After thinking it over, she accepted. So the talks ended without trouble. Zhang Moriang smiled to himself, pleased. He figured this would have been much harder if he'd been dealing with the Qingqing sect. Then he asked if they should write a contract. Tianhe refused. The honor of the MA sect would be her guarantee. The young woman beside her stayed silent the whole time, but she seemed to be working something out in her head. As the meeting ended, someone asked if the two women were returning to MA right away, offering them a room if they stayed. They said they'd be at the 100 Flowers Pavilion since its young mistress was their niece. Then the vice leader suddenly burst in, shouting for the leader. She kicked the door open and ran inside with urgent news. For the first time, Zhang Morkyung showed anger. He snapped that no matter how serious it was, she shouldn't barge in like that. Ignoring the scolding, she gave the news. The young master of the Thunder Sound sect had been murdered. That caught him completely off guard. He asked if the killer had been caught. No. And worse, the Thunder Sound sect believed Qingchang was behind it. At the Qingchang sect, several elders stood together, their faces tight. Those who didn't know what was happening asked in confusion why the Thunder Sound sect had arrived without warning. Fully armed, a long-bearded elder stepped up and asked Sect Master Tay what he wanted. What exactly was he planning? Master Wu Raiyong came forward, but the other man shot back that he should be the one asking that. The air turned tense. Wu Raiyong demanded the full story from the start and asked why they had brought a coffin. Sect Master Tay looked pale. Inside, he said, was his disciple's body. Qingchang was stunned. Wu Rai offered condolences, but said he didn't see how that involved their sect. That only made Sect Master Tay explode. You really don't know. I know exactly what happened. Wu Rai was speechless, but insisted he truly didn't know and asked him to explain. The man's face went red with rage. Fine. Then I'll show you. He threw open the coffin. Inside was the body of the Thunder Sound sect's young master, Nam Ho Sun, killed in a brutal way. Tian pointed at the wound. Isn't this from Qing Cheng's 72 breaker sword style? Even Wu Raiyong froze. He could tell it really was the 72 breaker sword style. Tian pressed him harder, and you still deny it. My disciple was killed by that sword art. How could the killer not be from Qingcheng? In truth, he already had his own answer. Because of the marriage tie with the 100 Flowers Pavilion, he believed Qingcheng feared an alliance with MA and struck first. Wu Raiyong tried to calm him, asking him to settle down and promising a full investigation. but Tian only shouted more. How could he calm down when his disciple had died by Qing Cheng's sword style? The proof was right there. So what was left to investigate? He demanded a real explanation. Then an even louder roar shut everyone up. An elder named Chun Sen stormed in, furious that they dared come to Qingchang Mountain and act so shamelessly. Before Wu Ruiyang could stop him, Chun Sen attacked at once. He lunged at Sect Master Tai so fast that no one could get in the way. Tai failed to react in time and took the hit, coughing blood as he staggered back. After the blow, Chun Sen glared at the group and demanded to know if they thought his sect was a joke, putting on this whole show in their home. Wu Rai, unable to hold his junior back, angrily asked why he had attacked. Chun Sen didn't care. Turning away, he said they had started accusing Qing Cheng before anyone could even examine the matter, and there would still be time to investigate after they were brought under control. Wu Ruiyang couldn't understand it. He wondered when his junior brother had changed this much. He used to be cold, but never this savage. Meanwhile, the others rushed to their sect master. After that punch, he was much quieter. In a weak voice, he asked if this was Qingqing's true answer, using force so no one could argue back. Wu Ruiyang had no answer. In the end, he told a disciple to speak with his junior brother as soon as sect master Tai recovered. They would house the visitors for now, and he also asked whether Qingcheng Rail should be called. Then he ordered the disciple to go to Chengdu since the situation was clearly abnormal. The man accepted and left at once. That night, two men walked down a corridor talking about whether Qingcheng had really killed Nam Hosen. One said a martial trace could maybe be faked. The other disagreed. The stronger the martial art, the more unique its mark. So copying something like the 72 breaker sword style should be impossible. That raised the bigger fear. If Qingcheng really was guilty, Chengdu could soon drown in blood. Pyongal heard every word from his room. When Gu Senhai came in, she asked right away, "How did you do it?" He played dumb. "Do what?" he asked, and she made it clear. She meant Nam Hosun's death and asked what trick he used to pin it on Qingcheng. He gave no clear answer. When she pressed him, asking if he had killed the man, he only tilted his head and watched her. Then he said the killer didn't matter. What mattered was that Nam Hosun was dead, and he lifted her chin. "Isn't that right?" Their faces came close, and she got lost in the moment, dropping the subject. "Fine. You're right." He leaned in to kiss her, but she pulled away and turned aside. For now, she said, seeing him would be hard. There was an important guest, and she couldn't be absent. After a stunt like this, no fool would believe that was the whole reason. When he asked about the guest, she reminded him it was her sworn sister, a disciple of the Ma sect, who had brought a junior sister to the 100-flower pavilion. The younger one had a hard personality, so Gu Sanhai had to meet her herself. Pyawal got curious and asked why Master Zhanghua had come. She said she'd heard Zhanghua was there to hire a group called the Black Cloud Corps. Their strength was supposed to be impressive and their leader very smart. That meant another enemy had appeared. Kyo, the protagonist, asked if they were staying at the 100-flower pavilion now. And when they would return to their headquarters, she opened the door to leave. She said they would likely stay there for a while. It was nice to meet them, but she really didn't want to see even a trace of that woman's charm. Then she left, saying she'd see him later. Piol's thoughts turned to Zhanghwa's junior sister, Seo Run. So it was her, cold and dangerous. If she stayed in Chengdu, they were bound to cross paths. Nam Hosen's sudden death would throw the Qingcheng sect into chaos, so MC only had to wait and watch. There was no doubt he was the one who killed Nam Hosen. After the last assassination, he had learned to copy Qingcheng's techniques, and he alone had carried out the murder. The story then moves to the room of death where Chong Yab investigates. He asks if the Thunder Sound Gate's young master was killed there and says the scene is more brutal than anything he's seen before. Still, the wound clearly points to his Sect 72 breaking swords. Looking at the blood all over the room, he asked if someone from outside could have copied their technique. His companion said maybe, but doubted it. An outsider shouldn't know the hidden parts of their sect's rare martial art, though he did remember a copy had leaked before. The other man shook his head. That copy only had the sword forms. Without their sect's inner art, those moves can't even bring out half their real power. Maybe someone changed our martial art, he said. That could happen, but the result would be a little off and we'd figure it out over time. Honestly, if efficiency was the goal, making a whole new martial art would be easier. They agreed this wasn't the place to settle it. Instead, they decided to trace how the assassin escaped. Chong Yab went along with it. Still, As he looked around, Chong Yob let out a sigh. This killer was brutal. Then Pyo Wool crossed his mind. Could it be the assassin he met 7 years ago? Probably not. That man was supposed to be dead. With that, the group headed out. On the way, they asked where they could stay nearby. Someone suggested Mugun or the Golden Sky Gate, saying both could house them. They thanked him and kept walking, then suddenly stopped. Standing before them was the MA group. They never thought they'd run into Tang He's side here. The Ching men quickly pulled their swords, thinking Ma might be here to attack them. Only Chung Yob stayed calm and stepped forward. He greeted Master Zhonghua, saying it had been a while. She answered with a mocking look. She sneered that he must have come down the mountain to scrape by, then asked what business brought him here at all. She added that Ching should worry about its own matters instead of poking into others. The reply came fast, telling her to shut her filthy mouth, and soon the insults were flying. The Ching side complained that Ma started it, yet was acting offended. After more arguing, Tang He finally exploded, shouting that Ching was being way too arrogant. Then she asked the real question. Did they kill the Thunder Soundgate's young master because of his marriage to the head of the 100-flower pavilion? She called Ching trash, and the fight got even worse. A man fired back at once, saying Imei had spent 7 years trying to kill Ching's rising star and still acted righteous. He asked where all that evil came from. Tang Xiaoran could only watch, helpless, her face tightening. In the end, it had come to this. She thought back on the past and sighed. Their side had started the problem, but they never imagined that assassin would really kill Gu Zhengzong. That man had died long ago, yet all of them were still being played by him. They didn't even know his name. All at once, she flinched and turned. Who's there? That cold stare. Her eyes swept the area while her heart pounded, but she found nothing. Maybe she was mistaken. She wasn't. Someone in a black cloak was really watching from the crowd. It was Wool. He wasn't surprised. She sensed him. Her instincts were still razor sharp, just as sharp as ever. If you want revenge to burn, you need the right spark. And now all the key people were here. The thought thrilled him. This was a good beginning. He planned to make those fools pay. That night, a worried Heo called out as soon as he returned, asking where he'd been and why he came back so late after making her wait so long. He only tilted his head and looked at her. Acting close already, it was Heo Runju, and she wasn't by herself. Zhang Muyang and Master Gore with her. The protagonist smiled at the group, and the four sat around a round table.
Zhong Miryang grinned.
He introduced himself as the leader of the Black Cloud Corps, said he'd heard about MC for a long time, and called their meeting fate before inviting him to eat. Wall studied him in silence. So this was the Black Cloud Corps leader. Still smiling, Zhang Miryang said Runju had taken a real interest in him, so he'd wanted to meet him himself. Now that he could see his presence was far from ordinary. He said even fine clothes couldn't hide that overwhelming aura. A person only had to glimpse it to know the protagonist wasn't someone ordinary. Runju lit up and said she knew it. He really was special. After laying on all that praise, Zhang Muriang finally said what he wanted. He wanted MC to join the Black Cloud Corps. Will showed no interest, his red eyes fixed on the man. Zhang Muriang kept talking. Others might see them as wandering mercenaries, he said, but his dream was to have the Black Cloud Corps recognized as a true sect. To do that, he needed talented people. Whatever he wanted, he claimed he would give it to him. Then he turned eagerly to the young woman beside him and said that if the protagonist wanted, he would even give him Heya Runju, saying she already liked him and was only pretending to be shy. The outburst left Cordo speechless. He thought the fool shouldn't have said it like that, but it sure looked like she really wasn't a wall. Now he wanted to see the answer. Another man also watched, drink in hand, ready for the show, but Mo Xiao cut it off cold. He flatly said he saw nothing worth wanting. The spectator nearly choked on his water, and all three turned toward him. He quickly waved it off, saying it was nothing and telling them to keep talking. The others had no words. Silence fell, and how Runju's face darkened with fury. Zhang Muriang finally broke the quiet, saying it was a shame Wall found none of it appealing. He asked what bothered him, joining the Corps or how Runju herself. The protagonist gave a small reaction then nodded. All of it. If something's obviously going to give him a stomachache, he said, it's better not to touch it at all. For a proud girl, that rejection was hard to take. She stared at him in disbelief, furious that he dared refuse her. The room grew tense again. This time, Zhang Miryang couldn't hold it and burst out laughing behind his hand. He said it was only a joke and asked why everyone looked so serious. Calling them fools, he rose to his feet and slapped a hand on the table. He said that no matter how much he wanted wool, he would never just hand over Hyo Runju. She was precious to him. Then he raised one finger and gave a warning. If possible, MC should stay out of the Black Cloud Corps' way. He was being polite, but the others weren't always so gentle. He didn't care. He said he had something to say too. The man nodded and told him to speak. With an icy face and steady eyes, Wall said that if one day the man was walking down the street and his head suddenly fell off, he wouldn't be wrong to think the protagonist did it. The man froze in fear. Before he could answer, MC laughed and winked, saying he was joking and asking why he looked so serious like an idiot. No one could find that funny. The man stayed quiet, trying to save face. The story then moves to the Golden Heaven Gate. One man sat in a chair while another stood before him with clasped hands and reported that he had returned. Chung Dong casually waved him on. When asked about the MA sect, the report was simple. After entering the 100-Flower Gate, they hadn't made any other moves. As a precaution, hidden disciples had been placed around the 100-Flower Gate. Looking out the window with a troubled face, Chang Dong said they had to find the killer of the Thunder Sound Gate's young master fast. Only then would things make sense, and only then could they respond properly. The other man agreed at once and offered to check with the Black Crow Gate. At the very least, they knew the movements of the underworld factions well. They'd probably know who got close to the Thunder Sound Gate that day since they had eyes and ears all over Sichuan. The idea clearly bothered the other man, but Shandong accepted it and left the matter to him. The junior brother bowed and promised he wouldn't fail. Shandong kept staring out the window, thinking more sects were tied up in this than he expected. The Thunder Sound Gate, the Golden River Gate, and now the 100-Flower Gate. If they didn't catch the assassin soon, the outcome could be terrible. At the large house where Wool was staying, a bald man pressed against the wall to listen in on the next room. He focused hard. He'd been sure someone was inside, so why did it sound empty? Now he already knew he was no normal person, but had he really reached a level where he could hide his presence completely? Thinking that, the man rushed to the window, threw it open, and raised his hands in a signal. Several assassins were hidden on the roof across from him, and they understood at once. Soon one of them came back to report that the target had made no strange moves all night. Since sunrise was close, he said his men would move nearer to keep watch. The other man nodded, praised him, and reminded him that Captain Wang Yujing of the Black Cloud Corps was very interested in Wall. Because of that, they were not to take their eyes off him for even a second. The assassin accepted the order and left right away to pass it on. He let out a sigh and went back to work. His eyes moved to the map on the table and he tapped one spot. There are 3 ways into Mount Qingqing. None of those gates are in Black Cloud Corps land. If they want to move 200 riders in, they'll have to go all the way around the mountain. He kept wondering what the best move was, then his expression suddenly tightened. He fixed his eyes ahead and instantly hurled several darts. They stabbed into the ceiling, but nothing was there. Confused, he wondered if he was imagining things. He had clearly felt someone watching him. Maybe stress was getting to him. Then he looked down and saw a dark figure below. It was Wall. When did you get here? At the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Hyo told Hyang to head back to the main sect at daybreak. Startled, she asked why. But the older woman had already made up her mind. There's nothing you need to do here. It's better for you to return and protect Master. Hyang didn't want to leave, especially after being given orders, but Hyo kept pushing. She even said their pact with the Black Cloud Corps made it safe for Hyoang to go. Still, Hyoang refused. She said she couldn't leave. If the Qingtang sect attacked in the city, she needed to stay. That made Hyo furious. With me here, what are you afraid of? If things go bad, we'll use the Black Cloud Corps as a shield. Just listen. Hyo finally gave in. She quietly agreed, calling her senior sister. Hyo cut in and ordered her to leave at sunrise. Hyo had no choice but to promise. Only then did Hyo drop it and tell her to get some rest. Right then, Sona came in and asked if she could enter. Haekyu looked over. She let Sona in and asked what brought her here so late. Sona, he said she just wanted to talk. Haekyu caught on fast and teased her. She joked that Sona looked flushed, like she'd met a handsome man. Sona smiled and admitted it. Then she got serious. The young master of the Lean Gate who was killed. She thought the man she just met might be the one who did it. Still, Haekyu wondered how Sona could be so sure when nothing had been proven. Embarrassed, Xiaobei quickly admitted she had no real proof yet, just a strong feeling. so she said she'd investigate him herself and bring him in once she was certain. Hiko agreed. No matter who that person was, a loud noise outside suddenly cut them off. They rushed out and asked what happened. A man answered that the Qingqing sect had done this. Gong Chang had been killed, and he died with his eyes still open. Seeing her dead disciple, Hiko completely lost control and roared his name. News of the killing reached Muriang, and he was stunned. The victim was a disciple of Li Jiagong and a direct student of Ronghua, someone important in the MA sect. How could a man like that be murdered inside the 100 Flowers Pavilion? Mushik felt a headache coming on and wondered if they'd chosen the wrong side. The man beside him calmly said it was too late now. The more chaotic things got, the more they would be dragged in. Still, one thing felt strange. Since the Gu Dugong Brigade fell 7 years ago, no assassins skilled enough had appeared in Sichuan, so both men started wondering who it could be. A righteous sect like Qingchong wouldn't hire an assassin. Maybe a third party was behind it. That thought sent a chill through him and reminded him of something Wall once said. If you ever see something as thin as a strand of hair falling, assume it was me. A bad feeling hit him, and he quickly asked if there had been anything unusual about the target. The report said the man's door hadn't opened for 4 days, and the watchers were all highly skilled. Muyang lost his calm and asked if they were sure it wasn't him. Wang Yujing firmly said that was the current situation. Muyang accepted it and ordered them to stop watching him for now. Instead, they were to focus on the Qingchong sect. When Muyang arrived, Hio was waiting with a dark look. She told him one of her sect's disciples had been murdered. He bowed and offered sympathy. She said she called him to inspect the wound. At first, she thought it was an ordinary sword slash, but on closer look, it wasn't. Miryang leaned in and immediately noticed something wrong. What is this? The wound came from something extremely thin and sharp. It wasn't a sword or normal blade. Even a chakram couldn't leave a cut this clean. Hio asked if he'd ever seen a wound like it. He admitted he hadn't. She scoffed at that. With all his experience, he still had no answer, not even a guess. His thoughts jumped to Wall, but he immediately pushed the idea away. Couldn't be him. With a grim face, he lowered his head and said he couldn't give her the answer she wanted. Hio then asked when all the troops would enter the city. Miss Young said they'd gather within 2 days, but once the cavalry arrived, the enemy would be on full alert. That only made her angrier. So what if they notice? They just need to crush them at once. Shocked, Muriang asked if she was really calling for all-out war right now. Still burning with rage, she reminded him she'd pay what he wanted and demanded to know what the problem was. Was he afraid? Then she swore she would not rest until the Qingchong sect was destroyed. Her fury filled the room, and Muriang didn't dare argue. He could only bow and say he understood. But even that storm of anger was nothing next to Wall's own revenge, and Muriang's troubles were just getting started. When he got home, more bad news was waiting. He stared at his injured subordinate, both eyes wrapped in bandages, and demanded to know what happened. Selman sat nearby with her head lowered. She said she went to find the protagonist, but this bastard showed up and ruined everything. Furious, Miryang slammed the table and told her to stop rambling and explained clearly. Shaken, she began to recall what happened. At that time, Will was eating noodles at a restaurant when she walked up to him and asked if he was enjoying the meal. She even tried to charm him with a wink. MC only looked at her with clear disgust and said he wouldn't even get to eat in peace. What do you want? Standing by his table, she tried to play it off and said she just came to check on him. He didn't buy it and asked if that was all. Keeping up her bright smile, she brought up their earlier rudeness and asked if he'd been shocked. Wise simply said there was nothing to be shocked about. She smiled outside but fumed inside at how rude he was. Then she reminded him she'd given him a week to think about her offer and asked for his answer. Their talk turned to joining the Black Cloud group. She said it would be great if he accepted. Then a huge man suddenly walked up with a sneer. He called out to Salmim for leaving without a word and found her here. She slapped his hand away. Annoyed, she told him to keep his hands off and asked why he'd been following her. He said he had a reason. The leader ordered it. Then the brute mocked him, looking him over. So this is the man they call him. He grinned with open contempt and said the protagonist really was as good-looking as people claimed. Solmin shot him an irritated look and told him to stop fooling around, but he kept pushing. As he kept provoking them, she cried out in alarm. The man stared at MC like prey and licked his lips, while MC looked thoroughly disgusted. He didn't bother arguing. Instead, he warned the man to look away before he counted to 3. If he was still staring at 3, he'd never use those eyes again. The brute only mocked him more, asking if the pretty boy was trying to chat. He stopped wasting words and began to count. 1, 2. By then, he'd already filled his chopsticks with power. The instant he said 3, killing intent burst through the room. The brute threw up his hands to shield his face, but the chopsticks pierced right through them. Humiliated and enraged, he charged at Wool. With one punch, he shattered the table. Grinding his teeth, he roared in fury. Solmin rushed forward to stop him. She yelled for him not to, but Wal had no intention of letting him off. He sprang up and launched a brutal strike. His eyes turned red as he attacked without mercy. The man was hit before he could react, blood bursting out as the protagonist's threads ripped his body apart. The big man collapsed. He couldn't block even one attack. MC kept going, winding threads around the man's head and jerking his neck back as his hand reached for his eyes. He swarming screamed in horror. Wal ignored her. Then daggers shot at him like lightning. She couldn't watch anymore and threw herself in front of the man. She was really willing to face him to save that idiot, so he had no choice but to jump back and avoid her. Lucky you live another day. Seeing P.O. Wal's killing intent, she nervously tried to calm him down. She said she didn't want to get in his way and begged him to stop here. He didn't care. His bloodlust only got worse. She kept trying to cool things down. I didn't come here to make a mess, and he's already paid enough. There's no need to spill more blood. In the end, Pyo, the protagonist, let it slide. He stopped and turned away. Only then did she finally breathe again. She was already at fault but still couldn't keep quiet. With a huff, she said he didn't have to beat her comrade half to death. Then she even warned him, if he kept acting without thinking, someday he'd run into trouble he didn't expect. Piao acted like fear meant nothing to him and brushed her off. He was more upset about his clothes being ruined, especially since Hongqing liked that outfit. Zhang Mo Shao heard the whole story and looked at his subordinate with pity. So MC was the one who did this. He had no words. Still, his own man had started it. Grinding his teeth, he wondered how this happened at such a crucial time. Even after seeing that beating, she still talked back. He swore he wouldn't let it go. It was a direct insult to him. Just thinking about Pyo Wool made Jiang Mujang uneasy, never mind dealing with him. He told her to think first. They had to handle the Qingqing sect problem before anything else. She cut him off saying she knew. He turned and reminded her that the cavalry would move soon, so everything had to be ready. Somewhere else, a white-haired old man looked through the door and asked if he wanted to find the person who killed the Thundersound Gate's young master. Zhong Yobo nodded. Yes. But with only a trace of Qing Cheng martial arts as a clue, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. So he asked if anyone important was in the city right now. The old man crossed his legs and stroked his chin. If that was the case, one man came to mind, Pyo Wool. The speaker was Sanjiang, branch manager of the lower 5 gates in Chengdu. He remembered him as a man beautiful enough to stun anyone, yet said to be as cruel as a poisonous snake. Was he tied to the Thundersound Gate young master's death? The old man thought it over again. He wasn't sure, but Pio, the protagonist, fit the clues better than anyone else. Changyi, you finished asking questions and set down a bag of money. Pio, well then, fine. The old man took it with a pleased smile and thanked him, saying he could come back anytime if he needed more help. After the man left, the old man wondered if the killer really could be POMC. He pulled out a book to check. The file was packed with detail. First seen at Hongshan Pavilion in western Sichuan. Identity and purpose unknown. Rumored to have extreme tendencies. He still wasn't certain P.O. He had killed Nam Ho-san. Then he gave a sly calculating smile. If he sent this to headquarters, they could judge the situation. For now, they just keep watch on him. While plotting, he never noticed a pale hand reaching from behind. By the time he did, it was already too late. Hundreds of threads wrapped around his whole body and locked him in place. Alarm shot through him, and sweat poured down as he turned and asked, "Who are you?" He Wall barely answered. He simply flipped through the book. Impressive. I haven't been here long, and you've already dug up this much on me. The old man forced himself to stay calm. He warned that he was the Chengdu branch manager of the lower 5 gates, and if anything happened to him, they would never let it go. The protagonist only laughed. I know. That's exactly why I came. His threat had failed and panic hit harder. You knew and still came. Why? Hyewol answered coldly. He hated people spreading his information without permission. Then the old man finally understood who stood before him. Since a dead man didn't need secrets, MC admitted it plainly. Yes. The old man's body went stiff. He couldn't understand how he could reveal himself so easily unless he planned to silence him forever. Fear finally took over and he started begging for his life. He swore no one else knew about the book. The more terrified he became, the more the protagonist seemed to enjoy it. Amused, he pointed out how boldly the old man had said his name just moments ago. Desperate, the old man shouted for him to believe that he clenched his fists and searched for some way to survive, gathering his energy. Then he used the soaring spirit hand, trying to burn the threads and break free. Flames burst out, lighting Hyewol's red eyes while the rest of him stayed in shadow. With one small flick of his finger, the old man's head came off as easily as slicing fruit. MC took the book. I'm keeping this. Meanwhile, the streets were burning, and people ran in panic. They screamed that war had broken out between the Qingqing sect and the Ma sect. Buildings were swallowed by fire, black smoke rising everywhere, and no one could put it out. Zhong Mahjong watched in worry, asking what was happening. Felt like a nightmare. Everywhere he looked, there was smoke, fire, and non-stop killing. People screamed for others to die as bodies piled up. The crowd cursed and slaughtered each other. Some shouted that they were avenging Gong So-yoon, while others used the chaos to settle old grudges. Weren't the Ma sect bastards the ones who sent an assassin after Marshal Uncle Gu? Then die already. From all the yelling, the two sides realized the Qingqing sect and Ma sect had truly gone to war. An old man stepped forward and roared for everyone to stop before they tore each other apart. It was Song, leader of the Fire Dragon clan. But while he was speaking, an arrow suddenly flew into his shoulder. Blood spilled as someone called it a warning. Just like that, the fight spread to another clan. Their people shouted in fury over the attack on their leader. The chaos only got worse. Zhang Mo Shao could only stare. This is total chaos. He knew that if it kept going, the Ma sect would be the one to lose. So he ordered all forces of the Black Cloud Corp to gather. It was time to enter the battle. The flames kept spreading. Whole areas burned. No homes were spared, and cries for help came from everywhere. Then Winch Tang finally appeared. She accused them of sending assassins to kill her disciple and still pretending to be a righteous sect. Both sides traded every insult they could. Facing her was Cha Yundong. He shot back that the Qingqing sect had caused trouble first, hired assassins to kill Jiansang, and were also behind the murder of the Thundersound Gate's young master. When it came to the Thundersound Gate case, the Ma sect and denied everything, which only made her angrier. She said the assassin used Qingqing martial arts, and now they were blaming her sect instead. Shameless. Today, one side would be buried here. With that, she charged. The other man met her attack right away. Tying So Ran joined the fight too. One heavy palm strike dropped several enemies at once, but she couldn't save the loyal subordinates behind her. The girl was killed instantly before Tian So Ran could turn around. It was too late. Joan with her last breath, the girl tried to say martial ant before dying. Early death means early rebirth, so Xiaofralan cried out in pain. She was torn apart inside and blamed the Ma sect for all of it. That was why she had hesitated to fight Qingqing before. But while she held back, Mei disciples were dying for it, so she rose with firm resolve. She couldn't keep running anymore. Explosions kept going off all around, making Zhang Yu Riang more restless by the second. Time was running out, so why hadn't their troops arrived yet? He feared the Qingqing sect might have done something, but no, they shouldn't have had time for that. He called for his close subordinate, Sun Bi. Something was wrong. The men sent to call their forces still hadn't reported back. He suspected someone had stepped in to make the battle worse and ordered a search for anyone suspicious. His subordinate accepted at once and hurried off. Looking over the disaster, he thought it was madness. Both sides were ripping each other apart over the assassination. And as he searched the battlefield, he agreed with his leader. Someone was clearly behind this. The question was where that person was now. The battlefield was too wild, so the culprit probably wasn't hiding in nearby buildings that could burn down any second. No one fighting looked suspicious either. He took the search seriously and kept thinking, so where could that person be? Then he noticed a huge tree nearby that the flames hadn't touched to watch the whole city. Clearly, the best place would be up there. He figured it out at once. If the person was anywhere, it had to be there. Without hesitating, he jumped onto a thick branch. The instant his feet landed, shining wires flashed at him. He reacted fast. Leaping high, he barely dodged the first strike. He dodged the attack, looked up, and shouted, "So you were hiding here." A black cloaked figure was tucked between the branches. The only thing that stood out was the burning red in his eyes. The moment he was found, our protagonist struck back. Threads shot out again, but this time tiny blades were tied to them. The man went pale and froze. His mind went blank. What do I do? Just from the path of those blades, he knew a real master was hiding here, someone deadly with knives. No matter what he tried, he couldn't get away from Poil Wall. Our protagonist closed in and clamped a hand around the man's throat. By the time he realized who it was, his windpipe was already being crushed. He tried to speak but couldn't finish. He snapped his neck. Behind him hung several more bodies. Everyone who had found him ended up the same way. After that, he looked back down at the battle. Over there, the fight between Tang He and Chongdong was almost over. Tang He had been beaten so badly she was coughing blood, all her spirit gone. Tang So Ran rushed over, calling senior sister. She helped her up and urged her to stop. They needed to go back to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Xiaobei Andong only watched them without moving. One of his men ran up and reported that they weren't planning to fight to the end. They were pulling back. He said they should leave too. Once their leader withdrew, the others shouted for everyone to fall back at once. Abbess Dinghua was badly hurt. Watching from the tree, our protagonist smiled. The Abbess of Ma being badly wounded was a huge gain for him. It wasn't until the next morning that the fire finally started to fade. In a room, the corpses were laid out in order, their faces covered, their severed heads stitched back on. Zhang Mo Xiaobei stared at the bodies of his own men and boiled with anger. Who did this? Old Guyang noticed they had all been killed by the same person. The other man asked, surprised, "You're sure?" He answered that he was. Look at the wounds on Josan's neck and on Selva's neck and shoulder. They match. From the shape, the killer most likely used a short blade. Zhang Mo Xiaobei looked closer and repeated in a daze. A short blade? All 5 had the same kind of wound. Bring Obu by here. That big fool P. Oh. Will beat up the other day still had ugly wounds. After comparing them, they cried out in shock. The wounds were exactly the same. At last, they knew who had killed Josan and Sun Bi. Zhang Mu Rai roared, his eyes red. Gather everyone and hunt that man down. Who does he think he is? I'll question him myself. The scene shifts to the 100 Flowers Pavilion where everyone was worried. Abbas Dinghua was badly injured, and the other wounded members weren't doing well either. Then Tang So Ran arrived. First, she told them all to calm down. She ordered the defenses checked at once. Protecting the 100 Flowers Pavilion came first. Now because the Qingqing sect might attack again, she also told someone to go to the message station right away and ask the main sect for reinforcements. After giving those orders, she thought about the deaths of Gongshan and the young master of the Thunder Sound Gate. Those deaths had pushed the Qingqing sect and their own deeper into hatred. Someone was clearly trying to make them kill each other, and she decided to learn the truth. Tian He was in her room recovering, her eyes shut tight. Even weak, she was still gritting her teeth in rage. Chongqing, the physician treating her quickly, told her to calm down. If she kept feeding her anger, her energy wouldn't settle, and she'd be in real danger. But that only made her madder. She glared at him and told him to get out, threatening the man trying to help her. Before she could say she'd cut out his tongue, he ran off fast. Then she tried to calm herself. Closing her eyes, she pulled back her killing intent and wondered what was happening to her. If this kept up, Tong Zoran wouldn't be able to lead the disciples. She needed to recover fast. Just then, someone walked into the room, and she snapped, telling him to get lost again. But when she took a better look, she froze. The person was fully hidden under a black cloak with glowing red eyes. Chuckling, he asked if she didn't remember him. Of course, in that form, even his own father wouldn't know him. Confused, she asked if she was supposed to. He laughed and said that for the last 7 years, he hadn't forgotten her for even a moment. To make her remember, he brought up the one thing she couldn't ignore. You still remember that, don't you? And just like that, she knew. Could it be you're that bastard? He pulled back the hood and showed his face. She cried out in shock. He was supposed to be dead, thrown into the snake pit. How was he still alive? He stared at her and laughed. Yes. He had been thrown there. Wasn't that a surprise? Just saying it made his anger boil over. Then he told her plainly that he was the one who killed her disciple, Gong Sai-wan, and the young master of the Thunder Sound Gate. Her eyes burned with rage. She demanded to know if he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by them all. Seeing the blood rush to her face only pleased him more. Why would he be afraid? People like him were made by people like her. If not for them, he never would have become an assassin. This was just karma. Still, she shouted in outrage, asking what he wanted. Pawal answered directly. He wanted nothing. He only wanted to show her what would happen to the MA sect. And for a final twist, Zhang Yubal of the Qingqing sect would die soon too, killed by the MA sect's drifting snow-piercing cloud palm. And by chance, her junior sister had learned that very martial art. Hearing that, she finally understood he had been behind everything, pushing both sects toward destroying each other. Then blood burst from her wounds from sheer fury. She forced herself up, glaring as she swore she'd kill him. But how could she do that when she couldn't even reach him? He kept twisting the knife, saying Ching Chang and Mobile would go on shedding blood. Monsters like them deserved it. They deserved the suffering. With all her strength, she grabbed his collar, trembling all over. Even without power, she still tried to stop his cruel plan. This couldn't be allowed to happen. His eyes flared as he swore that no matter where they hid, he would drag every one of them out. Then he would devour them all, just like he had devoured those snakes for years. She held on for one last moment before her heart burst and she died. It looked just like death from chi deviation. Only at the end did tears fill her eyes. Regret came too late. With her dead, he had removed one more enemy. She died so easily. He hadn't even touched her. Just a few words were enough. How pathetic. Then he thought to himself that maybe he really was pretty frightening. Back at the inn, Heo Guangzhou and his two companions rushed into Pu Wu's room, but it was empty. It looked like he had already left. The guards said the same. Pu Wu hadn't come back since last night. They guessed he might have known they were coming and moved somewhere else. Probably not, though. He wouldn't keep a room he had no plan to use. The young woman grabbed her forehead and mocked herself. She'd been fooled by his looks. If she saw him again, she'd skin him alive. But for now, there wasn't even a trace of him. Where had he gone and what was he doing? The sharpest one, the Gu Daoist, quickly thought of the worst possibility. What if he had already gone to cause trouble? The scene moves to the Golden Heaven Gate where two Chongqing sect disciples were talking in the courtyard, wondering how long he'd said he would be cultivating. The other didn't know. After the battle, his mood was awful and his temper had been unstable. As the two argued, a sudden boom rang out. The building in front of them exploded. They recognized it at once and ran, shocked by the flash and force. That move just now. It was the drifting snow-piercing cloud palm. Had the MA sect attacked them, their senior uncle was inside, so they rushed over. Just moments earlier, Shang Jayab had been cultivating there. He let out a breath and opened his eyes, only to see Po Wall in a black cloak standing before him. He had no idea how long the man had been there. Who are you? With steps that silent, this was clearly no guest. Po, the protagonist, decided to answer.
POMC.
Hearing that name, the man's heart skipped. It's the middle of the night. What do you want here? As he came closer, Piowal said, anyone who sneaks in at night never means well, and he was no different. That much was clear. The man gave a bitter laugh and apologized for asking such a foolish question. Then his face turned serious. Meeting the protagonist made him want to ask one thing. Had he killed the young master of the Thunder Sound Gate? MC called him fairly clever and nodded. Yes. The man kept asking, and he answered every question without pause. Yes. His plan needed the Qingqing sect. Yes. He held a grudge against both Qingqing and MA. Yes. He had killed the MA disciples too. He was someone who hated them all. The man said he had never heard the name Pyo, the protagonist in their sect, and demanded to know who he really was. The protagonist walked forward one step at a time. I am an assassin. The MA sect turned me into an assassin. The Qingqing sect made me the enemy of the whole world. That hit the man like thunder. Stunned, he blurted out, the MA sect, an assassin? Then a memory from 7 years ago flashed through his head. He finally made the connection. The one who killed junior brother Ji on Sang. Piowal smiled as he cast off his cloak. Yeah. That was me. Even on the edge of death, Chang Yobo pulled his sword and threatened him. You made a terrible mistake today. If you'd stayed hidden, you might have lived. I'll put an end to your miserable life myself. His killing intent burst out, but Pumsi only smiled back, meeting him head-on without a hint of fear. Then the two of them collided at once. Pyo barely had to move, holding his ground while fighting with kicks and his short blade. Chang Yobo answered by using the White Crane super skill. He moved as fast as lightning, but still couldn't land a hit. Instead, he rushed right into the trap he had already prepared. By the time he noticed, it was too late. Pyo lifted one finger, his eyes shining red. In that instant, Chang Yobo died. Countless threads wrapped around his body, pushing fire through him so it would look like the MA-sex doing. Only then did he realize what technique this was. The protagonist gave a cold, wicked grin. "Give Tang Hai my regards." Before Chang Yi you could fully understand, his body exploded into countless pieces. When his disciples rushed in, shouting for their martial uncle, all they found was his torn-up corpse. Regret meant nothing. Now this was the demon they had helped create, but the disciples couldn't know that. They ran around in panic, screaming, "The MA sect killed our martial uncle." Everything was unfolding just as Pyo wanted. Burning with rage, the disciples shouted for revenge. Just as the fighting was settling, he sparked an even bigger fire. From the corner, he watched with a smug smile, listening as they cried, "Avenge our martial uncle." That small spark was about to become a full blaze. It only needed one push, and they would slaughter each other day and night without stopping. Soon, nobody even cared if someone had planned all of this. To them, killing the enemy in front of them was enough. Tang Su-ran got dragged into the chaos too. Bodies were piled everywhere, and the blood was still warm. The place had become a living hell. She looked desperate. How had it come to this? Then someone called Miss Deng. When she turned, she saw the great warrior Jiangmu Riang coming toward her. He clasped his hands and bowed. He said he wanted to ask about the recent murders and about a man named Pyo Wool. She froze. The name felt strangely familiar yet distant. But the moment she heard it, her thoughts suddenly cleared. Elsewhere, a fist slammed onto a table. Great Abbess Zhu Hua cursed through tears. Ding Hua, she was such an obedient child, and someone killed her. Hearing that her disciple was dead drove the old woman into a fury. It was that bastard. The one who killed Gun Yun Sang 7 years ago is still alive, and now he's making the IMEA and Ching-Chung sects butcher each other. Seelin reported the same thing. "Seems very likely, ma'am." She still couldn't put it all together. But what is going on? That was a Ching-Chung technique. Why would they let Pyo Wool have it? The other man hesitated, then said it was only a guess. A man named Gun always carried a copy of the sect's secret manual, and he entered that place back then too. Maybe MC got it from him. The old woman felt like her head would burst. This is madness. Why would he carry something that important on him? Seeing her anger rise, the man quickly tried to backtrack. It's only a possibility. She forced herself to calm down and look for an answer. The Ching-Ching sect won't listen to us. Then we have no choice. We capture that damned assassin. A disciple stepped up at once. "Let me go," but she refused to lose another disciple. "No. I'll catch him myself. I'll personally deal with the one causing chaos in the Amiya sect." The scene shifts to the beggar sect inside the Fire Dragon clan's territory. Pyowal crushed one man's arm with a single hand. He beat down several others by himself, then looked at them coldly as they writhed on the ground. "Nothing's changed. You're still just tools made for killing. The ones who use others always act like they're righteous." The reason he came was simple. His underling, Jiang Sudu, was being bullied again. He asked what should be done, and the man answered with total submission that he'd do whatever the protagonist wanted. Then he boldly said, "Why not kill them all?" That answer pleased Pyo Wall. His eyes curved with amusement. "All right, that's your choice." Then he held out a bundle of sharp daggers. "Watch carefully." The man used only one hand, and with a light throw he finished them all. Seeing that, John Sudu's eyes turned red, full of fear and wild excitement. Just like before, the man helped him to his feet and kept walking. Bodies covered the ground wherever they passed. White threads circled the two of them, and no one could get close. Pyo Wool asked with a smug tone, "So what do you think of the weapon you made?" The man could hardly believe it. His face lit up. "It's incredible. The weapon I created has this much power? With this, I can finally have my revenge." Then he asked if PMC would need him again later. He dropped to his knees, hands shaking with excitement, and looked up. "What do I have to do to help?" That puppy-like obedience brought the man deep satisfaction. Meanwhile, Old man Chan Ok Song was hunting down sect leader Tae. The gap in strength was huge. A frightened elder cried out, "Senior brother, why is the sect master?" But Chan Ok Song killed Tae anyway. Old Taoist master Wu Ling rushed over and caught him, shocked. How could this happen? But his words meant nothing. He roared, "Junior brother, what is going on?" Chan Ho K Song, almost out of his mind, answered, "You know why? Chan Ho K Song died because of him." The other elder knew that wasn't true. Chan Ho K Song's death had nothing to do with the Thunder Sound sect master, but the enraged men insisted on blaming him anyway. He's the reason for it. The two argued fiercely. This isn't personal, junior brother, but he was already acting like nothing could stop him. Listen. Well, senior brother, I won't spare anyone connected to this. Taoist master Wu Ling was stunned and could barely understand what he was seeing. His bloodlust had reached its limit. What happened in that cellar 7 years ago to make him like this? As if hearing that thought, Chan Ok Song shouted, 7 years ago we lost Guab Ganseong because of the Amiya sect scheme. Now Chan Ok Dong is dead too. If this keeps going, the Qingqing sect has no future. He wasn't completely wrong, and the old man had no answer. Junior brother. But reason was already slipping away. I can't take this anymore. All this time I listened when you told me to endure it. But what did that get us? Don't try to stop me. From now on, I don't care what anyone thinks. With that, he ignored the old man calling after him. Then he shot away. The youngest disciple looked up in worry. If senior brother Mu Dong joins hands with senior brother Gu Biang, this will become a disaster. The old man thought the same. It had been 7 years since junior brother Gu's memorial. In chaos like this, how could he still stay still? The other man guessed that because of Gu Gonsang, he must still carry a grudge against the Mai sect that can never be settled. If those two joined forces, Sichuan would face a terrible disaster. Taoist master Wuling could do nothing. Then the other man suddenly put a hand to his chest and said, "I'll go." The old master stared at him in disbelief. "You?" He looked too weak to throw a proper punch, but the man went on. There were too many strange parts to this case, and someone had to uncover the truth. With no better option, the old master agreed. Then go. Just don't drag innocent people into it. If needed, force junior brother Mudong to submit. We have to learn why Mudong fell to his inner demons. He bowed deeply. I understand. I won't fail you. The old man looked over the bodies and let out a long sigh. How did it come to this junior brother, Mushao? The fate of the Qingqing sect is in your hands now. Elsewhere, angry voices rose. Can you believe this? We have to stay in this dump for 5 whole days. There isn't any other choice. We can't sleep out on the street. All the shops are shut and the inns are charging double. Because of the Chongqing and Mi sects, all of Chengdu is panicking. Keep it down. What if someone hears? Piao Wu sat in his inn room flipping through a book. One name caught his eye, Black Cloud Corps leader Zhang Mu. Zhang. It also listed people worth watching, a Taoist and the Blood Monk. The lower 5 gates had terrifying skill at gathering information. They had records on every faction and detailed files on people all across Sichuan. He decided to remember it. It would be useful. Then he looked toward the distance where fire was lighting up the sky. A lot of people are probably dying there right now. Slow, painful deaths. Still, I don't regret what I've done. Any guilt I had disappeared back in that cellar. Back then, the only thing that mattered was surviving. It's too late for anything to return to the way it was. Once you step onto this road, there's no turning back. I know I'm living like a bloodthirsty Asura now, but I still won't stop. At that same time, old hag Grand Mistress Juhua was racing down the mountain like she had lost her mind. If Grand Mistress Juhua slowed down for even a moment, her disciples could be wiped out. Xiaowang was hurrying there too. He raced over like he was out of his mind. He had already decided not to stop. Even if he dropped from exhaustion or collapsed on the road, he would keep crawling until the very end. He knew his fate might end in those flames where so many had already died. All around, people shouted for help. Anyone unhurt was told to come assist. They had run out of medicine and didn't even know if anyone could still be saved. Then Tang Soran calmed them down. More herbs would arrive by noon, so they should stop worrying about supplies and focus on the wounded. Zhang Mu Rai and his men were impressed. Even cornered like this, she still kept materials coming. What surprised them more was that someone this capable wasn't better known. People said she was Emmy's most gifted disciple in 100 years. Maybe she had just been hiding it. Now she was finally showing what she could do, placing everyone where they were needed most. Her control of the situation was incredible. If she became sect leader, Ame might rise back to the top. Then a sudden chill swept through the room, making everyone tense up. Taoist Ji warned them that someone was coming, and the aura made it clear, a top master had arrived. The doors flew open and in stepped the old woman, Grand Mistress Juhua, blazing with anger. The pressure from her fury terrified everyone. It was Aime's sect leader herself, and the crowd quickly dropped to their knees. They bowed and welcomed the sect leader. Jangmu Ryong thought, I can't believe she came in person. This is worse than I thought. Tang So-ran also bowed with clasped hands. Disciple greets master. The old woman fixed her with a burning stare. Then Shui hurried over with a bright smile and greeted her too. But the old woman's face only turned darker as she looked at the girl in silence. That smile vanished right away and her face went pale. The old woman's eyes flashed red. She ordered everyone inside and the crowd followed. Only Zhang Mu Rying's group stayed where they were. But then the old woman stopped, turned slightly, and coldly ordered them to come in too. Taoist Ji let out a tired sigh. Now they were dragged into it as well, and there was no way out. As the two bickered over who should enter first, one of them grumbled about always being shoved to the front, but the other pointed out this wasn't the time to joke. Still, he joked that everyone wants to live a little longer. He planned to live long enough to lead the Black Cloud Corps to greatness. Inside, Tang So-ran began her report, handing over the information her disciples had gathered. Grand Mistress Juhua repeated one name under her breath, Piao Wall. Then she sharply turned her head and called for Sioha, asking if she had anything she wanted to say. The girl jumped in shock and stammered out a reply. Grand Mistress Juhua asked her directly what kind of relationship she had with Peshawal. Caught off guard, the girl rushed to deny everything, insisting she had nothing to do with him. That only made the old woman angrier. She grabbed the girl by the chin and demanded the truth one last time, forcing her to look straight at her. She said she hated being lied to and asked why the girl had flinched at PLW-80's name. Terrified, the girl looked ready to cry. This time she didn't dare lie. Panicking, she begged for forgiveness and admitted she never thought things would go this far. She had only meant to use him, not cause all this. Then she insisted she could still fix everything, just give her a little more time. He trusted her completely, so she was sure she could lure him in. The old woman, disgusted, cut her off and said she had never looked uglier. The girl was left speechless, shaking and crying as she called out to the sect leader. Grand Mistress Zhu Hua mocked her, saying no one had told her to kill the young master of the Thunder Sound Gate. She should have just lived quietly and safely. The girl thought she had been spared, so she quickly smiled and promised to live exactly that way from now on. Tang So-ran had watched the whole exchange, and maybe she alone understood that the old woman wasn't in her right mind. She screamed for Sioha, but it was already too late. In the next instant, Grand Mistress Zhu Hua killed the girl where she stood. Everyone there was horrified. The blow came so fast and so clean that no one could react. After killing her own disciple without hesitation, she coldly added that this was not something the girl got to decide. Tian Su-ran snapped, releasing her own killing intent. She stood against the old woman and shouted that it had gone too far. Sioha hadn't meant for this to happen. And even if she was wrong, it wasn't a crime that deserved death. Zhangmu Ryong's group was stunned by the force she gave off. Miss Dong had reached this level already. Grand Mistress Zhu Hua didn't get angry at all. She only smiled, pleased that Tang So-ran had finally shown the results of her training. Then she reminded her that once a crime is committed, the price must be paid. There were no exceptions. She said Tang So-ran would understand one day if she ever stood in the same position, then told her to stop acting like a child and leave. Before going, she waved a hand at the corpse and told them to clean up that eyesore. The 100-flower pavilion had once been part of their sect, so she claimed every right to take it back. Tun So-ran was furious but powerless. In the end, she could only leave in anger. Zhang Mu-rai had known from the start that Grand Mistress Chu Hua meant to kill Gus and seize the 100-flower pavilion. Just as expected, a master feared across Sadawa was not someone easy to face. While he was thinking that, she turned to him and called out clan leader Zhang, saying he should leave as well. Both men stiffened. The old woman stared at them with icy eyes and made her demand clear. The Black Cloud Corps should hunt them down as soon as possible. That night, the two men took the poor woman's body away, wrapped tight in white cloth. They dumped it on the ground and said to leave it there so wolves or other beasts could handle the rest. Then they turned and left at once. As they headed off, heavy rain began to fall. A figure appeared and gently pulled back the white cloth, revealing her face. It was Bai, staring down at her without emotion. They had once shared a bed, and she had helped set his revenge in motion. So he at least stacked some large stones to make her a grave and sat beside it for a while. He said he wouldn't apologize. Their bond had only ever been one of mutual use. Even so, he promised to avenge her against the people who had treated her this way. He was a man who kept his word. There's a word called chemchak, used for the deepest pain in the world, the grief of a parent who has lost a child. Elsewhere, in the quiet countryside, a group arrived at a house and knocked. An old man opened the door. Mo Xiao greeted him with a warm smile and asked if he had been well. The steward recognized him at once and welcomed him. Wondering what brought Master Mu so early, Mu Xiao asked if his senior brother was inside. The steward said yes, and Mu Xiao asked him to announce his visit, explaining that even though his senior brother was still grieving, the Qingqing sect was in serious danger and needed his help. The old man quickly agreed. He told Mu Xiao to wait a moment, and Mu Xiao stood outside, lost in thought. After Gu Ganzong was murdered, his senior brother had slowly lost all spirit. Even the house had fallen into ruin, just like the man himself. He waited a long time before someone finally came out. It was the old man Gu Jinpiaoyu. He looked much older, but still greeted his junior brother with a smile. They exchanged polite words, and Gu Jinpiaoyu invited him in after apologizing for the wait. Inside, he asked how this could be possible. The killer of the young master of the Thunder Sound Gate had used the 72 breaker sword style. Mu Xiao admitted he couldn't understand it either. He said the matter was hard to explain. Gu Jinpiaoyu immediately understood why Mu Xiao had come. He said this was just like the people who killed Ganzong. Mu Xiao carefully asked what he would do if it really was the same person from 7 years ago. Gu Jinpiaoyu's face darkened. He told his junior brother that he already knew the answer. What else could a father who lost his son do? Of course, he would take revenge. As he said it, the killing intent he had buried for 7 years finally burst out. His grief had become a blazing hunger for revenge. Meanwhile, Piao Wall was drawing more and more attention. He was training when he heard something and stopped, turning toward the sound as a familiar voice called out, "Hello, handsome. Long time no see. You look even better than before." It was Xu Jianyu waving excitedly. She said she had been wondering where he was, only to find him right there near the 100-flower pavilion. His face turned cold as he asked what they wanted. With so many of them here, he knew it wasn't just a friendly visit. Gu Yong and the man beside him didn't bother hiding their purpose. They made it clear he was no ordinary man, but a cold-blooded killer, Amitba. Only Xu Jianyu kept smiling. She told him this was their last offer. Join the Black Cloud Corps. Piao Yul asked why he would join any group when his only path was revenge, then asked what would happen if he refused. Zhu Jiangpia's smile disappeared. If he said no, she told him they would follow orders, and those orders were to kill him. The other two moved in and boxed him in. One monk warned that if he wanted to live, he should take Jampia's offer. I just played dumb and asked, "Who exactly did you come here to kill?" "Me? Why would anyone order that?" he asked. Gu Yong stopped hiding it. They knew who he was and what he'd done. He accused Bays of killing someone from the MA sect. They said once their group got stronger, they wouldn't need to fear MA anyway, so joining them would be smarter. Then they admitted the client was the MA sect, just like he'd guessed. He mocked them for being so ready to betray a client and asked if Ronin trust meant nothing. The man laughed and said nobody in Chengdu cared about that. Still, he tried one last time to talk him over. He said he liked him and didn't want to fight, so he should join the Black Cloud Corps, but that was never going to work. Nothing would change his mind. He flatly refused and said trust mattered more than anything to him. That line caught Janu off guard. She jumped on that word right away. If trust mattered so much, then was he doing this because he took someone's request? She demanded to know who it was. He stayed calm on the outside, but inside he was drowning in grief. He wished they could feel the crushing hatred tearing through him. Then he thought of Lin, her dead face, and the promise he made to her. Jianwu seemed to figure it out. Through clenched teeth, she asked if it was a woman. Gu Young tilted his head and teased him, saying he was more emotional than he looked. Jianwu kept pushing, demanding to know what kind of woman she was and telling him to speak. She finally snapped and lunged at him without warning, crazed with jealousy. Her strike missed, but didn't flinch. Instead, shattered roof tiles blasted back at her. She threw up her arms to protect herself, and the other two rushed to check on her. When they called out to Janu, she said she was fine and brushed it off as a cheap trick. But once the dust cleared, he was gone. Then Hyo Muriang spoke up, saying all that talking had been pointless. With a chuckle, he pointed to a nearby roof and said they could still see him clearly. Now he was furious. With burning eyes, he ordered his men to kill him at once, and assassins flooded in behind them. But our hero wasn't waiting around. Glowing threads suddenly wrapped around him in a tight web. He gave a light snap of his fingers and blood poured from above as the threads shredded the men charging in. Heaven looked at them with open sarcasm and asked if they really needed that many people just to catch him. Hyo Muriang clearly meant business. He answered that he had no plan to let him escape, and he proved it. The number of men he brought was overwhelming. Pyeol only shrugged and warned them that they'd regret stepping into his fight. Elsewhere in the city, several men heard a huge crash when something smashed through a roof. They looked around wondering what that noise was. Someone guessed a fight had broken out nearby. Then they spotted Pyeol in a black cloak racing past with a crowd chasing him. None of them recognized him. While they stood there staring, he suddenly came straight at them, and they jumped back in panic. That was the price for watching a clash way above their level. He dropped one man with a single punch to the head. The old man hit the ground unconscious. People quickly gathered, shouting that someone had been killed. One frightened man still stepped up and demanded to know who he was and how he could murder someone in broad daylight. Pyeol didn't answer. With one small motion, that man died too. The rest could only stare in horror, drenched in sweat. Panic spread through the crowd around Pyeol. Hyo Muriang's group arrived just in time to see him kill a civilian and froze. John Jong immediately said this had gone too far and they had to stop him. By then, the townspeople had surrounded all of them, yelling and asking why they were killing innocent people. John Yu finally realized something was very wrong. Gu Yang saw the crowd staring at them and cursed. They thought his group was with Pyeol. The moment Pyeol attacked a bystander, he knew something was off. This had been the plan all along. Pyeol had set them up to clash with the mob. Without another word, he threw down a smoke bomb and disappeared. The crowd had no idea what had happened and just shouted, asking where he went. Since they couldn't catch him, they turned on the others instead, saying they had to be in the same gang and would give him up if captured. Janu's group panicked and tried to deny it, but they knew they were in trouble. Then the bald man stepped forward in silence. They warned the blood monk that they couldn't get trapped here. They had to leave now, so the other two ran and left the bald man behind to deal with the crowd. He told them to go and make sure they got out safely. It was an order. The bald monk just grinned. He said that if Lady Janu gave an order, he had to follow it. Then he turned to the crowd and asked, "Shall we begin?" The mob rushed him red-eyed with rage. He faced them calmly and said they should clear up this little misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the Ma and Ching Chung sects were already locked in a savage battle, both sides screaming for the other to die. The fighters pushed forward as flames spread. Hao Merjimyang watched in shock while the fire swallowed more and more of the capital. All of this chaos had been caused by a single assassin. The three finally caught up to him and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Fires burned everywhere with corpses piled around them, but Pyeol looked pleased. He said everyone was finally moving, even the ones who had been hiding. This wasn't how he first pictured it, but that only made the result better. He smiled and called the battlefield glorious. The most reckless of them, Jean, who charged in first, cursing him. Just like before, she attacked without thinking. And just like before, she couldn't touch him. Goyang jumped in to help, but even together, they couldn't corner him. Then the old man drew his sword and declared it would end here. He launched a flaming slash at Pyeol, but Pyeol instantly leaped onto the threads he had set up earlier. The sword cut only the threads, never reaching him. Goyang looked up in shock. All this time, Pyeol had only been dodging. Now he was finally attacking. No matter how hard Goyang struck, he couldn't break through the threads. Then he noticed the path of the daggers. By the time he realized the danger, Pyeol's blades were already tearing at him without pause. Their attacks crashed together and real fear hit him. He knew he could die at any second. A moment later, one of his arms was cut clean off. The pain drove him screaming to his knees. Zhang Wu rushed over, crying out for Gu. But while her focus was on him, she missed the swarm of daggers appearing behind her. In the next instant, they stabbed into her back without mercy. She couldn't believe it was this fast. The daggers moved nothing like before, too wild to read. She could barely defend herself, but still turned toward Guyong and screamed desperately. No. But Pai Wall was already right in front of Guyong, looking down through the glowing threads around him.
Humor yang shouted in desperation.
He yelled for him to stop. Knowing he was almost out of time, he threw a knife, his only chance to save Guyong. The blade ripped through the air, heading straight for Pai Wall's face. Pai Wall saw it clearly, but instead of dodging, he reached out, grabbed Guyong by the throat, lifted him up, and used him as a shield against the incoming blade. That was the end. Pai Wall made it clear this was the price of trying to kill him. The other two turned pale. Not only had they failed to save their ally, Haewo Muyong's own weapon pierced Guyong and killed him on the spot. Jiamhu broke down, wailing in despair. As she cried out for Guyong, Pai Wall vanished in a flash. She clutched his body and begged him to wake up, sobbing that he couldn't die. Even on the edge of death, he tried to act tough, mumbling that he wasn't going to die. Her face went pale as she held him and cried. Looking up, she told the others to leave her and chase that brat. Hatred completely took over. She demanded they catch him and tear him apart, whom Muryong was just as furious. He immediately took off after Pai Wall that left only the two of them behind. They stayed there weeping over Guyong's body. High above, Abbess Juhua and Tang Soren watched the burning scene below. They could hardly believe the hell in front of them. Tang Soren reported that they had 1 hour to find allies and stop the chaos. The Grandmaster agreed the situation was worse than expected. Then the Grandmaster gathered her inner energy. She gave the order to move into the Fire Dragon clan, and everyone followed at once. The assassins moved together as one force. At the other clan's gate, the guards stared in horror and warned their leader that the MA sect had arrived. When they realized the Grandmaster herself was leading them, the old man broke into a sweat. Fear spread fast. If this kept up, they'd be in real trouble. Before anyone could react, the Grandmaster burst through the gate. She stepped inside, and the old man's legs nearly gave out. Grand Mistress, Juhua frowned. The nerve of you clan leader Bo, calling me that. He didn't waste time. He told her to pull back her forces because this was a private conflict between the Fire Dragon clan and the Fan Kongmin clan, and the Mei sect had no place in it. The old woman gave a cold snort. Everyone already knew how bad things were between Mei and Changcheng, so hearing clan leader Bo still talk like that only annoyed her more. He tried to argue, but she moved first and rushed him. They clashed at once, trading blows without either side giving way. The old man strained with everything he had, cursing her in his head. He expected a fight, but not one this fierce. Her martial arts were terrifying. He lasted only 3 seconds before getting blasted away. Her strike came down like lightning. The old man flew back, coughing up blood. Seeing he was still alive, she lunged again, ready to finish it. This move should have killed him on the spot, but somehow his end hadn't come yet. Tian Song of the Tianqin sect arrived just in time. She stopped and glared at him. You want to fight? Her eyes narrowed. It had been a long time. She still remembered his name, Mu Win. Killing intent poured off him as he stared back at Yuha. What a pleasure. The two faced each other, every word filled with murder. She answered that she wasn't pleased at all. He said he had waited 7 long years for this moment. That brought his anger back. 7 years ago, if his senior brother hadn't refused the plan to wipe out the MA sect, they would have met much sooner. Zhu Hua felt something strange. His aura was different. He claimed he had reached a new kind of enlightenment, something miraculous he had never felt before. She only mocked him. Zhu Hua taunted him, saying maybe even they still couldn't grasp how deep Qingqing's martial arts really went. She added that she knew their techniques well, yet never expected them to carry such dark energy. Qing Song frowned and warned her not to judge others by her own standards. In his eyes, Qing Song stood far above MA. They kept digging at each other's pride. Yuha pointed out that for all his power, he'd still been toyed with by one young assassin. Qing Song hadn't heard about Wall's return, so he stared at her in confusion. What assassin? She told him the truth. The assassin he dealt with in that region back then was still alive. Then she asked the question that mattered most. Had he ever confirmed the body? Back then, he was so sure the boy had died that he never went back to check. Now he could only stare, speechless. Yuha smiled wider, already knowing the answer. His face darkened as he asked again if it was really true that Wall was alive. Yuha had already looked into everything. She said he killed the young master of the Core Yun sect and caused this whole disaster. He also killed their Dinghua along with Chingsong's Chayun, Rio. That truth hit the old man hard. They had all been played by one assassin. Their standoff turned into a brief truce. Juha said they should settle their grudge after they captured him since the situation was already messy enough, but the old man refused right away. He had bigger plans than she thought. The one behind all this was standing right in front of him, and he had no intention of wasting that chance. Drawing his sword, he declared that the 7 swords of Chingsong would help the Fire Dragon clan drive out the Ma sect. The Chingsong disciples rose with him, ready to fight. Seeing talk was useless. The old woman's tone turned cold. Just what I expected from Chingsong's Taoists. You won't accept a drink unless it's forced on you. Chingsong cursed back, calling for her to pay for her sins, old crow of Ma. They faced each other with pure hatred in their eyes. Not far away, Walt was still being chased by Kong Mujang, then a bright red light caught the protagonist's eye. He stopped and stared at it. His eyes widened. Things were moving just the way he wanted. A small smile crossed his face. So you finally arrived. But he only watched for a moment before running again. The riders were still close behind him. They only got this chance because he had paused. Kong Mujang knew that even with horses, they normally couldn't catch him. He could hardly believe it. Was Wall using internal energy to boost his movement? A cruel look flashed in his eyes. Tricks didn't matter. He swore he would catch him. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. MC had killed Taoist Go, a man he respected like a master. His rage kept growing until he let out a roar and gave the order. At once, the whole group threw their spears at Wall. Then, for what felt like the 1000th time, he did something none of them understood. He spun around and charged straight at them. They shouted in shock as he ran right toward the spears. Even Kong Mujang couldn't make sense of it. Why would someone fleeing rush straight into danger? But when the protagonist closed in, the spear struck only empty air. He had vanished again. The men looked around in panic, wondering where he went. One of them turned and found Wool behind the whole group. A few quick leaps, then razor-thin wires flashed out and took their heads before anyone could react. No one even knew how to defend against it. Heads fell everywhere, and Kong Mujang escaped by a hair. When he looked at MC, he caught a brief image of a giant white snake with red eyes, there 1 second and gone the next. Then another explosion boomed in the distance with fire raging again. Bodies were everywhere, but plenty were still alive. They circled Wall on horseback, blocking every way out. Zhang Majian clenched his teeth. You'll die by my hand. He stayed calm and asked with real confusion. I don't get it. Don't you all live the same way? Is this what the martial world is? He called out both the Chongqing sect and the Ma sect as killers who survive by murdering others, asking how they were any different from him. For the sake of their names, how many people had they killed? Then he turned to the wandering mercenaries. To keep a force this big going, they'd probably killed 10 times more. As soon as he finished, his kicks flashed out and the last men lost their heads and dropped dead. He said this whole mess was just the result of their own greed. There was nothing to say back. The man could only spit out, "You're insane." No one was left standing around Wool. One man noticed the protagonist's short sword shining even brighter than before and wondered if he was pouring inner energy into them. This assassin kept revealing more of his weapon, and no one understood why. Then he felt a strong burst of energy behind him and quickly turned. One of those forces belonged to Abbess Zhuhua, but there was another, even stronger one. Wall had always acted alone, so who could it be? It was Ching Song, rushing in with a thunderous roar. You think you can run? Zhuhua laughed even while moving fast. Run? Is that what you think? Then go ahead. Tear this whole city apart. Only a few Chongtang factions were in the city, while her Imai sect was safe up in the mountain, so she had nothing to fear. The two masters suddenly stopped and looked toward MC. Something about his stance stood out immediately. Tang So Ran arrived at the same time and stared at him. You are. Several others rushed closer. An acquaintance recognized him, and the group finally understood this was the assassin. Aolan even said his name out loud. Wall. Chung Song gasped. An assassin? Him? He looked closer at that cold, defiant face and recognized him at once. His expression twisted with rage. Just as he feared, he was still alive. He didn't wait another second and charged. Like an arrow cutting through the wind, he roared and lunged straight at Wall. Zhang Muriang was shaken by the sight and forgot his own grudges for a moment. But the protagonist only stood there with a faint smile, waiting. Everyone he wanted to destroy had gathered in one place. The whole pack was finally here. Then MC turned and ran. The group chased after him at once. Juhua was about to follow too, especially with Ching Song roaring as he prepared to keep pursuing. Ting So Ran quickly warned them to stop, saying they'd fall right into Wall's trap if they kept this up. But Juhua was furious. She snapped at him to be quiet and shut his mouth. The truth was she wanted to drive the old man toward his death. Even if she hid it, she could already tell he had gained some new power, some top-level martial art. For a moment he had even pushed her back. If not for the assassin showing up, they probably would have kept fighting. Then she could have lost not just her life, but her pride too. And now, in no time at all, she was stuck trailing him like a bug. The old woman was furious. This was her chance to make a move. First, she had to kill the assassin, then settle things with Mudon. Right then, arrows suddenly poured down from all sides. A huge number of people were struck and dropped dead. The weaker fighters had no way to avoid them all. Just like Tang So Ran warned, they had run straight into a trap. It's a trap. The men with Zhang Mortyang looked around in panic, wondering where they had been led. This clearly wasn't just some random ruin. A tall city wall stood before them. The abbess Juhua looked up and realized he had drawn them to the Tang clan stronghold. Chansong cursed in anger. How dare he drag them into a cursed place like this? Then he shouted for him to come out. And, of course, Piao Wall showed himself above them. Seeing him, there was one thing. Reaching him was another. The old man stared up, grinding his teeth in rage. Even the old hag, Ibez Juhua, snapped and yelled, asking what he was trying to do. His answer was simple. He was going to kill every last one of them. His eyes flared bright, and he told them to watch. This was his will. As soon as he said it, a giant white snake appeared around him. At that moment, an assassin with a big blade rushed in from a rooftop, aiming for Pio Wu's throat. But before he could strike, a wave of throwing darts shot toward him. The attacker had real skill and knocked them away with his blade. For a moment, he thought he had handled it perfectly and smirked, then suddenly realized he couldn't move. Frozen in place, he was helpless as the darts pierced his body. His corpse hung there, and everyone watching went pale. With only a few steps, he could move through the air like that. This was the Tang clan stronghold after all. Our hero had prepared everything. No one knew what hidden weapons or poisons were waiting here. The whole group froze in fear. Why here? Why did they have to chase him into a place like this? Taiwal had already scared them without lifting a finger. The weaker ones backed off like they'd seen a ghost. Anywhere else would have been better than the Tang clan's stronghold. Realizing things were going badly, Tang So Ran shouted, "Wait!" But a volley of arrows killed her before she could finish. Others were struck down the same way as arrows kept falling. There was no way to avoid them. Panic spread even faster. Dodge! Sealand tried to steady everyone, warning them not to move wildly here, but fear had already taken over. No one listened. They just ran, screaming for help. Those who escaped the arrows breathed in poison smoke instead and grabbed at their throats. "It's poison. Help me." One after another, they died in agony. Then white snakes began swarming across the ground. Snakes. That bastard can summon snakes. The crowd broke apart in total chaos. Abbess Juhua could only stand there, her face dark with rage. She glared up at him, wanting to rip him apart, and screamed for him to come down so she could tear out his throat herself. The two faced each other, their eyes locked. Piawal showed no fear at all. If anything, he looked thrilled. He warned her to wait. His final strike was meant for her. All around them was complete ruin. The old man Shansong was nearly driven mad. Rage blazed in his eyes. Lightning like force burst out, tearing through the air around him. Through clenched teeth, he cursed. You're the one who crippled my Ching Chong sect. You'll repay it with your life. Old and new grudges. He wanted me to answer for all of it right now, but I wasn't afraid. I met his stare and fired back. My life, didn't I already pay that price 7 years ago? He had no answer, so I kept pushing him. In this rotten world, nothing costs more than what I've already lost. After living in the dark for all these years, I'm the one collecting now. A debt is a debt. Then I rushed into the fight. Why hold back? Veins swelled on the old man's forehead as his face turned dark. He gritted out, "Hoof, big words. He tightened his hold on his sword, but I had more than words. In one instant, I was charging forward, and in the next, I was dropping on him from above. The two of them crashed together in a fierce clash. Neither side gave an inch. Even Shong Song had to admit Po Wol had changed completely, except for those same eyes. With red eyes and a smile, he told the old man, "You've changed too, except for that look. You still regret not killing me before. This time I won't make it easy." Then the old man unleashed a storm of blows with the Azure Cloud Galaxy Sword. Po Wol answered with his white snake technique. He moved through the air like he was gliding, slipping past every attack. Their weapons slammed together again and again, sparks bursting out. It had likely been years since the old man had met someone this strong. He even admitted Pow. He no longer felt like an assassin. But inside he was shaken. Had 7 years really been enough for his martial arts to rise to the level of Sichuan's top masters? Still, he couldn't hide his excitement. It had been ages since battle stirred him like this. What exactly had Po Wol gone through in those 7 dark years? Then the old man's heart suddenly jolted and his eyes widened. For some reason, he saw someone else's shadow in the protagonist. At once, old hatred, pain, and regret came rushing back. If he failed to take revenge today, he felt he had no right to live. It was time to use everything he had. The old man raised his huge blade and challenged him directly. "Try dodging this." His whole body shot forward. Po, though, was ready for anything. His eyes flared red, and his pupils narrowed like a snake's. Their fight grew so fast that no one watching could follow it. The old man felt sure of one thing. No one could take the 13th style of the Azure Cloud and stay whole. Po should have been torn apart, but that didn't happen. POMC stood there like a god, and worse, he had stopped the old man's sword with only 2 fingers. The old man froze, his mouth hanging open. What he saw as a divine strike meant nothing to him. The massive sword he took such pride in shattered apart. The protagonist laughed, stared him straight in the eyes, and used the secret art of the hungry ghost prison, break. In an instant, the sword burst into countless pieces. Cha Young Song staggered back, unable to speak. His master's sword, passed down for generations, had survived endless battles without even a scratch. Even his ancestors rising from the dead would have been less shocking. "How could you?" Before he finished, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Even the protagonist was surprised. He hadn't done that. He hadn't even touched the old man. It wasn't him at all. The one who had stabbed the old man was the treacherous old crone from the Imai sect. That strike was brutal. The old man fell on the spot. In disbelief, he turned to the old woman, Grand Mistress Zhu Hua. Po Wol had already expected something like this. He could smell a dirty trick from far away. After landing the fatal blow, she said, "You've done enough, Master Madong. Leave this one to me." But the old man forced himself back up, glaring and cursing her for stabbing him in the back. How shameless could she be? And yet she didn't care. A sneak attack? So what? In this world, only victory matters. Blame yourself for failing to stop it. Chung Song turned red with fury and spat out a curse. So the Grandmaster of May feels no shame at all? He was right. Even her own disciple, Shaolan, stared in shock. She had never imagined the head of her sect could be this vile. But the old woman didn't care. She pointed upward and boasted that all anyone would remember was May's great victory, and its rise over Sichuan. Everything else could be taken to the next world. Rage burned in the old man's eyes. Forget killing Pai Yua. Now he only wanted that cursed old woman dead, but his body had no strength left. He could only speak. "Ime will be destroyed because of you." The old hag let him rant, then coldly asked if he was done with his last words. He should worry about Qingshang sect instead, because from now on Ime would stand forever. A huge aura burst from her as she rose into the air to finish him. "Without a pillar like you, Master Mudong, Qingshang will collapse." Qing Song was beaten down, flat on the ground, and unable to move. His disciples screamed in terror, barely holding themselves together. "Master, damn it, how can this happen?" After dealing with the old man, Grand Mistress Zhu Hua turned at once to Pai Yua, her eyes full of disgust. She looked ready to rush over and devour him on the spot. "Before we fight, I want to say something. I'm actually a little thankful to you. You shook my sect to its core, but you also gave us a chance that comes once in 100 years. Chance." As she said that, she pulled her sword from the ground. "I'll make you suffer so badly you won't forget it even after death." Facing the mad old woman, Pai Yuwu didn't flinch. He only smiled and mocked her. If not for her greed, he could have kept wandering the world in peace. He wanted that quiet life to go on. Instead, her ambition turned him into a ruthless killer. He told her to look closely at him. This monster was her doing. She had nothing to say back, so she only lifted her weapon to stop him. His eyes burned red as he taunted her, asking how much stronger he'd become. Then they rushed each other, trading blows at lightning speed with neither side giving in. Even after a long clash, they were still deadlocked, though Pai Yuwu was fighting her weapon with his bare hands. Still, he had the edge. One punch smashed the ground and threw up a huge cloud of dust. Xiaolan could only stare through the haze, drenched in sweat, wondering what was happening. Master. But the old hag was still standing. She looked almost impossible to put down, and even smirked as she told him that wasn't enough. Then she rushed him again, and this time their clash exploded even harder than before. He stood untouched in the flames, his hands moving as shining threads began to obey him. They shot out at once toward the old woman. Even worse, he could attack without moving from where he stood. It was the first time Great Master Zhu Hua had been pushed this far, and it was already too much. By the time she sensed the danger, she was too late. She poured out all her internal energy just to barely dodge, then forced out a stiff smile and asked if that was all. He hadn't even used a second strike. Without smiling, he simply told her to look closer. Her face went blank, and she glanced down, confused and panicked. At some point, his threads had spread into a giant trap beneath her feet. He yanked them, threw off her balance, and pulled her into the air, but he wasn't done. Pai Yuwu still had his trademark move, heart speed mixed with black lightning. At her level, she had no real way to stop it. Heart speed sharpened his thoughts while black lightning boosted his body. His whole form blurred into shadow, then appeared right in front of her. Startled, the hag blurted out, "You thought I couldn't see you?" Only he knew his speed had reached nearly the speed of sound. Great Master Zhihua was beaten senseless, coughing up blood. She crashed to the ground, glaring at him in pure rage, but she couldn't do a thing. Her disciple ran over as fast as she could. "Master," she cried, stunned by what she saw. What did he do? Why couldn't she even follow his attack? She was shaken and helpless, unable to understand it, and this was only his first move. If so, then Mo Xiao had actually gotten off easy. She couldn't understand how a monster like this could exist. If this went on, she'd end up just like Master Mu. Now that the old woman was badly hurt, there was little left she could do except yell for her disciples. Black Cloud Guildmaster, deal with him. Even while half dead, she was still barking orders. The two disciples froze in fear. It was shameful not to fight, but even scarier to step in. In the end, they gave up thinking and charged anyway. Pai Yuwu looked at them with disgust. He mocked the old woman for trying to buy her life with theirs, then decided not to waste this chance. If he waited, they'd strike first, so he moved before they could. He only targeted one of them. Xiaolan stayed frozen in place. That fool at least had some skill with his weapon, but not much sense. If even his masters couldn't win, why would he provoke Pai Yuwu? The man cursed him as a fool and sneered, but the instant he opened his mouth, he was finished. Fast and clean, only Xiaolan remained. Pai Yuwu rushed in to end it. She threw out a technique and shouted for him to stop, screaming it again, too scared to keep fighting. He didn't even react. His face stayed cold as he kept charging, but the one he wanted wasn't her. It was the old hag. Xiaolan was completely ignored. She didn't know whether to feel relieved or insulted. He didn't even bother to answer her attack and went right past, unable to understand it. She turned to look. How was this possible? He was already standing before Great Master Zhu Hua. His face looked like death itself, and the old woman had no power left to flee or fight. Grinding her teeth, she snapped, asking if her disciple would really just watch her master die. Xiaolan begged him to stop, but one plea was never going to save the old woman. After a crushing blow, Great Master Zhu Hua didn't die right away. In her last moments, she saw black snakes wrapped around her, and the biggest one, a white snake with glowing red eyes, was ready to strike. Since she couldn't resist, she just stood there and cursed him. She screamed that without him, all of Sichuan would already be hers, then died right after saying it. One clean slash took off her head. Pai Yu was left speechless. Was that really her final sentence? After more than 10 years, he finally felt some peace. Now she was truly out of his life. That one was finally finished. Only the old man remained, and he was already close to death. Since Pai Yu Wu still hadn't touched him, the other disciples stopped fighting. Staring at the old woman's corpse, they couldn't believe it. How could this happen? Great Master Zhu Hua had fallen so quickly. Was he even human? He didn't even look that old. The people around Pai Yuwu started whispering that he really was the Grim Reaper. Hearing it annoyed him, and he shot them a sharp look. No one could believe it. How were they ever supposed to capture him? Not one of them dared challenge him now. Some shook so badly with fear they couldn't even move. In the end, they broke and fled in every direction, too scared to stay. Since they hadn't attacked him, he let them go. Tang Xiaolan stood there, thinking they'd all been wrong. They were completely outmatched. Their contempt had given an assassin like him the perfect opening. He'd already killed the Qingqing leaders, and now Sichuan was nearly his. She had no idea what to do. Closing her eyes, she tried to steady herself. What would happen to the MASEC now? At the very least, Master had. Then Pai Yuwu turned, and their eyes met. This woman had also played a big part in ruining his life. Before anyone else could act, the old geezer moved again, his body turning blood red. Even injured that badly, he was still stubborn. He forced out every last bit of strength, muscles swelling as he roared. The disciples had no clue what he was trying to do. Perfected Master Mudong? One of them ran over in panic, asking if he was all right. The old man said nothing. He grabbed his sword and marched straight at Pai Yuwu. That savage aura made everyone realize it was demonic energy. There was no doubt left. Had a Qingqing elder really learned demonic arts? Pai Wu saw it too as he dodged the attack. The old man's style had changed. Reckless, desperate, and strangely familiar. For a moment, it reminded him of himself. Even so, Pai Yuwu handled him without much trouble. The disciples tried to stop their master, but he wouldn't listen. He charged like a mad bull, slashing wildly. He was faster than before and left almost no openings. Was it because he'd fully adapted to those demonic arts? Something was clearly wrong. The man wasn't in his right mind. Had that energy already taken over his mind? If the old man wanted to fight with demonic energy, then Pai Yuwu would answer the same way. He punched, and golden threads flew out, wrapping around the old geezer. The man roared in pain and cursed him. Even at death's door, he still struggled pointlessly. In the end, it only made his death worse. His body was cut into several pieces and fell to the ground dead. He had brought it on himself. The disciples rushed over, crying out for senior brother Mudong. Then one terrified man stepped in front of Pai Yuwu anyway, too scared to truly challenge him. Seeing the old man still twitching, they hurried to lift him. Senior brother Mudong. He was already on his deathbed, barely opening his eyes to look at his junior brother. Even then, the question came, how did he know demonic arts? I truly don't know. He trembled with grief and anger. After those final words, he still tried to speak, but then he too shut his eyes and died. Everyone watched in silence. Senior brother, what a fool you were. Had he done all this to restore Qingqing's lost honor? Master Wudong of Qingqing had learned demonic arts, while Abbess Zhu Hua of Mi had stabbed Qingqing in the back. And in the end, they still failed to bring down that assassin. Everyone there understood that much. From that day on, Sichuan's balance of power was bound to change because of this man. Pio Wall stood there like the one who had rewritten it all. The battlefield was left in ruins, and not a single person dared step up and challenge him. Then Tang Su Ran walked over to Pio, the protagonist. She came with real respect, bowed her head, and spoke carefully. If great hero Pio allows it, M. wishes to take our sect leader's body back to Mount M. She understood the situation, but others did not. 1M. Disciple suddenly shouted that it was impossible. They couldn't bargain with the man who killed their sect leader. That outburst clearly annoyed her. She turned and shot them a killing glare, and the whole group went quiet. Tang Su Ran knew revenge no longer mattered. Right now, staying alive came first. Go Wao looked at them coldly. Was he going to let them live? He still hadn't decided. The elder from Qingqing let out a helpless sigh. Like the Shaolin monks, he clasped his hands and bowed. Qingqing also wishes to take our senior brother's body and leave. Everyone could only stare. The people leading Yaimi and Chongqing were lowering their heads at the same time. If this fight kept going, both sects would be crippled for a long time. The question was simple. Would the assassin accept? Pio Wall wasn't naive. He gave his warning first. If they left and later came back for revenge, they would face the consequences. The killing intent in his voice made that crystal clear. No one dared argue after that. Tian So-ran swore Aimee would not seek revenge against great hero Piu. The Qingqing elder also promised they wanted no more bloodshed and wished to end the feud here, but Piu didn't buy words so easily. Anyone can make promises. Why should I trust you? Tian So-ran answered at once. She said she would earn that trust through her actions. The old man followed up, insisting Qingchang would never go back on its word. Poem C studied them in silence. Then he finally relented. Letting people live was still a kind of mercy. And with that, the revenge he had carried since childhood was at last complete. After that day, Sichuan fell into a quiet lull. Yaimee and Qingchang both stopped fighting for power, and the other sects shut their gates too, choosing to recover instead of struggle on. Many had taken heavy losses in the clash, but no one even dared think about getting revenge on Pio Wole, the Reaper. Later, someone lay back on a wooden boat, drifting wherever the current carried him. Then a voice called from the shore. Someone ran up, waving and shouting, "Brother, I'm here." The man on the boat lifted the hat from his face, looked over and smiled. "Seems my little brother has done well for himself." Still, time kept moving, and Sichuan began to shift again. No one knew what kind of future the martial world there would face. In another place, a displeased man growled in disbelief. A single assassin had shaken all of Sichuan. "Looks like I'll have to go to Chengdu myself." Elsewhere, an uncle and nephew were traveling together. They were close to Chengdu now, and the uncle said he could hardly wait to see it. The nephew agreed, saying everything had changed after that earth-shaking battle. Trade had returned in full force, and merchants shouted that their reopened shops were offering half-price discounts to celebrate getting back in business. They welcomed customers non-stop, trying to pull everyone inside. Then a huge white-haired man in a red robe pushed into one of the buildings. The hostess greeted him politely and asked how she could help. He ignored the pleasantries. "Let's skip that. I want to see the master." Startled, she explained that without an appointment, seeing the master would be difficult. He pulled out proof of who he was and asked if that changed things. The moment she saw it, she covered her mouth in shock. He was the captain of the supervisory team. This man was Hong Yuxing, the one leading Shiwu Sek's supervisory force. He quickly raised a finger to his lips, telling her to keep quiet. Then he ordered her to bring the master at once and gather every record about recent movements in Chengdu. Terrified, the hostess hurried off, answering yes over and over. Hong Yuxing watched her leave, his face growing darker by the second. A cold thought crossed his mind. Could the death of the Sichuan branch leader be tied to the assassin who had thrown the whole region into chaos? Elsewhere on a city street, jewelry suddenly crashed to the ground and scattered everywhere, making everyone stop. A tall hunchbacked man snarled at the vendor, accusing him of trying to sell fake trash. Wrapped in black iron, he looked threatening enough to crush the poor man. Eyes bulging with rage, he demanded an answer. "You think less of me because I'm a hunchback, don't you?" The seller was scared out of his mind, dropping to his knees and begging. "No, sir. Not at all. How could I?" The hunchback gripped the bracelet tighter and barked that it had cost 3 tad less of silver. The vendor was soaked in sweat. He could barely explain that the materials and work alone made it worth that much, and 3 tad less was already cheap. The two kept arguing in front of the whole street. The hunchback demanded 1 tael instead, and when the vendor said that would ruin him, the man's temper rose even more. The old shopkeeper could only bow lower and beg for mercy. He explained he had only just reopened and hoped the customer would show some kindness. But the more he pleaded, the angrier the big man became, grinding his teeth. The whole thing had gone too far, and someone finally stepped in. An old man with a little girl called out, asking why the famous iron or Hatway toy had to make such a scene over this, and told him not to bully the shopkeeper. Smiling calmly, the old man added that if money was the problem, he would pay for the bracelet himself. That only made the big man look even more annoyed. He stared at the old man and asked, "Are you the shadowless monk, Li Yun Shangfeng? What are you doing here?" The pair really were the shadowless monk, Li Yun Shangfeng and Li Xiaoxa. Chuckling, the old man said he and his disciple had simply been traveling and happened to pass through. Then he introduced the large man to the girl as Wu Jingyol, known as Taigong Wei Tuo of the 7-Star Party, a well-known figure in Hunan's southern martial world, and told her to greet him. Li Xiaoxiao obediently cupped her hands and bowed in respect. After the greeting, the big man stepped closer. The old man repeated that if he really wanted the bracelet, he would gladly pay for it. That left the other man with nothing to say. Irritated, he clicked his tongue and turned away. He tossed the bracelet back to the shopkeeper and snapped that he wasn't some beggar. Then he kicked at the surroundings and cursed at the crowd, demanding to know what they were all staring at. Li Shengfeng frowned at the display. If Tai Gongwei too was already here, then the rest of the 7-star party likely wouldn't be far behind. And wherever that group showed up, trouble usually followed. Things in Sichuan were about to get messier. In a quiet place by a lake, Pio Wall sat fishing in peace. A faint ripple touched the surface, and he pulled up a large fish in one clean motion. At that same moment, a white egret flew up from the woods behind him. For once, everything around him felt calm. His expression softened, and he let the fish go back into the water. That was enough rest. Tia Wu got up and returned to the inn, where he sat down to eat. Before long, Hong Yuxing, captain of the Xiao clan supervisory team, walked up and asked if he was him. He simply nodded and said yes. Hong Yuxing leaned closer, looking him over and saying the rumors hadn't done his looks justice. Tio Wu found it irritating and warned him coldly. If he came only to talk nonsense, he should leave. Hong Yuxing quickly pulled up a chair, apologized for the rude start, and said he had gone through a lot just to finally meet him. Then he introduced himself. His name was Hong Yuxing. Only then did Pio, the protagonist, bother to look at him. He said he'd never heard that name before, and Hong Yuxing replied that made sense. This was the first time he had revealed his identity to someone outside the Xiao clan. Pio kept eating as he asked what the Xiao clan wanted with him. Wearing a smug look, Hong Yuxing asked if he truly didn't know, then got right to the point. Had Pomsi killed the Qingdu branch leader, Sang Qiu? Since he had, he admitted it without hesitation. Yes. I killed your Xiao clan, man. Hong Yuxing's face lost its color. After a moment, he could only ask why. Po Wul calmly kept eating and answered that Sang Qiu had been gathering and selling his information. Hong Yuxing shot to his feet in disbelief. Just for that, do you even understand what kind of organization the Xiao clan is? He pressed him, asking if he really thought he could live beyond their reach. If he gave the order, every Xiao clan agent in Chengdu would start hunting him down. Pio showed no fear. He finished his food, set down his chopsticks, and answered with one question. So what? Then he looked Hong Yuxing in the eye and said that before any of that happened, Hong Yuxing would die first, and after him, the leader of the Xiao clan. Hong Yuxing lowered his face and let out a dark, ugly laugh. His eyes turned red with fury as one thought flashed through his mind. Should he kill the protagonist right here? But the instant that idea appeared, MC's eyes sharpened and bright strikes flashed through the air in an instant. Hong Yuxing froze, not even understanding what had happened. Then he felt the cut on his cheek and blood began to run. He warned, before your head comes off, don't show killing intent in front of me. I'm very quick to notice it. That left Hong Yuxing scared stiff. He couldn't run and had completely lost his nerve. The Xiao clan means nothing to me. It has nothing to do with me. Before leaving, he gave one last warning. If they kept following and bothering him, he'd kill every one of them. Elsewhere, a forge rang with non-stop hammering. Zhang Xiaoyu was hard at work, breathing heavily and scratching his head when he noticed Bao Yu at the door. Since the blacksmith was working so hard, it looked like business was going well. The moment Zhang Xiaoyu saw him, he smiled. You're here. Leaning on the doorway, our guy smiled back. You looked busy, so I didn't want to interrupt. Glancing at the fresh weapons, he said they looked solid. The blacksmith proudly replied that he'd been getting plenty of orders lately. He thanked him too. Without Pou, the forge wouldn't still be running. Then he asked why he came. Did your ghostly flight dagger break? Pou shook his head. He wasn't here for repairs. He wanted to order something. Raising his arm, he said he needed a bracer for protection. That caught Zhang Xiaoyu off guard. A bracer? He looked puzzled, then muttered that it sounded simple enough. After thinking it through, he said he'd make one light but strong. It would take about 5 days, and our hero agreed at once. That night, Zhang Yu kept thinking about the request. Chao Yu wanted a bracer, but he'd never seen him use armor in a fight. That made him wonder if a major battle was coming. As he searched around, he found some leftover materials that could still be useful. Then something shifted in the corner. He froze right away and became alert. Frowning, he called out, "Who's there?" Then he flipped a sack aside. A child was hiding there. The kid sat in the corner without a word, covering his face in fear. Zhang Xiaoyu just stared, shocked. He was sure he'd never seen this child before. Who is this kid? Nothing else happened that night. Early the next morning, he returned with a plate of rice. Speaking toward the room, he said, "I'm leaving this here. Eat when you're hungry." The child still didn't move. Watching him, Zhang Xiaoyu wondered how many days this had been going on. He figured the child didn't seem bad and added, "I don't care who you are or how you got here. Just don't starve. Eat up." Before shutting the door, he said he had to go out and would be back that night with something tasty. Only after he left did the little boy lower the sack and peek out. The fear was still all over his face. Then the scene shifts. Chao Yu was sitting by a window when Zhang Xiaoyu came in smiling. "I brought what you asked for." It was exactly what our hero wanted. He put it on right away. The bracer fit well and didn't get in the way at all. It was made so well that he could move easily, and with internal energy it could block certain weapons. After testing it, he looked pleased. "Excellent. You're a talented blacksmith." The praise made Zhang Xiaoyu beam with pride. "Of course, I put everything I had into it." Then he suddenly remembered something and started digging through his clothes. "Brother, take this." Our hero looked at the thin strand in his hand and asked if it was silver thread. The blacksmith proudly explained he made it from the leftover bracer material. It was stretchy, durable, and should be useful. Zhao Yu accepted it gladly and said he'd put it to good use. After handing it over, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly said he had to go. Xiaoyu was surprised by how fast he was leaving. Zhang Xiaoyu finally admitted he had a guest at home and needed to check if they were still there. The other man seemed to understand there was more to it, but since Zhang Xiaoyu didn't want to explain, he let it go. On the street, a few men were talking. They still hadn't found the person they were after. They were sure the target had entered the area, but they'd lost the trail and it was driving them crazy. One of them complained that trusting the lower 5 clans made everything harder. Another said they had to keep it secret and those lower 5 clans couldn't be trusted. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu passed by as they kept talking. They wondered if the others had arrived yet, guessing Iron Duke Wei Tuo probably had. Zhang Xiaoyu paid them no mind and instead wondered if he should stop by the market before going home. At the market, a huge iron ball slammed down. The people nearby were terrified. It belonged to Wu Jingyale, who had already been beaten badly. Red-faced and furious, he ground his teeth and cursed. The one who had done this to him was Puo Wo. Even after getting crushed, the fool still tried to get up and challenge him, shouting, "Do you even know who I am?" The protagonist looked at him like he was nothing. "Why would I?" Humiliated in front of everyone, the man exploded in anger and cursed back. But before he understood what happened, a crimson chain had already wrapped around him in a tangled bind. Annoyed, he grabbed the giant iron ball and hurled it straight at P.O. Wall. C didn't move, almost like he wanted to see what the man would do next. Right then, a woman's voice shouted for him to stop, and Wu Jingyale actually froze. He turned around angrily to see who had interrupted him. It was the same 2 people who had been talking on the street earlier. The woman was from the 7 Stars sect, the Bloodflower, and the man with her was 7 Stars Hallmaster, Swiftwind Fire Dragon Sa Haekdong. He stepped in and said he'd handle this. Wu Jingyale protested that he had to kill P.O. Wool, but Sa Haekdong stopped him. Iron Duke Wei too, look carefully at what's in front of you. Only then did the idiot notice the thin white threads. If he took even one more step, his body would be cut into pieces. P.O. Wole had nearly killed him already. He clicked his tongue disappointed. Shahakdong said he didn't know what happened between them, but this young man had struck hard. Then he sent his own killing intent toward him and warned that touching his sworn brother meant offending the 7 Stars sect too. Without a good reason, he wouldn't let this go. P.O., the protagonist, wasn't scared at all. His eyes still showed nothing but contempt and irritation. The 2 men stared each other down, then the woman behind them stepped in and asked him to stop. She said it was obvious who started this, and someone only gets that angry when the other side acts recklessly. She clearly had some sense, but the big brute was still mad and snapped at her. Calmly, she asked if she was wrong. Pointing out that he had gone pale and couldn't even argue back, she stepped forward with a smile. She apologized for her brother, introduced herself as Joseo Dong, and politely asked for the young master's name. Since they were being reasonable, Piowol finally answered. Hearing his name, her eyes lit up at once. She praised the name, then offered compensation for what happened and suggested they settle it peacefully. MC looked them over, said nothing, then flicked his sleeve and walked away. The 3 of them were left standing there, stunned. At the same time, the mood in the capital felt tense. The woman warned the other 2 not to make trouble before they understood the situation. They still had a mission to finish. That evening at Zhang Yao Yu's house, the young boy was finally eating well, while Zhang Yao Yu watched from the doorway. Meanwhile, Water Lily Pavilion glowed with lamplight as Pio Wo got straight to the point. He said he wanted information on the 7 Stars Hall. The person he asked was Hong Do-shin. Confused, the man asked why he wanted to know about a place where people killed each other over nothing. Pio Wo said there was no special reason. Hong Do-shin refused right away, asking if he had a death wish. Just a few lines in, the mood had already turned tense. Still, the man wasn't intimidated. He laughed and said it wasn't that simple. The lower 5 clans had procedures, and he couldn't act however he wanted. Then his eyes sharpened. He said he had one question of his own, and if he answered it, he'd investigate. With little choice, he agreed. Hong Do-shin was surprised he agreed so fast. Then he asked what ultimate goal the protagonist had after gaining such powerful martial arts. The answer was simple. He had no goal. Hong Do-shin could hardly believe it and pressed him, asking if he truly didn't care about becoming the undefeated fighter of Sichuan. But Piawal was honest. He said he had first been kidnapped and forced to learn martial arts. After that, he trained only to survive. He lived for revenge. And now that all his grudges were settled, nothing weighed on his heart anymore except reading books, since he found that somewhat interesting. Hearing that, Hong Do quietly felt relieved. A monster like this didn't seem openly ambitious even if he didn't fully believe him. Still, the word revenge caught his attention. Then POMC cut it short, saying Hong Do-shin must be busy, so they could end the talk there for now. After that, he turned it back on him. Now it's my turn. What do you want to know about the 7 Stars Hall? Just thinking about those 3 made Piowal's blood boil again. This man clearly didn't know why they had come. Still, he had already given his word. Fine. We'll quietly find out why they're here. Him. Before leaving, the protagonist gave one more warning. I'll be staying here for now, so contact me the moment you learn anything. The man nodded with a grin. Of course. Leave it to us. That night, POMC went back home. Someone was waiting across from him. It was a young woman, and she warmly offered him fruit while he read. She urged him to try it, saying she had it brought straight from the merchant guild, so it was fresh. But right after speaking, her body suddenly sagged to the side. Piawal instantly sensed something was wrong. His eyes widened, and he quickly got up just in time to catch her. An intruder had arrived and knocked her out. The stranger casually mocked the place, saying it felt too rustic to live in. Turning around, Piawal answered coldly that living deep in the mountains could be peaceful. The intruder laughed and agreed. To some people, a quiet life like this was paradise. Then he asked if he knew who he was. Pyo Bei, the protagonist, had too many enemies to guess. Still, the man noticed how calm he was. Mamesai told him the reason was simple. If the man meant to kill him, he would have attacked already. The old man stepped closer, laughing that he was reckless. No wonder Mudong was so fixated on him. Pio Will quickly figured it out. So you're from Qingcheng. The man revealed he was Mudong's martial uncle, Qingcheng's top swordmaster, Taoist Wu Yi. Since he showed no killing intent, the protagonist skipped the games and asked directly. You're not here for revenge. So what do you want? The old man remembered Qingcheng burning down and said flatly that because of MC, the sect was now in ruins. He asked if he knew that. He shot back at once that it wasn't his fault. He didn't deny his part in the fight, but Qingcheng had stained its own name. He hadn't forced anyone to act that way, and the old man was surprised by the answer. He admitted that at first, he had come to kill Piowal, the protagonist, and restore Qingcheng's honor. Back then, he believed Ponk's actions were unforgivable, but now he sensed no evil in him. Looking him over, the old man felt a presence that was firm, calm, and powerful. To him, that wasn't the aura of someone truly wicked. Deep inside, he still had righteousness. It was proof, he said, that nothing in the world is useless. Then he gave a faint smile. What happened to Qingcheng was partly fate. If a Taoist sect couldn't stay pure, it was bound to collapse. In his eyes, clearing out the rot was better than letting it grow. How Old said nothing. That was the old man's conclusion to make. If a fight came, he was ready. Then the old man's face turned serious. He asked for one promise. With Qingcheng and Ime gone, other groups would rush in to fill the gap. If evil factions took over, the chaos wouldn't stop at Sichuan. Could spread everywhere. He wanted Pio, the protagonist, to stop that from happening. It had nothing to do with him, and Pio Will refused right away. He said he couldn't make that promise. He had no plan to deny what he'd done, and because of that, he had no right to accept such a duty. Even so, the old man looked at him with hope, believing he still had compassion instead of a heart shaped by evil. If fate allowed it, they would meet again. With that, he disappeared. Pao-MC let out a quiet sigh. There was no way he could have a compassionate heart. Elsewhere, a child ate while talking with Zhang Xiaoyu. When asked his name, he answered number Xin Wu. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled and said it was a good name, then asked where he came from. The boy had been fed well, so he answered easily, Hefei. Zhang Xiaoyu was surprised. Hefei was in Anhui, far from here, at least 1,000 miles. The boy just kept eating and happily said he didn't know. Zhang Xiaoyu started to understand and asked if someone was chasing him. The question made the boy panic. His face went pale as he stammered that it was men in black. At that instant, a green sword strike dropped from the roof straight at the child. Blood splashed before anyone could react. Even Zhang Xiaoyu froze in shock. The little boy still had tears in his eyes, caught in the middle of speaking. Then he collapsed, and Zhang Xiaoyu screamed his name in horror. The child fell right at the assassin's feet. The killer calmly wondered if anyone had actually ordered the boy brought back alive. He was Du Samchok of the 7 Stars Hall, the Mad Windblood Mountain Blade. If he returned with a corpse, he'd only get half the reward. Then he noticed the child's finger twitch. Confused, he just stared. He had been sure Nam Xin Wu was dead, but the boy suddenly rose again like nothing had happened. The assassin was shaken. What was he looking at? The child had taken a slash like that and still stood up. Anyone would think they were seeing a ghost. The assassin went still. A moment later, he broke into a huge grin. He didn't know how the boy survived, but now he could collect the full reward. He even patted the child's head while saying it. But the boy suddenly caught his wrist and squeezed hard enough for the veins in his arm to bulge. Then without warning, he spun and threw the assassin through the air. The boy smashed him into the ground with terrifying strength. Zhang Yuyu could only stare. Still, that wasn't enough to finish the assassin. He got back up right away, staring at the child. He couldn't believe it. As far as he knew, this boy had never learned martial arts. So where was that strength coming from? Even stranger, the wound from before had vanished. The more he looked, the more twisted his smile became. No wonder the reward was so high. Killing the boy and bringing back the body would work, but taking him alive would be even better. Angry and nervous, the assassin swore to see if the kid could still survive after losing all 4 limbs. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu rushed from behind, locked both arms around him, and shouted for the boy to run. Hearing his name, Nam Xin Wu finally snapped out of it, eyes wide. The assassin roared and told the pest to let go, but Zhang Xiaoyu only held tighter to buy the child time. Go. The boy was still too shocked to move. Knowing he couldn't hold on much longer, Zhang Xiaoyu yelled again, asking why he was still standing there and telling him to run. That only made the assassin angrier. With one palm strike, he blasted Zhang Xiaoyu away. But when he turned back, Nam Xin Wu was gone. Cursing in annoyance, he pulled down his hat. Then he immediately went after the boy, leaving Zhang Xiaoyu behind, unconscious. Even in pain, Zhang Xiaoyu still tried to look after him, weakly murmuring Nam Xin Wu's name. Later, Hong Doxin finished digging into the matter. He told Pyo Wool that the 7 Stars Hall was searching for a child. He was surprised. A child, yes. Recently, they'd been gathering information on boys around 6 or 7 years old. When the protagonist asked why, Hong Doxin said he still didn't know. Even after using most of the lower 5 gates, the reason stayed hidden. Just then, shouting came from outside. The moment he heard the voice, he recognized it and looked out. He asked what was happening, and a guard reported that a man had come looking for someone. Hong Doxin went out at once. As expected, it was Zhang Sayu pinned down by 2 guards. The moment he saw Pa Wool, he shouted, "Brother." Only then did the guards let him go. MC immediately asked what was wrong. Zhang Xiaoyu dropped to his knees, looking miserable, and begged for help. Clutching his sleeve, he kept asking if he would help him. But Peel Wall stayed sharp and answered that he would only help if it was something he actually could do. That gave Zhang Xiaoyu the nerve to explain. A child had run into his workshop, then a swordsman appeared and tried to take him. The boy had even been cut deep across the shoulder. Even now, the memory sounded crazy to him. The wound had been so deep, the bone showed, so he thought the child was done for. But after a moment, the boy stood up again. Hearing that, Hong Doxin stepped in. He asked if the swordsman could be the 7 Stars Hall's Crimson Mountain Stormblade, and then pressed for details about the child who survived the shoulder wound. How could someone live after a fatal slash like that? Was it some kind of resurrection? Could it be tied to the Demon King? The Demon King had once thrown the martial world into chaos. Decades ago, he became famous for monstrous healing. No matter how badly he was hurt, he always survived. Eventually, a rumor spread through the martial world. Anyone who uncovered the Demon King's secret could gain immortality. And now it seemed a clue to that secret had finally appeared. Elsewhere, the streets were burning as people screamed for help. Through tears, they cried that people were still trapped inside. Lu Sui-rong was there too. Even with the fire right in front of her, she stayed calm and kept searching, sure that the brat had run this way. She thought to herself that Sichuan wasn't her territory, so moving around here for long was hard. If the lower 5 gates had helped her, she would have caught that child already. Just then, someone called out from behind her. "Sister, what are you doing here?" It was Jo1, a wanderer from the 7-Star Hall. Bane glanced at him and scoffed. "What else? I'm hunting that little brat." He looked over the flames around them and guessed the boy had already escaped Chengdu. The woman played innocent. "Oh no. Was I wasting my time then?" He turned and asked why she burned Chengdu at all. He also worried the other sex might show up, but she had already planned for that. With a sly smile, she said they wouldn't come. They were all too busy fearing Piao Well. Zhao Wenbian didn't buy it. Grinding his teeth, he called it nonsense. In his eyes, there was no way Chengdu's sect fighters feared some nobody. Trying to look impressive in front of her, he puffed out his chest. If that guy met him, he'd cut off his head with the blood wave saber before he even knew what happened. One bragged, and the other humored him. She said she'd look forward to it, and he proudly promised to bring her Piao Wol's head as a gift. She laughed and teased him for always talking so big. He had no idea he had just cursed himself. A moment later, Piao appeared, and a white thread wrapped around his neck. In an instant, it yanked him into the air. Lu Shu-rong spun around at once. Her eyes went wide, and she was too shocked to speak. The man who had been boasting a second ago now dangled there, unable to say a word. The white thread dug deeper into his neck, leaving angry red marks. Then his head was cut off in a flash, blood spraying everywhere. Lu Shu-rong screamed, calling out, "Brother." By then, a whole district had already been reduced to ash. The people could only stare at what was left of their homes in grief. Lu Chunpeng and his grandson were there too, shocked by the destruction and asking what had happened. The old man could tell right away this wasn't a normal fire. He had seen something like it before, another blaze in Chengdu not long ago. While thinking about that, he suddenly stopped and turned. He recognized the person coming right away. It was Gam, the leaf-picking swordsman. The white-haired man in the black blindfold was one of the 7-Star Hall's fighters. Gam, though blind, he moved forward with his weapon in hand as if the heat meant nothing. Li Xiao noticed him too and wondered what Gam could be searching for. Whatever it was, it had to be important for him to move in such a rush. Then the old man's eyes widened. He asked if she could feel it, that killing intent. His granddaughter wasn't ordinary either. She said of course she could. It was obvious. So the two decided to follow him. But after only a few steps, they lost him. He was just gone. They couldn't understand how he vanished so fast or if he had noticed them. Then both froze when they saw blood spread across the ground. Not far away was Gam's corpse. Grandfather and granddaughter were horrified. They had only lost sight of him for a moment, yet he was already dead. Her face turned pale. A master like Gam had been killed in an instant. Even after seeing the body, the old man couldn't tell who did it. All he could do was mutter that a terrifying assassin was hiding in this world. Still, he had a guess. Maybe it was him. Li Xiaobo understood at once. She meant the one who had thrown Chengdu into chaos and faced all the sects of Sichuan alone. The old man admitted he had thought that story was exaggerated, but after this, he had no choice but to believe it. Shivering, he said Sichuan was about to face a disaster. By the next morning, the nightmare had ended, and deep in the forest, someone was gasping for breath. Clawing at the grass and crawling forward was the boy Nam Xin Wu. He was drenched in blood from head to toe. The assassin chasing him watched with interest. Amazed at what he was seeing, he pulled the throwing knives out of the boy's body. The child shook all over from the pain. Soaked in blood, he groaned on the ground, but still refused to die. At last, the assassin understood the secret. No martial artist should survive after losing that much blood, which was exactly why so many people wanted to capture him. The boy was terrified. Through tears, he begged for his life and said they had the wrong person. The assassin only sneered and ignored him. Wrong about what? He said. The martial world isn't about right or wrong. People kill without a second thought. He said it didn't matter how the boy got a body like this. His master would cut him apart and study everything from his blood vessels to his bones until every secret was exposed. Even if the boy was immortal, he doubted he could survive that. He would die for the dream of immortality that everyone craved. Just as he cornered the child, another man ran up shouting that something terrible had happened. Brother Lu was dead. The assassin went pale in disbelief. They said the monk, Mirong Dohayan, had found the body. Elsewhere, the huge Wu Jingyul stood in the street with fire still burning around him. He cursed the bastard causing all this trouble and fumed over the insult. He had beaten that man up the other day, and now he burned with anger, promising to teach him a real lesson later. At the same time, Lush Rome was fleeing across the rooftops. A black shadow chased right behind her, moving even faster. The big man still recognized who it was. It was Pu Wool. He wondered where he was hurrying off to and why he was staying to the rooftops. Something had clearly happened. Unsure what was going on, he decided he should follow. But before he could move far, he was attacked. White threads suddenly coiled around his neck. He had no time to react and grabbed at the chain on his body in panic. Desperate, he tried to hurl his giant iron ball at Pure. It never had a chance of hitting. The killer stood firm while the man froze. His throat tightened and his eyes bulged with terror. Once he saw it was our hero, he exploded in curses. Priorwell answered with nothing but a blade-sharp stare. Not long after, his corpse was found in a pool of blood. The same old man and young girl discovered it first, and Li Xiaobei pointed at the body. At once, the old man knew who it was. It was the blacksmith, first the great hero Gam, and now him. The old man wondered if the same killer had done both. Was someone targeting the Seven Stars Hall? The two could only guess. Maybe the Seven Stars Hall had made an enemy. Could it be the 100 Ghost Union? But that group had never worked in Sichuan before. So the old man thought the assassin was likely trying to throw Sichuan into chaos, though he wasn't sure if there was also a grudge against the Seven Stars Hall. Whoever it was, the killer's methods were precise and deadly, far beyond an ordinary assassin. They couldn't understand why such a monster was killing like this. To them, he seemed cruel and savage. Then the old man remembered a rumor. People who had seen him said he was young and handsome. The girl couldn't believe it, saying men like that shouldn't do such terrible things. The old man had no answer. He only said they should go because it probably wouldn't end here. She followed, asking if getting involved was even worth it, and he let out a long sigh. He said he had lived by righteousness his whole life, so he couldn't ignore a slaughter like this. And even if some in the Seven Stars Hall went too far, they still belonged to the righteous side. The girl sighed, saying she understood. Li Yun Shengfeng could only wonder how far this storm would spread. In the forest, several men were running for their lives. One warned the others to stay alert because they didn't know when that man would strike. Having seen Pai Wolf fight, he was full of regret. He blamed himself, saying the blacksmith's killer was a feared assassin from Chengdu and should have been killed long ago. He had only wanted to distract Qingcheng and Mei Shai, but never imagined it would cost his brothers their lives. Now the situation was a mess. Another man, unable to make sense of it, asked why they were being targeted. Was it because of that earlier fight? If that were all, things shouldn't have gotten this bad. The group traded uneasy looks. They were sure it had something to do with that child. Even scared, they tried to calm each other down. One reminded them that for a true man, waiting 10 years for revenge wasn't too late. As long as they got the reward money, killing Paiwell later would be easy enough. They just had to survive for now. Their thinking was almost strangely hopeful, and they all agreed. They swore they'd pay back today's humiliation someday and shouted that they'd follow their leader. Running ahead of them, Lu Su Rong laughed to herself. Men really were foolish, though a little cute. After they ran for a while, things changed. The white-haired man suddenly stopped and looked around, saying something felt wrong. The young woman turned to him, confused, but he was sharp. He had noticed the forest growing darker. The whole group tensed up at once, but they were already too late. Death had reached them. One of the men froze, his face draining of color. He tried to yell for the others to run, but his legs wouldn't move. Then in a flash, he was dragged into the darkness before he could react. A scream rang out and the white-haired man reacted first, shouting, "Move!" But the man in the hat froze instead of running. "Second brother, what was that?" He became the next one taken. The fast ones had a chance. Anyone slower was easy prey. The others kept fleeing, not even noticing when his head was cut off. Others were dragged into the dark. The white-haired man tried to pull one back. "Give me your hand," but it was no use. "Don't come closer." No one dared move now. Running meant death and staying meant death too. Only two were left, standing there in terror, silently begging it to stay away. Clenching his teeth, he asked what was going on. He'd never heard of anything like this and said they had to reach the mountain peak fast. Then he noticed something was wrong. "Wait, why are there only two of us? Where are the others?" That finally made her realize how bad it was. Trembling, she cursed. They had rushed after second brother and lost track of everyone else. The white-haired man was falling apart too. Veins bulged as he raged that their brothers were being picked off one by one, and now even the youngest was gone. Then a weak voice called out, "Eldest." Both of them looked up in shock. Eldest brother. One of their men was hanging in the air, blood dripping from his wounds. Before they could even see clearly, countless threads cut him to pieces in an instant. Both of them screamed. Only then did Wool step out of the darkness. Lu Shurong was terrified, but the white-haired man still wanted to fight. His rage exploded and he charged straight at the protagonist. The protagonist didn't even flinch. With those red eyes fixed on him, he waited as the man threw a direct punch. The second he moved, he had already lost. Threads coiled around his arm, and his fist only brushed MC's cheek. He kept throwing punches, but he dodged everyone with ease. The more he attacked, the more confused he got. He thought he could do it, but he couldn't land anything. He had been aiming for weak points the whole time, yet walls slipped away every time like he was hitting an afterimage. He used his strongest attacks, tearing up the forest, and still couldn't touch the protagonist. Spent and pale, he stood there shaking as sweat poured down. When the dust cleared, Wall was still standing, untouched. Now the man was cornered. How was this even possible? It felt like MC could read every move before it happened. Then Lu Shui-rong suddenly cried out, "Big brother." That made him glance her way. Wall hadn't even touched her yet, but now she had his attention. He instantly sent razor-thin wires flying at her. She panicked, not knowing what to do. In a rush, she threw up her hands to defend herself. Backed into a corner, she used all her power and charged, but a white thread was already around her precious big brother's neck. No matter how hard she cried out, he would die. Her power burst out wildly, but Will didn't care. Holding the brother by the face, he demanded an answer. Why were they trying to capture that kid? So he already knew they were after Shingu. When she hesitated and wouldn't answer, he gave the wire a sharp pull. Talk. Terrified, the brother blurted out that he didn't know much. They were only following a job. Wei looked at him like he saw right through the lie and got ready to kill him. Lu Xiaorong's heart nearly stopped. She shouted, "Wait, let's talk this out. You're scaring us." Then she forced down her killing intent and answered more calmly. She claimed they didn't know much either. Seeing at least some respect in her attitude, he loosened the thread on the man's neck. But the brother immediately tried to use that chance, gathering a ball of lightning in his hand to strike. Before he could move, he saw Lu Shurong take a dart to the head and die on the spot that crushed whatever fight he had left. He rushed to her side. Lu Shurong, little sister. Grief drove him mad. His brothers, his sister, he screamed that he'd kill Wall. He charged blindly, and the protagonist simply closed his eyes. His body slowly changed, white hair turning black as he raised his hands into position. Mimi Stia's power was overwhelming, and moments later, the man joined the rest of his dead comrades. He died staring at Wall like he was looking at death itself. Now the only one left was the unconscious Jingwu. He picked the boy up over his shoulder and walked away, wondering if this kid really was the Demon King. Just a moment ago, he was nearly dead, but now his breathing had steadied. Could someone like that really exist? Was this the secret of immortality? It sounded ridiculous. Humans are born to die. How could anyone break that law? And even if they could, there had to be a price. Then Wall's face changed. A ghostly white figure had appeared in front of him without a sound. Who was this? He was right there, yet the protagonist hadn't sensed him at all. For the first time, an enemy made him feel that kind of danger. He gently set Shingu down and watched. Wobble stayed still, studying the stranger first, then a fierce gust shot right at his face. This was no normal wind. It moved like a dragon and carried terrifying power. Since the man had started the fight, MP struck back. He unleashed his own power, summoned a giant white snake, and sent it at the stranger. Show yourself. Let me see who you are. Now Wobble got a better look. The man's cold, arrogant face twisted into a sneer, and his shining aura made the snakes useless. Mocking him, the stranger asked why he was copying someone else's technique. And while he summoned snakes, this man called forth a huge black dragon. He was on a completely different level. A chill ran down the protagonist's spine. This was no ordinary master. If Wall couldn't kill him, he'd die instead. The man barely moved, yet his whole body was perfectly guarded, giving MC almost no opening. His techniques were strange and brilliant, like nothing of this world. He stared in disbelief. It had been a long time since he felt this threatened. Usually, he won without effort, but now he was being battered bloody, even taking a hit to the face with no answer. No matter what Wall tried, it felt like an ant fighting an elephant. After a while, the man stopped and smiled, almost amused. The protagonist had actually survived the blow. In that short exchange, he had even broken the technique and stayed alive. More than that, Mech seemed to have broken into a new level. His aura surged, and for the first time, the stranger started to sweat. Had he just awakened Wall's potential, heat poured off his body, melting even his iron gauntlets. Now it was simple. One of them had to die. The protagonist had to win no matter what. He rose into the air, spread his limbs, threw back his head, and roared. The other man stayed calm. He flicked a hand, and blue light burst out to stop Wall. Holding 2 fingers before his face, he chuckled. Now this is getting interesting. Then a massive black dragon appeared. Incy realized the man still wasn't truly serious. But if the fight dragged on, that would only hurt him. They crashed into each other head-on, neither willing to give ground. The forest was blown apart. When it all settled, the man was still standing. Even he wasn't sure if it was over. Then a flash of gold appeared. His face paled as he turned at once. A thin golden blade of light shot up from the ground under his feet. He barely dodged it. It was close. Frowning, he gritted his teeth and flew high into the air. Up there, he could finally see everything clearly, and it was shocking. Wall was still alive, sitting there bloodied and battered. But staring up with blazing eyes, the man frowned, stunned that he had survived, and even launched a counterattack. He had never seen anyone like this. If the protagonist kept growing, who knew what he'd become? Maybe this was the best chance to kill him. There was no fear in Wall's eyes, but the man had to think carefully. Trying to kill him might get himself hurt too, and he was too old to ignore that. So for today, he decided to let it go. Then he reached towards Sherdutsk and thought how impossible it is to predict heaven's will or fully understand the human heart. I still don't know if what I chose today was right or wrong. But when I saw him reaching for the boy, his eyes went wide. He shouted for him to stop. Even if it killed him, he wouldn't let that happen. Losing the boy now was too much to bear. In desperation, he yelled, asking where he was taking him. The man held the child in his arms. He didn't look like he wanted to hurt him. He only said he was taking the boy to keep him safe, and Big couldn't make sense of it. Protect him. What do you mean? They stared each other down. The man calmly apologized, then said he couldn't explain and didn't have to. Big Go clenched his teeth and refused to give in. Then you're not taking him. The other man just threw his head back and laughed. Why would I need your permission? I don't know why this child is here, but he should never have been in this place. If he stays, all of Sichuan will fall into chaos. Big Go might live through it, but everyone around him would die. That's why the man said he had to protect the child. It sounded noble, but Big Go still didn't buy it. Why should he believe even one word? The man sneered. Believe it or not, it changes nothing. Then he made it clear. He hadn't backed off out of fear. Big Go was gifted and fought in a strange way, but that wouldn't work on every martial artist. The air between them turned sharp. Big Go asked his name, saying he should at least give that much first. The man laughed and agreed. He introduced himself first. I am Bong Joon. Big Go repeated the name under his breath. That was all he gave before slowly rising into the air. Then he left behind a strange warning. When the sun sets and the heavenly sun appears, the blood-red heavenly cycle will open. He told everyone in the world to stay on guard, then disappeared. Big Go dropped to the ground, too drained to chase him. Maybe this was just how fate dealt its hand. Still, the bitterness wouldn't go away. He hated being played like this. Elsewhere, a man stared at a pile of corpses in shock and asked if these were Hong Do Shinshin's men. He stood before the bodies with his hands behind his back. All 7 of them had been killed in a single night. The 7-star hall was famous in Hunan for a reason. A 7-man sect doesn't earn that kind of name lightly, yet they were wiped out almost instantly. He couldn't believe it. How strong did that person have to be? No matter how powerful someone is, there should be a limit. With a monster like this appearing, he feared a storm was coming to the martial world. He ordered his men to study the bodies and learn what kind of martial arts the killer used. They answered at once, "Yes, sir." Then he heard the other person was at the workshop, the one run by the Tang clan descendants. The old man beside him repeated it thoughtfully. So he gave another order. Look into the connection between them and miss nothing. They might not be able to control that man, but information on him could still bring profit. The old man cupped his hands and bowed. Back with Big Go, Zhang Xiaoyu asked if that man Bang Jun had really taken the child to protect him. Big Go told him everything. From what he saw, the man didn't seem to be lying. The young man let out a deep sigh. Since last night, everything had turned upside down. The 7-star hall set a fire that destroyed a third of the slums. Chengdu was getting more chaotic by the hour, and the people were terrified. He couldn't believe they caused all that over one child. What kind of secret did that kid have to draw in people like this? Then he repeated the name the man used, Bang Jun. Bai Yuwu. Pai Yuwu immediately sent something off and asked if he knew who that was. He answered honestly. Of course he did. That man was said to be as strong as the heads of the 2 powers, the 3 sects, the 3 manners, and the 3 factions. Even kids had heard of him. Big Gull, though, had no idea what any of that meant. He realized how little he knew about the martial world and asked for a full explanation. The young man looked confused for a second, then he admitted he didn't know everything either, but started anyway. The 2 powers were seen as the strongest forces in the martial world. Even though they had existed for less than 100 years, the achievements of their masters made them the top sects. They were the Guamu sect and the Komu manor. First came the Guamu sect. It was founded by the great hero Liga, the man who ended the great demonic war. Because of his fame, the sect rose to the top. Now it was led by Li Zhong, Liga's son. Komu manor, on the other hand, was founded by another great hero, Yung Chung Ka, the man who killed the divine demon alliance lord. With its wealth, Komu Manor drew in many followers and became a major power. After that came the 3 sects, Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sect, and Huishan. Then came the 3 manors, Divine Moon Manor, Ghostly Sword Manor, and Martial Sword Mountain Manor. Their history was short, but people said the power they hid was terrifying. As for the 3 factions, they were Dragon Heaven Valley, Martial Sword Alliance, and the Touchin Society. It used to be 10 factions, but after the Great Demonic War, only these 3 were left. He explained everything he knew. The leaders of those 11 forces were treated like rulers of the martial world. Then there were the wandering masters with no group at all, yet strength equal to those 11 leaders. They were called the 8 constellations, including the 3 sovereigns, the Wind Sovereign. Big Goomet was one of them, along with the Sword Sovereign and Martial Sovereign. The rest he didn't know much about. Pio Wolf finally understood. So there were at least 20 people as strong as the Wind Sovereign. For Big Go, this talk changed everything. The martial world was far bigger than he thought, and he knew almost nothing about it. He felt like a frog trapped at the bottom of a well. Even so, he got back on his feet. Now that his mind was clear again, he swore he would find that child. Zhang Xiaoyu answered softly, saying he didn't have to. Big truly wanted the child safe. He saw himself in that boy, but maybe the child really didn't belong here. Maybe it was better to let the Wind Sovereign take him. After saying that, he gave a bright smile and looked up. He apologized for Big Go getting hurt because of him and thanked him for all his effort. Hearing that, Big Go decided to let it go. It wasn't like he cared that much about the kid anyway. More than anything, this whole mess had taught him a lot. What really interested him now was how many hidden masters were out there. He might have lost this time, but next time could be different. In the martial world, strength was the only way not to get pushed around. Right after that, he got ready and set out. First, he needed a way to slip past the surveillance of the Zhe woman. He trusted his ability to hide, but that wasn't the best answer. Changing his identity would let him move more freely and gather information, so he headed straight to one place. It was the Qingfeng grounds. It had been a long time since he'd come back. I lowered his hat and smiled. The leader of the Blood Spirit clan had to have hidden something here. The place had been left empty and ruined. He walked through the corridor, filled with old memories. He could almost picture his younger self running through the courtyard. Then he noticed the well. Back then, life had been strangely happy with the other kids who lived through the same pain. The well was still there, but all those people were gone. He remembered them splashing water and playing while he lay in the grass. Time had vanished in a blink, and then there was little Liceo. He had never forgotten any of their faces. After the Blood Spirit clan was wiped out by the MA sect, no one was left to care for this place. There were signs someone had searched through it before, but nothing important seemed to be missing. That meant the thing he came for might still be here. The Blood Spirit clan leader, Gu Dugong, was a cruel man who treated children like tools. People like that would do anything for money. They hid behind the name of an assassin group to make it, and in the end, the MA wiped them out. If they had found the most valuable treasure, it wouldn't have been somewhere any thief could reach. He looked up at the ceiling and adjusted a few wires. A moment later, he smashed a large hole open. With one light jump, he was in the attic. Just as he thought, a wooden box was hidden there on the roof, untouched by anyone else. He couldn't hide his grin. He knew it. That night, somewhere else, a short old man skipped along, laughing like a landlord after a huge payday. All he cared about was where he'd go have fun tomorrow. But the second he opened the door, he found a man sitting inside, waiting for him with a face dark as soot. The old man froze on the spot. His face turned red, and he spun around to run, screaming for help and asking who was there. The man stayed calm and told him no one was coming to save him. That made the old man stop. Then he noticed his subordinates hanging from the rafters. Piowul didn't waste time. He went straight to the point. This old man had gotten rich from years of dirty business. Before much else was said, the old man guessed it. Was he Dark Moon? Piowul played along and said yes. The old man dropped to his knees and bowed over and over, begging for mercy because he hadn't welcomed him properly. He asked to be forgiven, saying he never thought Dark Moon would remember him. But inside he was panicking. Why had Dark Moon shown up again after 7 years? Still acting pitiful, he cried that he had never forgotten the help he got when he was poor and would gladly hand over all his riches. Shaking all over, he kept his forehead pressed to the floor. After a while, when nothing happened, he slowly dared to lift his head. The room was empty. Only then did the old man finally breathe again. He let out a long sigh, still trembling. Dark Moon was back, and from now on, he'd have to pay tribute every year like before. That night, Wall moved from one house to the next, gathering huge amounts of money. Just as he thought, Goru had hidden assets in many places for emergencies. There were still plenty of stops left, so MC knew he'd be busy. Somewhere else, Yong and his niece stared at the damage in front of them. The old man blamed himself, thinking he should have stopped the 7-Star Clan. So quickly told him it wasn't his fault. The 7-Star Clan wasn't the kind of enemy you fight without a plan. She added that she still admired his sense of justice and knew he was a good, honorable man. Her words warmed his heart as people rebuilt after the fire. The old man made up his mind. He said he'd stay with the followers and search for the killer since that man could threaten the whole martial world, so Kaya needed to go home. Being told to leave in the middle of everything, the girl protested right away and asked why she had to, but he stayed firm. This man was dangerous, and if she got hurt, he could never face her mother. Seeing how serious he was, Sokaya finally gave in and agreed to return home. He thanked her and apologized for not being able to keep his promise to show her the martial world. Sokaya took it well. She said it was fine. They could finish that trip next time. For now, she'd go home, but she'd definitely come back later. The old man was deeply touched. Soha clasped her hands, bowed, and asked him to stay safe while she was gone. He promised, and the two parted ways. The scene shifts elsewhere. In the dead of night, a long staircase stretched upward. A group carrying coffins climbed the steps. They moved in silence, heads lowered in grief. At last, they reached the open gate. The coffins were brought into the courtyard, and their leader dropped to his knees. He cried out to Hyabin, the Dharma master who ruled over worldly life and death, saying his useless disciples had suffered a terrible tragedy and begging for vengeance. The people inside were startled, and a man turning prayer beads spoke first, asking who they were. Then he recognized them. The disciples sent to Sichuan City. He was Hu Bun of the Little Leon Temple. They answered that he was right. They were the disciples sent into the martial world under the previous Dharma master's orders. Frowning, who'd been asked why they had come back when they had been told to build a base in Sichuan City. The whole group threw themselves down and begged him to understand. They said the Lian Gate had lost both its gate master and young gate master to the Qingqing sect, and they had been chased out like stray dogs. Wailing, they begged him to avenge them. Hearing that, Hu Bun's eyes went red with rage. The Qingqing sect. He clenched his fist so hard, the prayer beads burst apart. Furious, he swore he would never let them get away with touching the little Lian temple. Then he named someone, Shimon. He declared that Shimon would handle it and made his vow on the spot. The Qingqing sect would pay for this. Time passed, and later on a crowded street, two men talked while walking. The winter snow had been brutal, but things were warmer now. The roads were clear, and trade could finally start again. Zhang Bao happened to pass by and sighed in frustration. He couldn't catch even a glimpse of that man's face. Thinking out loud, he wondered if the man had left the city after that day. Otherwise, why had everything gone so quiet? He didn't notice a young man passing by had heard him. That young man's eyes lit up. Then a carriage rolled past and a voice called out from inside. Soha, who had been away for some time, jumped down with a bright smile and ran over. Only when she threw her arms around him did Yong realize who it was. Surprised, he asked why she was here. Soa sweetly told him he still hadn't returned, so she came to find him and was glad he was safe. Looking at the carriage, he worried. She had only just gone back, so had she really traveled through all that snow alone? Cheerfully, she pointed to the carriage and said she came with a friend. Curious, he asked if it was a boyfriend or a girlfriend. A young woman stepped out, bowed, and introduced herself respectfully to Young. He froze in surprise and asked if she knew his niece. Inwardly, he couldn't believe it. Why was someone like her here? She calmly explained that she and Soha had known each other a long time, and this was their first long trip together. Realizing she came because of Soha, he asked her to forgive the girl's rudeness. Soha flinched, and the other girl quickly added that she had business here too. The Young Ladies Association was gathering in Golden Heaven City, and only then did Yong learn about it. If they were here, then many gifted young talents would be coming too. So playfully said it wasn't everyone, just a few from their group. Yong nodded and said he understood. He reminded them where he was staying and told them to visit the Zhu family manor after their business was done. They agreed, not knowing the young man from earlier was still watching. At a small diner, a boy inside started waving wildly the moment they arrived. It was the little boxing king song. Wal, Soha, and the other girl greeted him with smiles. He teased them for roaming around as freely as ever and guessed they'd arrived long ago and already met up. Grinning with his chin on his hand, he started going on about the local courtesans, but the girl cut him off at once and told him to shut up. Sosha looked around and noticed the others were missing, so she asked where they were. He said she and the other girl were early. The rest should arrive soon. Right then, a young man walked in and he pointed him out at once. This was Niam. The others greeted him warmly, calling out to him again and again. With him came another man, the leader of the Kim Tian Association, Jinak. Everyone was happy to reunite and traded cheerful greetings, saying they had all only just arrived. Suddenly stiffened and grew alert. The girl noticed right away and asked what was wrong. He carefully scanned the area and said it was nothing. He just felt like someone was watching them. Song only smirked and acted proud, joking that, of course, people stared at them. Still, Jinak was right. Someone really was watching nearby. It was Wal. He soon noticed the Kim Tian Association group leaving and heading toward a butcher shop. There, he gently touched one of the live cows. They reminded him of his own days in captivity, unable to control their fate. While he was thinking, an old man walked over with a smile and asked if he was late. Wal grinned and said, "Of course not." The old man patted the cow and remarked that it looked like a busy day. He asked if he could handle it, putting on a sad face like an actor. The protagonist said he could, but only for today. After this, he'd have to quit. The old man sounded disappointed and asked if something important had come up. MC quickly denied it. The old man laughed, saying people his age just like to be curious. Then he admitted he'd always wondered why such a strong young man came to work here. The way Wal could put down a cow without causing pain was incredible. He even noticed something else. His hands carried the feel of someone used to killing. Still, he told him to finish today's work well and come back anytime if he ever needed a job. The protagonist gave a small nod and answered respectfully. After the old man left, MC thought about how much time he'd spent there and what he had learned. Any living thing dies at once if its vital point is struck. But that point doesn't stay still, keeps moving, and if you learn its pattern, you can catch it. Today would be his final test. Looking at the harmless cow in front of him, he raised his hand to strike. He brought his hand down on the cow's head and quietly apologized. The cow shut its eyes and that was it. He had hit the vital point perfectly. The huge animal died without even a gasp. If that kind of strike landed on a person, it would be terrifying. Pyo-wool's test had worked. His red eyes gleamed as he thought, I finally did it. Elsewhere, Hong Do-jin lounged inside a big house surrounded by crumpled papers. He let out a bitter sigh. Being stuck here all winter with nothing to show for it was driving him crazy. Then a voice called from outside. Sir Chief, what is it? A guest had come to see the branch manager, but the branch manager couldn't receive him. That instantly got his attention. Sitting up with a grin, he asked who it was. The reply came back. It was the iron-blood martial wanderer young Master Jin Gungo. Not knowing why such a person had come, he hurried out with a practiced smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm the branch manager of the Hangu sect in this city. The visitor introduced himself as Jin Gungo, and Hong Do-jin's eyes widened. Jin Gungo looked him over and asked, almost in disbelief, if he was really the branch manager. It was a clear insult, but Hong Do-jin forced an awkward laugh. Jin Gungo didn't soften his tone. The feeling in this branch was very different from the others he had seen. Hong Do-jin had no answer. Was every branch shaped by its manager, or did he just still look inexperienced? He hated it, but all he could do was keep smiling and pretend it didn't bother him. That cold stare felt sharp enough to cut through him. At last, Jin Gungo got to the point. He was looking for someone, but didn't know the person's name. All he knew was that a huge incident happened in Chengdu last year, one that devastated the Chengdu and Ma sects. So many people died, and he had heard it was all because of one man. He wanted to find him. Hong Chengdu knew right away he meant Piao, though he couldn't guess why. After destroying 7 Stars Hall, he had disappeared completely. Wanting to protect him, Hong Chengdu said only that the man was no longer in Chengdu, but he had his own guess. With movement like a ghost, the protagonist would be nearly impossible to notice even if he stood right beside you. Finding him would not be easy. Before he could say more, a heavy pouch of money landed on the table. Jin Gungo was clearly serious. If the sect claimed it could find anyone, then would they accept the job? This was just the advance. Hong Sindu was already planning to search for Pyo-wool, so getting paid for it was even better. He agreed at once. Promising to do everything he could, he accepted the request. Satisfied, Jin Gungo bowed and said he would wait for good news. Jin Gungo, leader of the Jintian Society, was known as one of the greatest young talents in the world. As Jin Gong Myong's grandson, many believed he would one day surpass even one of the 8 stars. Yet ever since he was young, he always seemed to be searching for something. Elsewhere, 2 people spoke outside a door. As soon as one stepped out, the other asked if he had learned why they had gathered in Chengdu. The answer was an apology. There hadn't been enough time to investigate. Still, they were sure those people hadn't come to Chengdu for no reason, so he was told to find out quickly. After that, they went their separate ways. On the main street, a group walked along, looking around as they talked. One of them turned to Suo Hen and asked if it was his turn to perform today. He smiled, admitting he was nervous because his skill still wasn't that great. The others told him to just do his best. They had all been the same before. Their talk was overheard by Gun Surang, who was standing outside the inn. Then she spotted Jingongu coming over and greeted him with a bright wave. He asked if only the 2 of them were here. She said Soha had gone with the great hero, Du Shinfu, while Pule Wall and Brother Sogan had gone out to scout. That excuse sounded suspicious, and both of them knew it. She just laughed and said that was all she knew. Then her expression turned serious as she asked how the search was going. Jin Gungu admitted it wasn't easy. As for whether that person was tied to them, he still didn't know. They would have to keep digging to learn the truth. If there was no connection, that would at least narrow things down. For now, he suggested they relax a little and clear their heads. She brightened and, blushing a bit, brought up a show at Tianyun Music Hall. Since he had nothing else to do today, she urged him to come along. He agreed. So they really did go enjoy the performance. Pyo Wall was there too, hidden among the musicians and playing his role without a flaw. As they watched, one of them said his technique wasn't especially fancy, but the music felt alive and every note was exact. The performers will came through clearly. It even seemed like he had only started learning recently. If he had begun earlier, he could have become a great master musician. But Jingongu frowned. He didn't know much about music, yet something felt off. The energy from that man wasn't like a musician's. Felt more like a swordsman's. He imagined that same arm holding a sword instead. That thought alone made his energy stir. Ganso Erong noticed at once and asked what was wrong. Unable to calm himself, he stared at the man on stage with wide eyes and a flushed face, then asked if she knew who he was. Confused, she asked if there was a problem. He said he was only curious. Wanting to help, she stood right away and said she'd find out. He told her he was counting on her. He was deeply interested in this man. The feeling was familiar, just like the one he had sensed at the inn. Payawal felt that gaze too. He slowly looked up and swept his eyes across the room while his hands moved faster across the instrument. The music spread through the hall, and even the flute players struggled to keep up with the pace. The crowd was completely drawn in, applauding without stop, everyone except one man who sat frozen in shock. A little later, Ganso Orang came back and said she had learned who he was. His name was Imsuhan, a Chengdu native who inherited a large fortune and grew even richer through smart business. After making enough money, he chose to follow his passion. Jingongu still looked doubtful and asked if she was sure he was really from Chengdu. She said she had asked many people and checked again to be certain. He rose to his feet, saying he'd know for sure once he met the man himself. She could only stare in surprise as he walked straight over to Payawal and bowed. He praised the performance and introduced himself as Jingongu. Then Suhan returned the bow with a polite smile, giving away nothing, and thanked him. Jingongu said he had been so impressed that he came over at once, then asked him to forgive the interruption and join him for tea if he didn't mind. After that meeting, the man went back home, already having a fair idea of what was happening. Their talk had seemed ordinary, but Jingongu's eyes had studied him closely. Praise for the performance was only an excuse. So what was the real reason? He thought back to how sincere Jingongu sounded when he said he was glad they had spoken and hoped they could talk again. For now, he decided there was still time to learn Jingongu's true aim, better to let him come closer and watch. When he reached home, the door was already open for him. An old man came out holding something and bowed. Surprised, he asked what it was. The old man handed him a wooden tablet, and he understood at once. The Thunder Sound sect was making a suspicious move. Its sect leader and young sect leader were both dead, and the sect had nearly fallen apart. So why act now? He decided he needed to watch them closely. Then the story shifts to another place where a huge crowd stood gathered with torches in hand. One man frowned deeply. Everyone believed the Thunder Sound sect could never rise again, but Otanghai refused to accept that. His hand shook with anger as he swore he would never bow to the Qingqing sect, even in death. He still couldn't forget that they were pressured so hard by Qingqing. They couldn't even hold their sect leader's funeral, and even now, Qingqing would not admit any fault. The more he remembered, the more furious he became. That debt had to be repaid. And for that reason, he had brought a certain man into the martial world, Hukum. The man looked terrifying, wearing a mask that showed only his eyes, one red and one black. He announced that in 3 days, they would head for Mount Qingqing. Startled, Otanghai turned and asked, "Just the two of us?" Ask what had been prepared so he could know how to move. The other man brushed past him and coldly said he didn't need to know. He wanted to protest, but another man cut in first. That man snapped, telling him to stop talking nonsense. They hadn't come 1,000 miles to Xiaobei just to hear useless words. The remark set Hutam off at once. His eyes widened as he turned toward the speaker, then he vanished in an instant. It happened so fast, no one could react, and he suddenly appeared right behind the man. Hukem seized his head with one hand and twisted hard, breaking his neck on the spot. The man didn't even get a chance to scream before he was killed. The others were shaken senseless, trapped between fear and madness. After that, Hukem leaned toward the group and gave them a warning. Insulting him meant insulting the Dharma sect, and the Dharma sect never forgave that. After seeing that, no one dared challenge him again. Later, members of the Seo Moon clan were relaxing in a tea house. One of them laughed and said a few rounds of go after a long trip was the best way to rest. An old man raised his teacup and asked the young master why he had come here. Acting carefree as ever, he replied that he had an appointment, and today was the last day he could relax and enjoy himself. While he was having fun, a graceful young woman passed by his table. She worked for Pyo-wol, and her beauty immediately caught everyone's eye. Seong Moon Hae-bong was smitten at once. A bald old man at the table praised her, saying Seong Moon Hae-bong looked especially lovely today, and reminding him she owned the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. The second he heard that, Seong Hae-bong jumped up and boldly grabbed Seong to stop her. He asked if she was the owner of the place. Startled, she answered yes. He immediately started throwing out cheap flirt lines. Calling her different and beautiful, he kept pressing her. Uncomfortable, she pulled her hand back and politely asked him to let go. He refused and told her to drink with him. When she begged him not to do this, he only pushed harder. Since she knew who he was, he said she should know his nature too. He treated people well if they obeyed and badly if they didn't, but Seo stayed firm. Even if he forced her, her answer would not change, so he should let go. That only made him threaten her. If she kept refusing, today would be the last day of the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. Seo Ran had never met someone this vile before. Gentle by nature, she could only stare at him in shock, thinking he'd scared her. He repeated that he could destroy the tavern. Cold sweat broke out on her back as she wondered what to do. Then someone walked up and called to Seo Ran. The moment she saw who it was, she let out a breath of relief and bowed, greeting her master. Pyo-wol had returned. Now she wanted to see if that bastard could still act so arrogant, but he wasn't scared at all. Resting his cheek on one hand, he smirked and asked if this man was the tavern's real owner. MC stepped in front of Seo Ran, shielding her, and answered with a cold look that he was the man asked his name, but Pyo-wol ignored him completely and said he didn't need to know. That open disrespect made him furious, while he only looked at him with contempt and repeated that there was no reason to answer. Chao Moon Hae-bong puffed himself up and said it had been a long time since he'd been this angry. A mere tavern manager daring to act this way was unbelievable. He demanded to know who he was dealing with, then declared that today would be the end of the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. Showing off his weak aura, he bragged that he'd proved the gap between them. Howell's face didn't change at all. He looked at the man like a spoiled brat who knew nothing of the world, and for the first time, the fool felt something was off. Ordinary people couldn't even stay standing under his aura, so why was this man untouched? Still, he laughed and rushed in to strike. He praised the protagonist's martial skill even as he attacked, but his punch only tore through an afterimage. In the next instant, Pyo-wol was behind him, listing his sins, bullying his people, and causing trouble at his business. To MC, that meant the man had a death wish. Now truly frightened, he hurriedly shouted for him to wait, but no one was going to wait for a coward like this. He needed a lesson he would never forget. With one move, he crushed the arm he used to punch and blasted him away. He flew straight out of the tavern, and Seo Moon Hae-bong was left flat on the ground, totally humiliated and unable to fight back. Pyo-wol walked out and stood over him, looking down in contempt as the man writhed in pain. He couldn't believe it. He hadn't even used his trump card, yet he'd already been beaten. After the old masters vanished from Chengdu, he never expected someone this strong to still be here. Even then, he stubbornly tried to ask who the protagonist was. The protagonist only raised the hand wrapped in white threads, and repeated that he didn't need to know. With a flick of his wrist, he left the man crippled for life. Once it was done, Pyo-wol said nothing more. He turned back inside and told his servants to clean up. Seo Moon Hae-bong lay on the ground shaking in pain, unable to rise. The next day, in another house, Seo Ran sat gently on the bed, while Pem Si rested his head on her lap. Looking down at him warmly, she said what happened last night was no small thing and thanked him for saving her. But she warned that the Little Fist King, Seo Moon Hae-bong, hadn't come alone. She worried his companions might come looking for trouble. Pyo-wol hadn't thought to ask before, but now it hit him. He sat up right away and muttered that she was right. That girl really did have a cursed tongue. Just then, a voice came from outside saying a guest had arrived. It was so I rang. She told the gatekeeper she was a friend of that ruffian guest and asked if she could greet the master of the house. She smiled without looking nervous at all. From inside, Pyo-wol allowed her in. Only then did her face grow a little tense as she opened the door and walked in. The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up. He sat there with the lower half of his face covered in black cloth, but what she felt from him was something else entirely, the presence of a giant white snake. The strange aura left her shaken. Even so, she politely asked if he was the owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He didn't waste words and simply offered her a seat. He told her to sit, then he explained that Seo Moon-hai was the true owner while he was only helping manage the place for now. She took her seat and introduced herself as Seo Moon-hai 1, asking if he'd heard her name. Pyo-woo closed his eyes and answered plainly, never. It hit her like a slap. Hiding her embarrassment, she laughed awkwardly and said she'd have to work harder. She had thought she was already well known in the martial world, but maybe her name hadn't reached this place yet. Inside though, she grew suspicious. Had this man never left Sichuan? She quietly looked him over from head to toe. One thing was clear. He was a true master. After the protagonist incident, she never expected another expert of this level to appear in Chengdu, so she tried again and asked for his name. He made a sound, but before speaking, he remembered what Seo Ran had once called him and made up a name on the spot. Pio Wole. She caught the meaning right away. POMC, the Lord of the Night. It sounded a little hard to believe, but she admitted it was a nice name. Then she finally got to the real reason she had come. She said she wasn't there just because of that ruffian. There was something she wanted to ask. Was he the one behind the great disaster in Sichuan last year? His eyes sharpened at once. He asked why she wanted to know about that. She said it was simply something she was curious about. Pyowel asked what it was, but she answered that she could only say it to the person involved. If he wasn't that person, then she had no reason to explain anything. He made it clear that if she wouldn't speak, there was nothing left to discuss. Then he closed his eyes again. She had no more room to bargain. After thinking it over for a long moment, she finally stood up and left, promising herself they'd meet again. At the Qingqing sect, a young disciple ran into the hall shouting that something terrible had happened. The two old men inside were startled and turned toward him. Master Wiryong frowned and demanded to know why he was making such a racket. The disciple could barely get the words out. He finally managed to say that people from the Thunder Sound sect were coming in large numbers. Soon, the two sects stood facing each other. The man across from them cupped his hands and introduced himself as Wu Tang, the new sect leader of the Thunder Sound sect. The white-bearded elder smiled and introduced himself as the sect master of Qingcheng. But Wu Tang still had no idea what Hiem was planning, and his nerves were stretched tight. He didn't even know what he was supposed to say next. All Wu Tang knew was Huam had said, "In 3 days, I'll climb Mount Qingqing." But 3 days had passed, and Huam still hadn't shown up. He kept thinking, how long can I stall? The stress made him dizzy. After a short line, he went quiet, and Master Weong asked, "Sect leader, are you all right?" At that moment, Wu Tang could only think about the brutal deaths of his sect members. His face turned pale. After a long pause, he finally forced out, "I am the new leader of the Thunder Sound sect." Then he added, "I came to demand that Qingcheng answer for the death of our former sect leader." Wu Tong, standing behind him, suddenly shouted that the one truly responsible had already disappeared. Wu Tong quickly cut him off and told his junior brother to stop. Still calm, the old master stroked his beard and asked how they wanted Qingcheng to make amends. The reply came at once. Their sect had lost a great leader, so Qingcheng had to repay it with someone of the same rank. That demand stunned the sect master. "Take my life," he repeated in disbelief. "What did you just say?" The Qingqing disciples exploded in anger, unable to accept such disrespect toward their sect master. Curses flew from every side with people shouting that the Thunder Sound sect had gone too far. Wu Tang looked miserable, his face tight with panic, silently begging for Huam to appear. He thought, "You told me to make a scene here. So where are you now?" Then a man stepped forward and said, "Wait, I am Li Baoyong, master of the High Heaven Martial Arts Hall." He moved between the two sides. Wu Chong turned, surprised to see him, and wondered why he had come at the worst possible moment. Still, he reminded everyone that Qingcheng had kept good ties with other sects for over 100 years. So no matter what mistake they had made, he said, such a wild demand could not be accepted. But Li Baoyong's eyes flashed with malice. He said the Thunder Sound sect's demand was fair, leaving Wiryong frozen in shock. Then another man stepped out and apologized for interrupting. He introduced himself as Hello of the Jingqing clan. His eyes looked just like Li Baoyong's, and he backed him up at once. Now the pressure grew even heavier. They all insisted the Qingcheng sect master should answer with his life. Wiryong was completely shaken and had no idea what to do. The scene shifts to a ruined village where Hong Yusong had arrived. Seeing it, he frowned and asked, "How could this happen?" Corpses were strewn everywhere. "What happened here?" he asked. Kneeling to inspect the area, he asked the man beside him if anyone was still alive. The answer was no. Hong Yusong then asked when it happened and whether they knew who did it. It had happened that very morning, but there was still no word on the killer. The man added that they might never find the one responsible. Hong Yusong's face darkened, and he looked at him in confusion. When he asked what that meant, the reason became clear. All the dead villagers were holding weapons like knives, axes, clubs, and hoes. The wounds on their bodies told the same story. The more they checked, the stranger it looked. The villagers had apparently killed each other, and not one of them survived. Hong Yusong could only wonder what on earth had happened. Back at the Qingqing sect, the crowd kept forcing the sect master. Again and again, they shouted for him to take responsibility. Like puppets, they repeated the same words: "End your life, pay for what you've done." Wu Yong's face went white as he stared at them in disbelief. He couldn't say a word. Mojong also realized something was wrong. He pointed out that Li and Hio seemed strange, like they weren't in their right minds. Weryong agreed. Before they could react, someone else stepped forward, saying he had something to say. This time, it was one of Ching Cheng's own men. Grind turned sharply and asked, "What is it, Chong Dong?" But the man suddenly started shaking. In an instant, he pulled a knife from his sleeve and rushed straight at Ryong. It was a killing strike from one of his own people, fast and completely unexpected. Caught off guard, Ryong was stabbed and coughed up blood at once. Mojong screamed, "Senior brother." After striking, the attacker turned and ran. Ryong, shaking in pain, could only watch him flee.
Montak Yong stared in disbelief.
He shouted at Chong Dong, demanding to know what he was doing. But the man answered with empty eyes, "If you do wrong, you must take responsibility." And he wasn't alone. More Qing Cheng members had been controlled the same way. They turned on their own sect master, chanting for him to pay the price until everything fell apart. Something was terribly wrong with them. They weren't even aiming at one enemy anymore. The few still in their right minds rushed in, shouting to protect the sect leader and asking what was happening. At the same time, the two controlled men barked orders for their followers to attack Chongqing as well. The whole place sank into chaos, with people cutting each other down without knowing friend from foe. Wu Tang looked around in panic, unable to understand how things had flipped so badly. Then Xian's voice called from above, telling him to stop hesitating and attack. Only then did he notice Yusong standing on a rooftop in front of him. The man seemed to flicker in and out of sight as he watched the slaughter below. With glowing red eyes, he said that once conflict starts inside a great sect, it will crumble, and Qingcheng would be no different. He was right. Wu Yong was badly weakened, and Qingcheng's disciples were tearing each other apart. Meanwhile, Jin Jiangguai and his group were in the forest when they noticed birds suddenly scattering into the sky. At first, the others only complained about the noise, but Jin Jiangguai immediately felt something was wrong and said they needed to hurry. The three of them took off at once. At Chongqing, the fighting still raged. People kept trying to snap the controlled disciples out of it, but nothing worked. Ma Dong gritted his teeth in regret. He blamed himself for not seeing through the strange behavior of the Thundersound sect and the other group sooner. If those people could be hit by a controlling dark art, Qingcheng's own members could too. Because they were fighting their own people, the disciples held back and kept getting pushed back. If this went on, a figure suddenly shot overhead and slammed down with a punch that shook the ground. It was Jin Zhongguai. He looked toward Mudong, who was supporting the wounded Wu Yong. Then the three newcomers cut their hands and introduced themselves, asking forgiveness for stepping into the battle. Relief washed over Weryong's face. He recognized young Master Jin and thanked him for coming. Jin Zhongguai quickly asked what was going on. Wu Yong could only sigh and say they didn't know. All he could tell was that some kind of dark art was controlling them, and he had no idea what the real plan was. Jin Zhongguai Town narrowed his eyes. Dark magic. Soon someone else noticed a clue. Green veins around their eyes, squirming like tiny worms. That made him suspect a grim curse. Ma Dong was shocked. A grim curse? You mean they've all been infected? Hearing that, Wu Tong froze, his face filled with confusion. He seemed genuinely unaware, muttering that he couldn't believe their side had gone that far. Jin Jiangguai caught that strange reaction right away. If this really was a Gui curse, he said, then the caster had to be nearby, and they needed to find and kill him. Tasks were split fast. One side would hold things here, while Jin Jiangguai went after the sorcerer. He agreed immediately. Closing his eyes, he activated his special sight. His senses swept across the area as if nothing could hide from him. Soon he shouted that he had found the target. Then he vanished. Moving like lightning, he leaped across the area and struck without warning. His attack hit one exact spot. When the dust cleared, no one was there at first, but his guess had been right. A dark figure had been hiding there, and Xian was forced out. With blood-red eyes, Xian asked how he had been found. Jin Zhongguai leveled his sword and demanded to know why he had set all this up. Of course, Xian had no intention of giving a straight answer. He only laughed and repeated the question back at him. Jin Zhongguai's eyes burned red as he warned that if Xian wouldn't talk, then he would destroy his dark arts himself. As he said it, he drew his sword. The two faced off, ready to fight. Jin Zhongguai's strength was no joke. He unleashed a crimson blast that crashed down and blew the ground apart. The attack showed just how terrifying his power really was. But Xian dodged it, slipped behind him, and mocked him with a quick "not bad," then he disappeared again. Jin Zhongguai watched him escape, frustrated. He hadn't finished the job, but he hadn't lost the trail either. He remembered the guilty, frightened look Wu Tang had shown earlier, but there was no time to dwell on it. Jin Zhongguai returned and seized Wu Tang after everything that had happened. Wu Tang he was shaking with fear and anger, cursing the Gu curse. Jin Zhongguai glared at him and demanded, "Who cast the Gu curse?" Tong he was cornered, but he still shook his head. "I don't know him. No one bought that." Qing Zhongguai moved in close and asked, "You really don't know? This is your last chance. I'm only asking once more." His red eyes flared, and the threat was clear. The man broke down, drenched in sweat, and finally told them everything. "He's from the small Lien Temple." Meng immediately repeated it in shock. The small Lien Temple. That was where the Lien sect began, so the curse user was likely tied to it. Meng quickly asked what the man looked like. Tang Hai said that while chasing Jin Zhongguai earlier, he only noticed the man was covered in bandages, so he couldn't identify him well. Still, he hesitated and asked if that person was really a disciple of the Little Thunderclap Temple. Before he could finish, a worm appeared at the corner of his eye, and it turned red at once. A poison curse had taken over his body. He let out a horrible scream and couldn't say another word. Pain twisted his whole body. Blood poured from his mouth. Tears ran down his face, and only then did he beg for help. The moment those words left him, he died. So Aohan rushed over right away. One touch was enough to confirm it. He was dead. So Gun realized just how cautious the enemy was. He didn't even trust his own side, which meant tracking him down would be hard. If they wanted the other sects to help, they first had to prove that man came from the Lesser Thunderclap Temple. Asked what to do next, Elder Judong could only hesitate. He admitted his sect no longer had the strength to keep fighting. Their disciples had already suffered heavy losses. Lowering his head, the old man said recovery would take a long time, so his sect wanted no further part in this. Jin Zhongguai's expression darkened. He found that hard to accept and asked if they were really letting this grudge go without revenge, but the elder cut him off. "A gentleman can wait 10 years for revenge," he said, and swore that even if it took a 100, the Qingqing sect would repay today's humiliation tenfold. Since the decision was final, they let it go. Jin Zhonggu bowed and said he would respect it, then wished for the Qingqing sect's recovery. He thanked them all. After saying goodbye and leaving the Qingqing sect, the three talked over their next move. They agreed they had to keep hunting him. A man who could control minds was too dangerous to leave alone. Still, So Gun wondered if they could even find him after so much time had passed. Jin Zhonggu thought back to the chase. Based on the blood he left behind, the man's injuries had to be serious. An ordinary doctor wouldn't be enough, so he'd likely seek out a well-known clinic. Jin Zhongguk suggested asking the Oman to help search, so Gurge immediately took that task. So Aohan added that he and his sister would explain everything to So and the great hero Joshin Pao, then work with them. He was sure Joshin Pao would help. With the plan set, the three split up. After Jin Zhonggu disappeared into the distance, the other two let out a sigh. One joked that this case probably wouldn't make them any money either. The other said this wasn't the first time, so it shouldn't be surprising. Jin Zhonggu might be a little foolish, but people with that kind of heroic heart were rare, and maybe that was why they followed him. Then he urged them to get moving too. The other agreed. For all their complaining, both of them wanted to see this through with him. Elsewhere, Sir Zhang was busy running the Kingshang house as usual. She sent off a customer with a bright smile, wishing him a safe trip. The man in the veiled hat said they should meet again next time, and the young woman blushed, saying she'd be waiting. She even called him my lord. It was obvious they liked each other, even if neither had said it directly. As the man walked away, he suddenly stopped. Jin Jong-gu was standing in his way. The man recognized him at once. Jin Jong, he greeted him with a formal bow. Jin Jong-gu introduced himself as the iron-blooded martial artist and asked if this was the master of the Tianshang house, Q-Wu. The reply came back cold and direct. What is it? That blunt answer caught him a little off guard. Still, he quickly said he had something he wanted help with. Then Jin Jong-gu froze, eyes widening as he studied the man more carefully. He asked point-blank if they had met before, adding that this wasn't the face he remembered. Right away, he understood this wasn't someone to take lightly. More curious than ever, he pressed him again. Who was he really? Pale Wolf had no reason to answer, so he simply asked back who Jin Jong-gu thought he was. That response felt a lot like Sohan's style. Jin Jong-gu said that before coming here, he had heard a story about a certain man, a lone wolf in Sichuan, someone who liked to toy with the sex. He hadn't believed the story at first, but now he asked if that was the person he was trying to find. Jin Jong-gu nodded and said yes. Asked why, he answered honestly. He had been tracking an organization for a long time and wanted to know if that man belonged to it. Then came another question. What would he do if he did? Jin Zongguak's answer was firm. He would fight him, bring him down, and do whatever it took to uncover the truth. That had been his goal from the start, and he asked once more for the man's identity. Was he Lim So-i-Huan, the master of the Tianshang house, or the killer who once threw Sichuan into chaos? Which one was the real him? His attitude seemed decent, and he clearly knew a lot, so P.O. Wu took off his hat. Jin Zhongguo stared without even blinking, searching his face for any lie. He asked if this was his real face, and the man said yes. He added that he rarely showed it. Since he had answered, it was now Jin Jong-gu's turn to explain what he really wanted. That seemed fair, and with a snap of his fingers, Jin Jong-gu agreed. He tossed something over, and the man caught it at once. It was a round gold coin, the 9 dragons. He asked if the man knew them, but he didn't. His confused reaction made that clear. So Jin Jong-gu explained that people using this symbol had started appearing recently. They had no known ties and never contacted each other, but they all carried the same mark. The symbol was spreading fast, and those people kept stepping into conflicts to chase power and profit. They weren't like normal martial sects at all. They cared nothing for fame, only gain. In some ways, they were built like merchants. The difference was that they also held overwhelming military power. So Jin Jong-gu asked again if he was part of that group. Looking him straight in the eye, the man said no. Jin Jong-gu's expression softened a little. When asked if he believed him, he said he did. And when the man asked why, Jin Jong-gu gave a simple answer, his eyes. Then he formally introduced himself again and asked for the man's true name. Only then did he give it, Paewol. Jin Jong-gu seemed to like him right away. He even asked if they could become friends, saying rank didn't matter, but the answer came back instantly. No. Paewol walked right past him. He said Jin Jong-gu knew nothing about him. Jin Jong-gu just laughed and took back the gold coin. Even so, he said he trusted his own judgment and believed Paewol wasn't a bad person. Then his tone turned serious. A very dangerous man was hiding in the capital, and he needed help finding him. He had heard the man came from the Little Thunderclap Temple, and if no one stopped him, something terrible could happen. So he asked Paewol to help track him down. He added that they could talk properly after it was over, then flicked the gold coin over once more. Paewol caught it, but he still refused. No matter what Jin Jong-gu said, it wouldn't change his mind, and he turned away. Watching him leave, Jin Jong-gu thought about the man who had once shaken Sichuan. How many people could really see what was in his heart? From what Jin Jong-gu had learned, he seemed more like a victim than a true villain. So he stayed confident and smiled, promising they would meet again. Then the scene shifts to a small room soaked in blood. An old man lay there barely alive. Forcing out his words, he gasped that they dared kill him. He cursed Hulkama and the others, warning that they would regret bringing such murderous intent against him. In a small tavern, the blonde Shiman Pyong Haibong sat drinking, still wrapped in bandages because his wounds hadn't healed. He was furious over the beating he took from the main character and slammed his cup onto the table. As he cursed, one image kept filling his mind, Pruo Weiss, that master of the night. He couldn't believe the man had done this to him. He swore that once his body healed, he would get revenge. The madder he got, the more wine he demanded. He was so on edge that everyone looked like an enemy, and he shouted at the room. Then Hukima suddenly appeared behind him. Without saying a word, he tilted his head and grabbed Simon Pai Yong Hai Bang by the hair. Xiaoman whipped around in shock, yelling, "What the hell? Who are you?" The pull was so hard, it brought tears to his eyes. Before he could do anything, Hukama took out a pitch-black pill. The people who saw it didn't dare get close. Just like that, Shaman Pio Haibang was forced to swallow the pill. As soon as it went down, his mind was taken over. His eyes changed, and worm-like marks spread across his face. He was just a puppet now, and Shaman left at once. J-Man Pio Haibang, no longer himself, kept mumbling about revenge. He swore he'd get back at the one who ruined him. Then the others in the tavern suddenly changed too, turning into walking puppets and laughing in a creepy way. Yeah. Revenge. In a flash, the whole crowd rushed into the streets, smashing and attacking everything. The townspeople screamed in fear, begging for help and asking what they had done wrong. But no matter how they cried out, the cursed people didn't come back to their senses. They killed without hesitation, cutting down anyone who got in their way. Right then, Jin Hyuk and his group arrived and started pushing back the crazed mob. He saw it right away. This had to be that man's doing. Who else could it be? The puppets at Mount Chingcheng weren't enough, and now he'd brought chaos to the capital too. Jin Hyuk wondered why he still hadn't shown himself. This riot clearly wasn't the real goal. He had to be after something else. The net is closing in. He's getting desperate, so he's making his move. First, we deal with this. While he spoke, Gua came running over like she'd seen a ghost, shouting that something terrible had happened. They turned to her at once. What is it? She was shaking so badly, she could barely get the words out. So Ulman. He went back to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, then a shout rang out from far away. Fire! The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is burning. The flames were rising fast, and Jin Hyuk's face went pale. No way. Then they all ran over. Inside, the women were screaming for water and shouting that Hyang still hadn't come out. The place was almost fully swallowed by the fire, and someone inside was coughing hard. It was Seol Yulman, holding Hyang down and yelling at her for rejecting him. He'd completely lost his mind, still screaming at her even after she had passed out. The other three arrived and shouted his name. Shulman froze and looked over. They all saw the same twisted look they had seen at Mount Chingcheng. It was obvious that Bastard had used his technique on Shulman. Gu Shao cried out that the fire was spreading and they had to get him out now. But Jin Hyuk realized the woman was already dead. He quickly decided their first job was saving Shulman. He called to him again and again, telling him to calm down, come over and leave the woman. Only then did Selman seem to wake up. He looked around, saw what he'd done, and was horrified. He jumped to his feet and staggered back, but he was still raving like a madman. He kept blaming that man, shouting it was all his fault. His mind kept breaking apart until he was completely beyond saving. Jin Hyuk said there was no way to bring him back. Then someone stepped through the flames. It was Wall, and he looked furious. His eyes were red, his face colder than ice. He walked forward with iron guards on his hands, white threads already stretched out. In an instant, dozens wrapped around Salmon's neck, and with one pull, his head was ripped clean off. Nothing needed to be said. Even that death felt too easy for what he'd done. The others could only watch, unable to stop it. Salmon's head rolled to their feet, and the whole group went stiff with shock. Junheek, acting like he couldn't see what was obvious, still demanded to know who the protagonist was and how he dared attack Salmon. The protagonist ignored them. He knelt and quietly pulled the dagger from Hyung's chest, remembering the night before when she softly asked, "Master, do you have a wish?" He had looked at her, confused, and repeated, "A wish." Then she leaned in and whispered, "You always listen to what we want, but you've never told us your own." For the first time, he opened up. "I've always dreamed that I could build a world with no more darkness or sorrow, and you still haven't told me your wish." Her face turned serious as she looked at him. "My wish is so big, I don't even dare say it. So if I can watch your dream come true, that will be enough for me." She had clearly fallen for him, and he didn't hate that. But now she was only a cold body. Even Jin Hyuk had nothing to say. Wall's eyes reddened, but he never looked at them. He stared only at the woman he cared for. She had wanted to see his dream, yet left before that world could exist. He promised she wouldn't go alone. Darts and threads rose into the air aimed at the other three. He clearly had no plan to let any of them leave, so Gonsung quickly drew his sword and held it near his neck to trigger his art. White Moon's 18 forms. In his eyes, Solman deserved to die, but anyone defending Wall should die too. MC meant it. The darts shot out like lightning, spreading everywhere. He alone was enough to handle all three of them. Gonsong rushed in, but Guwa couldn't just watch. She jumped forward and cut down several darts dropping from above. The two of them fought together with their swords. Then she noticed the darts were changing direction on their own. Could it be? He was moving them with his energy. Their attacks were as sly as poison snakes, impossible to read. Wall didn't even need to move. Gunzen got right up to him, thought he had the edge, and even smiled too soon. He thought it was over, but his threads had already formed a web around him. It would take a miracle for those two to live through this. Only Jinhyuk was clear-headed enough not to rush in. He saw the danger and shouted for them to move, but it was already too late. Blood had been spilled. Guwa was badly hurt, and Gunsong was grabbed by the throat in a tangle of wires. Wall had caught both of them at once. They hung in the air, struggling uselessly. The only mercy was that he hadn't killed them yet. Now Guwa was truly terrified. He hadn't even moved, yet he crushed them with those darts alone. She felt completely helpless. A single dart hovered in front of each of their faces, ready to pierce an eye at any second. Jinhyo couldn't just stand there anymore, so he drew his sword and used his art. Ninth Revolution Heaven, Annihilating Sword, Third Form Soul-Severing Slash. The technique was powerful. A single horizontal strike filling the whole room with pressure. Because of it, the other two broke free. The slash kept going straight at Wall. After the attack, the protagonist was unharmed, but the other two were saved. They both knew Jinhyuk had just saved their lives. Gun Sang had never seen anyone this strong, but he still wanted to charge again until his ally stopped him at once. That's enough. Gun Sang stared at him in disbelief. Jinhyuk had already made up his mind. Stop. We have to bear it. Even after nearly dying once, the idiot still wanted to fight and shouted back, asking what he meant by that. Was he really saying they should retreat? Weren't they supposed to avenge their sect? Guha finally cut in coldly, telling Gunsang they had to endure it. She understood the situation at least. By now, it should have been obvious. They were no match for that man, but Gunsang still couldn't accept it. He clenched his teeth. Gawa had always been proud, and as Hanshan's disciple, she had reason to be. So hearing someone like her say endure it left him no choice. In the end, he lowered his head and said nothing more. The fighting stopped. Jinhyuk sheathed his sword, stepped forward, and called out, Wall. Then he tried to make a deal. Let's set our grudge aside for now. But MC's answer was simple. Who did Jinhyuk think he was, and why should he agree? Jinhyuk explained that he was probably blaming them for this, but a weak creep like Sel-min could never have caused it alone. Someone was controlling him from the shadows, and they had already been tracking others under that same control. All of them showed the same signs. He was doing this to distract them and slip away, so the real priority was catching him first. After that, they could deal with what happened here. If they stayed busy fighting each other, the real culprit might already be out of the city, and this could happen again. Jinhyuk asked the protagonist to accept that. The protagonist said very little, only holding Hyang tightly in his arms. Then he stood and looked straight at them. And if I refuse, Jinhyuk's face turned pale, and he let out a helpless sigh. Then he'd have no choice but to fight. But if they did, Wo wouldn't get the real killer behind her death. Was that really the better choice? He had a point. MC looked down at Hyang for a moment, then turned away in anger and walked off. Only then did the others. The three of them quietly let out a breath, finally easing up a little. He stepped out of the flames, and that was answer enough. As the fire died down, the girls gathered around Sol Ron and wept, crying, "Why did this happen, Sister Sol Ron?" Before Pual left, he gave an order to his most trusted subordinate. "I'll be gone for a while. You're in charge of the Heavenly Fragrance House now." Lusol ran to rest somewhere warm and quiet, somewhere the sun reaches. Holding back her sorrow, she placed a hand on her chest and answered, "Leave it to me. Please focus on what you need to do." Only after hearing that did he move on. Then he noticed Jean Geometry Gar already waiting for him. Going after the culprit, Piawal walked right past him. Finding him isn't hard. What matters is finding the one behind him. Jean Geometry Gar watched him go, frowning in surprise. Was he talking about the Little Lane Temple? Elsewhere, Hun Jie Rang was walking alone. Her thoughts stuck on the other two. Brother So-gun was tied up with the Monpyo Hin case, while brother Ji Yoon-gu had gone after him. At this rate, Ji Yoon-gu was going to struggle if he kept trying to handle everything alone. Lost in those thoughts, she slammed into someone passing by. She turned at once. "I'm sorry. I was distracted and didn't watch where I was going." But the second she saw his face, she jolted and shouted, "It's him." It was Hugh Calm, the man they had been hunting. A greedy look flashed across his face. This time she wasn't getting away. She froze in fear, mouth hanging open as Hyo Calm struck. In one clean move, Jie Rang was knocked unconscious on the spot. The bastard threw the beautiful woman over his shoulder and laughed. "You'll be perfect material. I'll take you to the Little Lien Temple and turn you into my strongest puppet." I can't wait to see Jin Ji Yoon-gu's face when he learns the truth. The scene shifts to another place where two people stood across from each other in a courtyard. Pio Wall told Jang So, "I need to leave for a while. I've already set aside what I need and a servant will come collect it." Startled, the man asked, "Where are you going?" The protagonist answered with just one word, "Tibet." That stunned him. Getting there by land would take a month. What happened? Is this because of what took place at the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion? Men gave a nod. That's right. Hearing that, the man grew worried for him. He quickly handed over a large wooden box. "Take this. I made it for you. It's called the Kaifeng Yai. It resists water and heat very well. You once said you needed something like this, so bring it with you." He also pulled out another item, and this too, he said, offering a small black box he always carried. Pure Will took it and asked, "What's this?" The man said it was white phosphorus powder. Throw it on a fire, and it becomes very hard to put out. The Tang clan of the forest made this for a long time. I only recently started refining it again, so there's not much. Use it only when you really need to. Everything he gave him was first rate. Pule clenched his fist and thanked him. "I know. I'll use them well." It was only then that the man named Jean Gamgul realized Gonso Arung had vanished. "Is that woman you wounded, sir? She's not someone who would disappear without a word." Men was sure he had nothing to do with it. "I haven't seen her since then." The man understood he had the wrong idea and quickly clarified. "That's not what I meant. So Arung's disappearance is probably tied to the same string of incidents. That guy was hurt by me before, so revenge is likely why he did this." He controlled Say Hey and took Seo Arung. Then he asked sincerely, "Please help me." He said it so plainly, "Help me even though I killed Pule and nearly killed your comrade." But he still believed Say Mun Hei Bong was the one who wrecked your property and attacked your people, and that my comrade rushed in without looking into it. This is urgent, so let's set that aside for now. He must be heading back to the small lane temple. I can't chase him alone, so I have no choice but to ask for your help and owe you for it. He kept pressing men. "Can we track him together?" Pule MC finally agreed. "If that's the case, stop talking and follow behind me." He had sworn that nothing alive would slip from his hands. The two traveled without rest and reached their destination a full day later, only to find a house full of corpses. Jean Gamgul looked at the bodies with bitter shock. How could he do something this horrible? Men searched the place for clues. This house let him watch your people. If he wanted revenge, he needed to keep an eye on all your movements. He likely controlled Seo Munhai Bongul from here too. At the mention of his dead comrade, his chest tightened. Then men spotted scraps on the floor. Just as he suspected, the man planned to head for Tibet. Were those pieces oiled leather? That would help in damp places. The cotton could line clothing against the cold, and the iron bits were for shoes to keep from slipping on ice. They found plenty of signs, meaning he would pass through snowy ground. And the only place between Sichuan and Tibet buried in snow right now was the Western Plateau. Jean Gamgul grew tense. Then we have to go there. Everywhere the two went, they found more corpses. He killed the horses and the drivers. Looks like he switched to a boat here. There were still footprints on the ground that hadn't been wiped away. Pule studied them. There's good news and bad news. The good news is that Gonso Warong is still alive. The bad news is he knows we're chasing him. Then men stopped and handed over the coat he was wearing. "Put this on. You'll need it on the snowplane," the man asked in surprise. "If you give it to me, what will you wear?" "Rung Sudu made me a new one, so I don't need this anymore. I have something else." After that, he put on a new cloak as the weather ahead turned much harsher. Meanwhile, Hyo Kam had already reached the icy snow-filled region. He kept looking back. They're getting close. Whoever was following him had amazing tracking skill. Who could it be? Was there really someone like that in Chengdu? Then a thought hit him. Could it be that guy? His plan to use Moonbong to lure Jingamgyo's group to their deaths had completely failed. The master of the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion hiding behind that flawless face was incredibly dangerous and always seemed to melt into the shadows. If he chose to disappear, that would be even worse. The more he thought, the more scared he got. Did he find out I exist? He glanced at Gonsorong over his shoulder. If I were alone, I could have escaped any time, but now I'm stuck carrying this burden. Pa Yol and the other man also reached the snowy plain. He urged, once we cross this, we can get back to the small lay-in temple. He finally felt a bit relieved. We're here. I can't believe I made it through this cold. Without you, I never would have gotten this far. Jun Gum-gu looked over at Men, thinking about the time they'd spent together. I've learned only one thing we share. We both know martial arts. Other than that, we're nothing alike, especially in presence. He's far sharper and far more dangerous than I am. Is that what made him the peerless assassin who wrecked the Ching Chong and Ma sects? He must know many more ways to kill than the ones I've already seen. I want to know what methods he uses next, and that both excites and scares me. Suddenly, Men warned, something's coming. As soon as Payawal finished speaking, a large group of riders rushed toward them with weapons in hand. He recognized the curved swords at once. Tibetan horse bandits. They're the biggest danger to merchants crossing the snowplain. They don't just steal goods. They kill innocent people too without hesitation. But Paolo Wall already had a plan. He turned and said, "You handle them." The man blinked. "What, me alone?" Men wouldn't let him argue and moved ahead. The snowplain is windy and the weather changes fast, so tracks vanish easily. I need to keep following him right now. I'll leave signs for you, so don't worry. This is the best way. There was no time to waste. He drew his sword at once. Got it. I'll be right behind you. Men took another route and kept chasing the bastard. Meanwhile, Jin Gong-gu stayed behind to stop the bandits. Sword ready. Come on. Try me. Back in the city, Sound was still wrapping his wounds. Thinking about that fight, he burned with frustration. Couldn't help at all. Not even a little. Just then, someone came to his door. "Young Master Nong, may I come in?" Startled, he looked over. Of course. "Please come in." It was Soha and his grandson. "How are you feeling? We came to see how you're doing." As he said he was feeling better, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and he flinched. The other two quickly told him not to push himself. "Actually, I came because someone told me about your situation." It was Hong Du-sin, the manager of the Lower Five Gate City branch, who had come as well. He clasped his hands and bowed.
"I'm Hong Du-sin."
Nong returned the greeting politely. "It's an honor to meet you, Master Hong. Please forgive me for coming so suddenly, but I have something important to tell you." Nong was confused. Something important. Hong Du-sin got straight to the point. Hong Du-sin got right to it. The assassin traveling with Jin Hyuk is extremely dangerous. We at the Lower Five Gates have tried to learn about him, but we still found nothing clear. So if you have any clue about him, tell me. If not, the danger he brings could spread across the whole martial world. He then pressed him about the attack. Hong Du-sin leaned in, eyes sharp, urging him to tell everything he knew about Wall, but the answer wasn't what he wanted. The young man lowered his head and said he would help, though he doubted it would amount to much at all.
Hong Du-sin face fell.
What do you mean? The others exchanged looks. Even now, I still don't know what kind of technique he used against me, and I still have no idea how to stop it. He's the first person who ever made me feel like this, mysterious as death itself. Out on the snowfield, Wall had caught up to Hyuk. He stayed right behind him without a sound. Only Hung, hanging upside down on Halka's shoulder, noticed first. She was stunned. Why was the Night Lord here? Then Hooka sensed something wrong. He stopped at once and spun around but saw nothing. Still, he felt an awful unease. He could clearly track the woman's movements, and now her breathing and heartbeat were speeding up. But no matter where he looked, nothing seemed out of place. It was all too normal, and that only confused him more. He couldn't understand how Wall was hiding. His eyes widened as he searched for what he had missed. Then the fool kept moving and even mocked his pursuer, wondering if he could keep following. Of course, he could. He stayed on his heels the whole time. Heng watched, totally shocked. How could the Night Lord read every move and follow so perfectly? Each time Halka stepped, the Night Lord matched him. With that kind of movement, there was no way he'd be found. He absolutely couldn't see the protagonist, just like no one can see their own back. Hoka's footwork looked ghostly, but next to the Night Lord, it was nothing. The protagonist moved like his shadow. Hoka once again felt that prickling on his back. This cat and mouse game was breaking him, so he lashed out behind him and shouted for his stalker to show himself. The fear was starting to set in, and he tried to guess why he was being followed. If this was revenge for Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, MC would have attacked at once without hesitating. So why keep lurking like this? Then it hit him. It was because of Hung. Since she was in his hands, Wall couldn't strike freely and was just circling him. He finally understood. Fine then. In one quick move, he hurled the girl into the air. So Yang was terrified, bound, gagged, and helpless. She had no idea what would happen next. The bastard waited, sure he would reveal himself, and shouted another challenge, but he still saw nothing. Then Halka began summoning his demonic fire. At that very moment, several blades appeared from nowhere and pierced his hand in an instant. Blood sprayed out. Pain shot through him, and his spell died before it was finished. Hung squeezed her eyes shut, expecting to hit the ground, but nothing happened. Halka stared at his shaking hand and knew for sure now, Wall was there. Where are you hiding? Panic took over. He decided he had to reach the Lesser Thunderclap Monastery right away. Even then, the protagonist stayed close behind him. The moment he made up his mind, he dashed off, dropping everything else. Only then did MC step out and go to Hyen, who had been left in the snow. Her eyes were still shut from pain and cold. He looked at her with pity. You've suffered. Weakly, she tried to ask why he had come. Walpu only wondered if she could last until Jinhak arrived. Even if she died, he still had to keep moving. All he could say was, I'm sorry. Please understand. Then he leaned in and kissed her, but it wasn't really a kiss. He was passing his energy to her. Night Lord, what is this? Warmth spread through her body, and she started to feel better. He was forced to leave her there and go on alone. He told her he had given her true chi, and that she had to hold on until Jin Hyuk came. Hyang didn't understand him. Her eyes followed his fading figure as she wondered who he meant and why the Night Lord had come for her at all. Hulk arrived at a large building. Someone inside called out, asking who was there. I'm from the Lesser Thunderclap Monastery. I have an urgent report for the Tower Master. Let me see Tower Master Ryukmakia immediately. At once, the doors opened. Inside, the tower's tall, grim mistress heard the report and gave a faint smile. He says he's from the Lesser Thunderclap Monastery, her servant said. He calls himself Huck. Her eyes brightened. I know that name. The hunting dog raised by the Dharma monk. Even with him kneeling before her, she looked down on him. She asked what a hunting dog like him wanted. The man was badly shaken and spilled everything. Someone was following him. That person had terrifying martial arts and stealth, and the tower had to be careful. Her contempt was clear. She laughed at him for a hunted dog coming to beg for shelter, then she told him not to worry. Without the tower's permission, not even the Dharma monk could enter. She added that the Dharma monk hated owing favors, but now he'd owe her one. Relax. You can stay here. He bowed his head and accepted the favor for the night. Just like that, he was safe for one night. He slept peacefully in his room, sure the guards outside would protect him. Then he felt something bloody near his head. Still half asleep, he opened his eyes, and the instant he saw it, he bolted upright, heart racing. He suddenly recognized the jewelry that woman had been wearing. He never expected to see it here. Wall had finally reached the tower. As usual, a voice behind the door asked who was there, but there was no reply. The old guard frowned, confused, and another one came over. Did someone come just now? Someone had clearly been at the door, then vanished. Neither of them would have believed it even at death's door. The intruder was already standing behind them, and they had no idea when he got there. After seeing those two items, Hyuk couldn't sleep anymore and got up to check the tower. He paced around, feeling that something was wrong. Why was it so dark and so quiet? He couldn't sense anyone at all. What happened to the tower? Had the hallway grown smaller, or was it always this tight? But that didn't matter now. What mattered was the safety of the Tower Master, the owner of that bracelet. Holding the blood-stained bracelet, he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in fear. In the dim light, he saw a figure. It swayed, then dropped. The whole body burst into fire like a living torch, and it wasn't just one. The hallway was lined on both sides with standing corpses. That was why it had felt so narrow. The sight nearly made Hyuk throw up, then flames spread to his feet, and he ran for his life. But everywhere he looked, there were bodies. Here too and here everyone was dead. Not a single person in the tower had survived, and no one was left to save him. By the time he understood, it was too late. Walden already gotten inside. If that was true, then could it be? While he was still thinking, he went rigid, and the bloody bracelet slipped from his hand. In front of him hung the tower master's corpse upside down from a beam. At that point, he was completely terrified. Why kill everyone in the tower and leave the bracelet behind unless the protagonist wanted him to see it? Why spare him? The protagonist, what are you trying to do by driving me into a corner like this? The tower had fallen. He was so scared he leaped down and ran as fast as he could. What he didn't know was that Wall had already found him. With a short blade in hand, he aimed at the fleeing figure below and threw. The blade pierced his arm and blood poured out. The man was badly hurt, but MC didn't finish him. He let him keep running. His last hope was to reach the temple, his only chance to live. Losh watched him from afar and followed close behind into the deep forest. But then the man suddenly turned, and just like that, he was gone. He's gone. I can't see him anymore. Never before had his prey escaped him like this. The distance between them had been only a few steps, yet the protagonist vanished without a trace. No breath, no body heat, nothing. Could this be real? If Wall truly had that kind of skill, he wouldn't have been searching the forest so long without finding anything. Still, something felt wrong. He had been here before, yet somehow he had lost the trail. So he stopped wandering and headed straight for the forest's edge. This place seemed hostile, like it was trying to drive him out. There were constant tremors, plus mazes and illusions that fooled the senses. Is this some kind of formation hiding the headquarters of the temple? The Little Layan Temple has huge power in Tibet, so finding it won't be easy. Still, if he has enough time, he'll track it down no matter what. He wasn't giving up, just pulling back for now to think of another way. After a long trek, he reached a rundown village near the Little Layan Temple. Something felt wrong. He could sense people inside, but no one came out even though it was the middle of the day. Were the villagers really this scared of strangers? Then he noticed a small boy creeping up behind him. The kid rushed out and hurled a rock at him. It wasn't dangerous at all. The boy was just a normal villager, so Wall caught the rock with ease. Before the kid understood what happened, he shouted, telling him to get out. Right after that, an old man came running over. He panicked, and soon a crowd gathered around them. They forced the boy's head down and begged for mercy, asking him to forgive the child's rudeness, but Wall hadn't done anything. Even so, the stubborn boy kept yelling, asking why they should fear people like him. The moment MC heard that, he knew something was wrong. The old man beside him went pale and snapped at the child, warning that he'd end up like his brother if he didn't stay quiet. Tears filled the boy's eyes, but he still shouted back. He wasn't scared even if they turned his little brother into a monster. The old man couldn't stop him. Wall had heard enough and asked who had taken the boy's brother. Braver now, the child shouted that those bastards were from the Shaolin Temple just like him. That name was exactly what he had been searching for, and killing intent flared from him at once. Shaolin Temple? He told the boy to keep going. Shaken but angry, the kid yelled that they had already taken his brother and the other village children. So why come back? Did they need more? If so, they could take him too. Unlike the boy, Wall stayed calm and said he wasn't here to take anyone. The child still called him a liar. Using all his patience, the protagonist said he had no reason to kidnap him. If anything, he'd rather kill Gua than drag off some child and deal with the trouble. Now the boy hesitated and asked if he really wasn't from the Shaolin Temple. MC said no. At last, the misunderstanding started to clear. The old man's face turned gray as he shakily asked if that was really true. Walsall cut him off coldly, ask one more question, and he'd face the consequences. The whole crowd dropped to the ground, crying and begging forgiveness. They said the Shaolin Temple had taken so much from them that the village had become empty and broken. Just a few years ago it had been full of life. Even though they lived near Nanmu Forest, inside the Zolian Temple's territory, they had nothing to do with it. They had once been thankful for its name since it kept bandits away. Then one day, monks from the Shaolin Temple came and took every child in the village. No one knew why. Only one child was spared because he happened to be away that day. Years later, they saw the missing children again and realized the Little Liyun Temple was carrying out something horrible. They released the children and ordered them to fight each other. If they refused, their parents would die. If they lost, their parents would die too. It was a battle fought with their families' lives on the line. So the children attacked one another. The loser was killed and their parents were murdered as well. That cruelty stripped the children of their feelings until they couldn't even know their own families. Worse, they were made to kill their parents with their own hands. The old man revealed that the arm he lost was cut off by his own son. Walsall was puzzled and asked why they didn't just leave. The old man gave a bitter laugh. How could they? Those children were still their own blood. If they ran, they feared the children would suffer again, so they stayed even if the children no longer knew them. Then he asked why he was searching for the little Lawan temple. What they had done to those children was too similar to what had happened to him in the past. Hearing it made his anger boil over and his eyes filled with murderous intent. He vowed to wipe every one of them out. The boy who had been so bold before was frightened now, but the villagers also knew Wall was their only hope. The old man placed a hand on his chest and said he would share everything he knew about the little Layan temple. He explained that its highest leader was called the Dharma Master. The current one, he said, was an extremely powerful fighter known as the Blood Buddha. He had reportedly mastered the temple's strongest art, the heavenly dragon's infinite supreme aura. The Blood Buddha also controlled around a dozen branches, which people called the 10 branches of the Blood Buddha. Under them were 300 Mara blood monks, the temple's main fighting force. Beyond that, the Little Layun Temple had many other groups raised for all kinds of secret purposes. The stolen children were likely being trained as weapons for one of those goals. They didn't know the path to the temple, but they believed it must leave signs behind since so many people moved in and out. Someone like Wall, they said, would notice what ordinary people couldn't, so he should be able to find it. Still, the protagonist felt something was off. He narrowed his eyes and pointed out that they seemed to know a lot for people who had never been there. The old man answered seriously. It was the obsession of parents who had lost their children. Wall asked nothing more. In his mind, one thought kept turning over: kidnapping children to make weapons. Felt far too familiar. And if he waited any longer, they'd only have more time to prepare for him. He needed to finish this fast. Then the young man from earlier came up to him. He begged MC that if he found Soma and the other children, he shouldn't kill them. He should save them. Back then, he had been unable to do anything. He watched them get taken away while he hid and covered his mouth so no one would hear him cry. The guilt still crushed him. He said Soma had called out to him, but he was too terrified to move. His father tried to comfort him, saying none of it was his fault. Even they had been helpless. So, of course, he was scared. If he had been taken too, how could they have kept living? Father and son looked at each other and broke down in tears. It was moving, but Wall answered bluntly. He was sorry, but he couldn't promise that. The young man was stunned and asked why. His reason was simple. He wouldn't make a promise he might fail to keep. He didn't know what waited inside the Little Layan Temple. It was secretive and he'd have to sneak in. Even if he found the children, he couldn't act without knowing their condition. He hadn't come there to rescue people in the first place, but he did promise to bring back news about the children and to slaughter every last one of those Little Layan Temple bastards. That night, Wall set out again to search for a way inside, but he felt the same thing as before. The formation was active again. Still, no formation could hide an entire area forever. Then he noticed the stream. Finding the entrance by sensing it alone would be hard, but this stream had far too many large fish, which meant the food supply and conditions were unusually good. Standing in the river, Lull focused on that clue. Could it be caused by human waste? That guess proved right. At last, he found a promising opening. The formation was weaker there, enough to reveal a path. Even with his sight blocked, he knew this had to lead to the Little Layan Temple. If they wanted to blind him, fine, he'd use smell and touch instead. The route turned out to be a sewer line. He was about to move on when he stopped. Iron bars blocked the way ahead, but he could see buildings beyond them. He realized he had reached the edge of the formation. He tested the bars and slipped through the narrow gap like smoke. Inside, he heard guards talking. They laughed that no one could find their headquarters without permission, much less break in. To them, the idea was absurd. They kept chatting confidently, saying no one had entered this place for hundreds of years and that the rumors were ridiculous, all while Wool was already inside. One finally said it didn't matter. It was an order from above, so they just had to stay alert and keep watch. Hearing that, the protagonist immediately thought of Hike. Had that guy bragged about him or something? Meanwhile, inside the tower, Hike Bun asked with a pounding head if Hike was really claiming an assassin had chased him so badly he had to run for his life. Kneeling on the floor, groveled and apologized, saying, "Yes, That was exactly what happened. Trembled with rage, clutching his prayer beads. How could that make any sense? He was chased by an assassin, yet never even saw his face, and now he was warning them to be careful? Fruffed Brain glared at him and demanded to know why he hadn't killed the man instead of leading danger back here after all the support he'd been given. Hookum had no way out. Clutching his chest, he begged Dharma Master, please give me one more chance. Just a little time and I'll deal with him myself. Then he smashed his forehead into the floor again, pleading for trust. Hookum Bun didn't know what to say. The story sounded crazy, but Hookum had no reason to make it up. Then the man sitting nearest the old master spoke. Grandmaster, Hookum was followed. Yes. But he still got revenge on Ching Chung. We should judge reward and punishment fairly. He added that Hookum wasn't the type to lie, so they needed to find the person who chased him first. The others quickly agreed. Soon they were tossing around ideas. Maybe the intruder was still in Nam Mok Forest. Maybe they should send hunting dogs. Maybe Titan security. Some brushed it off, saying none of that was needed since no one could get in anyway. They even joked around. Everyone was careless except Hookum, who was clearly terrified. In the end, he decided the only one he could count on was himself. That night, a few torch-bearing guards patrolled the area, checking everywhere. But after searching, they still found nothing and started to think they could comb all of Numbok Forest without spotting anyone. Before long, they decided Hookum's warning had to be wrong. They grumbled that he always acted important but never delivered and that they never should have listened to him. Eventually, they said they should head back and talk it over again. None of them realized P.O. Wall had already slipped into their group. A few days earlier, one of the men had returned from outside. He went into his room and tossed off his clothes. Then he dropped onto the bed to rest, complaining that this search was dragging on forever and that Hookum had to be making the whole spy story up. Mid-rant, he suddenly froze. On the ceiling was a dark shape with 2 red eyes. He'd been chosen by Pu Wool, and his luck ended there. White threads wrapped around him so fast and tight he couldn't even cry out. He could only stare, unable to move. After a long pause, one word finally came out, monster. Puwal took his place and wore his identity for days without anyone noticing. The others saw him and said, "Isn't that senior brother De Jongmook? Didn't he go search the forest?" They asked why he was back so soon and what he was doing there. He answered that this was the only place left to check. Since hardly anyone came there, he claimed he was only stopping by to be thorough and to deliver a message. Today's search was over, so they could all leave. With his act flawless, he casually went inside to look around. A nasty smell hit him at once. He wondered if this was some kind of storage room or a place for making medicine, but this wasn't just rot. The smell was something else. He tracked it to one spot. The strongest odor came from a hole in the wall. Leaning in, he sniffed and realized it reminded him a little of spoiled food, but not quite. Then it clicked. Poison. He shoved his hands into the opening and tore it wider. Behind it was a long staircase leading down. Without hesitation, he followed it. Below were prison cells. In one corner, a person sat bound and gagged. Beside him stood a white-haired old man wearing a twisted smile. "You've waited a long time, haven't you?" Making this took some work. The old man grabbed the prisoner's head and forced it back. Then he poured something into his mouth, saying 1 drop would be enough. Just 1 drop. The old man laughed like a madman, excited to see what would happen. The prisoner's whole body twisted in pain. Blood burst out as the change began. Large boils swelled across his skin, a fate worse than death. His hands shook hard, then fell still. He was dead. Watching the poison work, the old man roared with joy. "I did it. 1 tiny drop can kill 10 top martial artists. If I offer this to the Grandmaster, he'll be thrilled, but I like it too." Pio Wool stepped out. "That poison looks useful." The old man spun around, amused. He admitted he could usually sense anyone coming, but hadn't felt MC at all. Still not realizing who he was really looking at, he raised the vial. Shaking it proudly, he asked if he liked it. Instead, Pio Wool looked around and asked what kind of poison it was. The old man said it had no name yet, but it was finally complete. Anyone struck by it would die within 7 steps. Pio Wool, the protagonist, smiled. "Sounds strong." Then he offered a name. "How about 7-step soul chasing powder?" The old man loved it at once and repeated the name with delight. While he admired the vial, Pio Wool moved. One throwing knife flew straight into the old man's head, killing him without a sound. Pio Wool quickly took the vial and thanked the dead man for handing over such a fine poison. After that he glanced toward the nearby cell, but then another voice cut in, angry that someone was lurking there. When the blood monk saw what happened, his face turned red with rage. The radiant blood monk had been assassinated, and bodies were piled everywhere. Only then did the others admit Hookum had been right. The spy was inside the little lean temple and tearing through them. The old master could barely contain himself. How had one man passed through all the formations in Nam Mok Forest and entered their base? The others had no answer. They could only bow and endure his fury, while one explained that studying the dead radiant blood monks might reveal something. He had checked every corpse, but Dai Young Mok's body was missing. They had also searched all through Nam Mok Forest and the surrounding area but found no trace of him. Since Dal Yong Mook had gone out to search the forest the night before and vanished right before the slaughter, he was likely the key to finding the spy. The old man slammed the table. He was furious and stuck. The order came at once. Find the spy and drag him back before he killed even more disciples. It had been a long time since the old man was this enraged. He swore he would personally cut off the intruder's limbs, but all they kept finding were more corpses. He exploded, asking how they still couldn't catch one rat. One spy had thrown everything into chaos, and now he was panicking over what to tell the high blood monk. Then he remembered someone. Where is Hookum? They answered that Hookum was in seclusion. That only made him angrier. With a spy loose, Hookum chose seclusion. He ordered them to bring in the Dark One at once. The Dark One was brought before him, nearly crawling as he said he had a way to catch the spy. The old master snapped that he stayed hidden while monks were dying, yet showed up now so he better explain his plan. Hookum finally revealed it. He could break the forbidden technique placed on the wolf children. The old man recalled the children locked away and asked what he intended to do with those strange kids. Hookum explained that he had experimented on them using the reverse Guanyin demonic art. It was a rare art that could be offset with Shaolin's Guanyin divine art. Human power had limits because the brain naturally held it back. Normally, no one could draw out all of that hidden power. But through mental control, he had broken that forbidden limit and created something interesting, something he believed could definitely catch the spy. The old master still doubted him. The spy Hookum led there had already killed one of his disciples. So if he wanted trust now, he'd have to stake his life on it. Hookum threw himself to the ground and said that even being chased once by that spy was a humiliation he could never accept. His life was already forfeit, so he would bet everything on this plan and asked that everyone be gathered. Seeing how serious he was, the old man thought maybe he could trust him after all. After a moment, he agreed. He ordered every disciple summoned to the Hall of 10,000 Moons. In the long corridor, the hall filled almost at once, and the Dark One looked pleased. Everything was set. He called for them to come out, and figures stepped from behind a red curtain. 3 children appeared. Guiyen, Yama, and Little Demon walked out, each with the same blank expression. He told them that no clear clue had been found on the bodies, but after careful study, he believed the spy was disguised as one of them. Since every disciple of the Little Leon Temple was gathered there, the spy had to be in the room. No matter how well he hid, there was still a way to expose him. With all the masters present, once his identity was revealed, catching him would be easy. Hipultiong was getting impatient. He demanded that Hookum stop dragging this out and begin already. Hookum turned to the 3 children and explained that they had survived the broken forbidden technique and gained special abilities. Guiyen could see the flow of true chi since their martial art had its own chi pattern. Anyone with a different flow would be the killer. Then he introduced Yima. Even though he lost his sight, his other senses got much sharper. He can tell when someone is lying, and that sent the men into an excited uproar. Excellent. Perfect. Guanyin will spot the spy by his chi, and Yima will question him. Then they looked at the last child and asked about him. Their attention shifted to Little Demon, who was casually picking his nose. He didn't seem to have any special power yet. Still, his urge to kill was terrifying. No one knew what gift he had. But after surviving the broken seal, all he wanted was murder. Hyben still looked annoyed. So he's useless. In this temple, a survivor without a killing instinct wouldn't normally be kept. Find the spy. The Dark One thought that killing intent alone couldn't be the whole answer. Maybe it was a side effect, or maybe it meant something deeper. He turned to the boy and told him, Little Demon, you search too. The kid instantly said, No, I don't want to. The other 2 searched anyway, going around the room and muttering, Not him. Not him. Not that one either. In the end, they said the spy wasn't there. The dark one went stiff. He hadn't expected that at all. The room filled with whispers. Had the kid found anyone? Maybe the target wasn't here after all. Old Man Han was already irritated, and now he was furious. Through clenched teeth, he reminded him. You swore you could find him. The dark one still insisted the children couldn't be wrong. Maybe the spy wasn't among them and was hiding somewhere else. Then Little Demon suddenly spoke. He's right there. The dark one snapped his head around. What? The smug boy jumped up high and fixed his stare on the seated man. He's right here. You're the one we want, aren't you? The child was pointing at the person seated right in front of Hobin, my brother. It really was Songak. Even the boy asked with open bloodlust, "Can I kill you?" He got more worked up and started shouting, "Can I kill you?" Kill. Then the iron chain around his neck shook, and rings of iron shot out toward our hero. Little Demon had gone wild. Our hero leaned back and dodged with ease, dropping the disguise and returning to his real form. His red eyes locked on the child, but he didn't strike back. That only made the boy happier. You still couldn't hit me. At last, the dark one got a clear look at him and recognized him right away. It's him, the master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Little Demon got even more excited. That's weird. You're just sitting there, but I still can't hit you. Everyone was stunned. He wasn't sitting still at all. He was using true chi like threads to push Little Demon's attacks away, a technique that Hai seemed unbelievable. And really, from start to finish, he had only stayed seated while controlling those threads. Then he calmly asked, "What's your name?" The child answered right away. "I'm Little Demon." That made him remember. "So you're I Am Young's little brother." The moment he said it, the boy froze, thinking of his brother, then quickly asked, "You knew him?" "I met him and your father in the village where you used to live." The Fihobuns there couldn't stay calm anymore. One of them jumped up and shouted, "Why are you all just standing there? Get him." A killing aura burst from our hero as he warned the old man, "We're talking. Stay out of it." Then he used Samadhi True Fire and told the boy, Little Demon, back off. The child understood and leaped away, and in that instant, our hero struck. One slash destroyed the whole building. He even used the phosphorus Zhangxia had given him. With flames like that, no one there could be saved. The room erupted in panic. "Put out the fire." "It's useless. Run."
I'm burning alive.
"Put it out." No Buon watched the place burn in fury, totally caught off guard. When had he set all this up? It looked like normal fire, but even the old man hadn't noticed the trick. And since when had he been hiding in plain sight? Payawul told the boy, "Your parents asked me to save you." The child instantly relaxed and laughed. "So they're alive. Thank goodness." He said he still remembered cutting off his father's arm himself, not to kill him, but to fool the others. Watching his father endure that pain and pretend to be dead had crushed him. Then he asked how they could escape. "I told the kid I wasn't leaving. I hadn't come to rescue him. I came to kill every one of them." The child asked again, "Kill all of them?" I nodded. "That's right." Those were exactly the words he wanted to hear. His face lit up. His eyes sparkled, and he burst out laughing. He clutched his stomach like he'd gone mad. He had waited for this for so long. With a crazed grin, he growled, "I want to kill them all too." The dark one standing nearby was shocked. "Little devil, are you betraying us?" The kid moved to my side like he belonged there. His voice dripped with contempt. "Betray you? I never followed you. You treated us like slaves." The other two children stepped forward too. "Us too." The dark one was left with no one. He could only stare. What? Even though they couldn't remember their families like Little Demon could, they still couldn't forgive what had been done to them. Furious, the man raised his hand at the two children. But before he could strike, I fired out a silk thread and bound his arm tight. "Don't touch those kids. I've wanted to deal with you for a long time. Now it's your turn." Hobaben just stood there, stunned by the fire and chaos, unable to think of a way out. One of his men shouted, "My lord, this fire isn't normal. You have to leave." The old man roared back, refusing to accept it. "So we just watched that assassin butcher our disciples? But if they didn't retreat, the flames would swallow them all. They couldn't sacrifice everyone for one man. They had to escape first and catch him later." The old man was so angry, a vein bulged in his forehead, and he ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. He was furious but helpless. Hukum had claimed the children were fully brainwashed, and now every one of them was rebelling. These insane brats. How dare they act like this in front of me? He brought his hands together and gathered power ready to wipe them out. "You beasts, I'll blow all of you away." He was no weakling. He summoned a huge fire dragon and sent it straight at me, but I wasn't dumb. I dodged it and took all 3 kids with me. When the flames cleared, he was left alone, looking around in confusion. Where did they go? Where is he? How did that bastard vanish? Even then, one shameless flatterer said, maybe his lord's mighty attack had crushed them all, but at least one of them kept a clear head. No way. He's alive.
Hubunrored.
Find him. I don't care what it takes. Capture and kill him. They chased after us while I fled with the 3 kids, leaving a trail of blood behind on purpose. Hwabun's group followed it right where I wanted. This way, the blood leads here. Maybe they were hurt by your attack. I already sent the front line ahead. They should be here soon. But Hwabun had learned something. He chose to go in himself. I'll check it personally. The Dark One, who had somehow survived, followed and asked if this was beneath the Hall of 10,000 Laws. Then a thought hit him, and a chill ran through his body. No, don't. This place is dangerous. It's the Poison King's research lab. But he was too late. Poison gas poured out, and everyone who breathed it in dropped dead on the spot. Only Hwabun could endure it without covering his nose. For the rest, he shouted, "All of you stop breathing now." The old man, now even more enraged, pushed his internal energy to the limit and attacked wildly. "My lord, wait. Don't breathe until you've blocked all the poison gas." The old man couldn't even fight properly. He had to absorb the poison to protect his men, and his hands started shaking from the strain. Then dark red streaks flashed past him in an instant. He froze. What? The 3 children appeared together wearing smug smiles, just like he said. The boy grinned from ear to ear. The wait had felt long to him. On the way there, he kept asking, "Big bro, when do we get to kill them?" Pyakal had calmly told him, "Just listen. They'll follow the blood and think it's mine. They won't guess it's leading them to their grave. I won't let them die fast. I'll drag them into a trap and let poison eat away at them." That made the kid mad. Then I won't be the one killing them, so I had to calm him down. The poison won't finish all of them, and I don't need to waste my strength on the leftovers. You've waited a long time for this, right? Do what I say. Wait a little more and you'll get your chance. That finally satisfied him, and his eyes lit up with pure excitement. Awesome. Then Little Devil declared, "As long as I get revenge, I don't care if I die." "What about you two?" The other children answered at once. "Me too." The boy grinned so wide he could barely contain it. Good. Then he let his violent power explode and went berserk. It was time to fight. The 3 kids charged Hwabun like starving beasts. He was stuck in a terrible spot. Grinding his teeth, he cursed them. "Just wait. Once I break through this poison gas, you're all dead. The second I use my Samadhi True Fire, you'll all..." He raised a huge fireball and roared, "Disappear." But those little monsters didn't flinch. Not one of them stepped back. They were ready to die if it meant taking him with them. The old man threw his head back, killing intent pouring off him. He roared, "Then all of you can die," and raised both hands. Fire burst out at once, blasting a huge crater through the area. Even that cursed dark demon survived and stared down from above. What just happened down there? Only Hwabun was still standing, and he understood right away. The Lord is truly the Lord. Go down there and help him. His men rushed in, calling out, "My lord, are you all right?" You wiped them all out. Even he thought he'd won. I put everything into that strike. They should have been burned to ashes. His followers urged him to leave the rest and go recover. Still, Hwabun couldn't relax. If it's over, why does this bad feeling remain? Then the little devil rushed him before he could react. The children were alive and still attacking like mad. That little monster alone cut down a pile of his frightened subordinates. The kids even argued over who got the kills. "He's mine. There are plenty left." Only then did the jealous brat stop grinning. Things had turned completely chaotic, and the old pig was furious enough to rip them apart. "You useless trash." Right then, a swarm of white threads shot in and wrapped around his neck. He tore them apart with one hand. But once Pyakal stepped in, getting away wasn't easy. Throwing knives appeared in midair and flew straight at him. At first, he dodged everyone. "Bastard, you think tricks like this can stop me?" The pig-faced brute searched all around for him. "I know you're hiding nearby." He was right. Pyakal appeared above him, but the man stayed calm and blocked the strike. More short blades flew at his face, and he slipped past them too. Then he sneered, pathetic. Is this all you've got? Every attack from Pikol. He was stopped, and his enemy only smiled wider. Useless. He stood in the dark, full of killing intent, and remembered something Zhang Yuyu once gave him. Keep this. I had it made for you. You never said it, but I remembered your words. The cloak in his hands wasn't ordinary. It was woven with countless hidden threads. Now it was time to use it. He hurled the cloak into the air, and daggers hidden inside burst out. They shot at his enemy, followed by a fierce horizontal slash. Horror flashed across the old man's face. If he missed that dodge, his head was gone. Still, he wasn't weak. He answered with a bare-handed strike, and red and blue light exploded across the sky. But Piowal still had one more weapon, a tough white cord. He unleashed his secret art, the supersonic 72 breaking swords. White threads rushed forward like a tidal wave. Even with death in front of him, the pig-faced bastard kept yelling, "Let's see it." He punched wildly again and again into Piowal's sea of white. When he finally broke through, not a shred of clothing remained. Dark veins spread all over the pig-faced brute's body. Teeth clenched, killing intent blazing. He looked terrifying. Behind the protagonist, a giant white serpent took shape. The two evenly matched fighters rushed each other, neither willing to give an inch. Husrul Bun is the toughest master I've ever faced. To beat someone like him, I have to change my approach. That's why I pushed myself to create a new style for assassination. What he had prepared was a false opening, a movement to draw the enemy in, read the attack, then avoid it by the smallest margin. He would use that fake opening to force the enemy into his trap. Danger is always close, and the nearer you get, the worse it becomes. He had measured it all. One hit could shatter bone and tear flesh. A normal fight wouldn't hurt this man much, so dragging it out was best. Use the death soul to blur his vision and rattle him. Pretend to be hurt so he drops his guard. But pulling him into that trap wouldn't be easy. He wasn't a fool. A master in this spot would feel suspicious at first, but as time passed, he'd start to believe it and walk right into the setup. That's how the deceptive strike was born. Piowal caught the moment and used his strongest move. As breath, he fooled all of it. His opponent fell completely for it, still smirking. What, brat? Already tired? Your attacks are weak. All you've got are strange little tricks with nothing behind them. So after all that careful planning, you're just a common assassin. But the more the man mocked him, the more satisfied Piowal became. His eyes gleamed as he waited, then a small smile touched his lips. The win was right there. Time to finish this. When someone thinks they've already won, their attacks start to show gaps. This was that instant. He stared at the incoming strike without blinking, eyes flashing, then moved like drifting smoke and drove a punch straight into the pig-faced bastard's chest. The man's face went white and blood poured from his mouth. He couldn't believe that even now he'd taken a blow this deadly. All strength left him. Hey, you bastard. How Warmio didn't waste words on a dying man. He said only one thing, shatter jade, and triggered it at once. The pig-faced bastard's chest burst open, and he died on the spot as his whole body broke apart. His scream dragged on in agony. Piowal watched coldly. It didn't matter how well he guarded his body with internal energy. Once his organs were destroyed, there was no stopping it. When the screaming ended, only a charged, shriveled corpse remained. POMC turned away. It was done. When the disciples saw the blackened body, they panicked. Venerable One, he's dead. The crowd rushed over in disbelief, but they still clung to hope. That guy has to be badly hurt too. We can't waste this chance. Soma was in the middle of enjoying her fight when everyone suddenly ran off. She stomped and shouted, "Where are you going? What about me?" Then a few of the kids stopped and looked up. What just flashed past up there? A stream of crimson fire poured down from the sky, and no one dared move forward. What is this? What's happening? The one using that technique was Jin Jiamgu. He had finally arrived, smiling brightly. "Are you all right, my friend?" Piowal was caught off guard. It was the first time anyone had called him that. Jin Jiamgu quickly explained that he lost his trail halfway and needed extra time to find him. If he hadn't reached the tower and heard the blast, it would have taken even longer. At least he wasn't too late, but it seemed the biggest problem was already solved. He glanced at the remaining weaklings with a little regret. "Looks like I only get the leftovers. Can you still fight?" Piowal was clearly worn out, so he waved him off and admitted he'd owe him this time. The man laughed, saying there was no need to count between friends. Just like that, the whole mob was erased. But one man, Hook AM, was still alive. He stood frozen in terror, watching Soma kill them like it was play. After the cleanup, Jinge Yonggu sheathed his sword. It's done. Piao, the protagonist's ears, were already tired of him going on about friendship. Who's your friend? Don't say that so easily. The man's eyes lit up. You saved Gonga wrong. Thank you. That child already made it back to the capital. Now the two could finally talk. I don't remember leaving a trail. How did you follow me? Some kind of tracking art. No tracking art. He said he simply copied what P.O. Wall had done using a few Taoist tools. His version wasn't perfect, so he arrived a little late but still in time. MC held his stomach and quietly judged his condition. Outwardly, he looked fine, but inside his energy was a mess. If this kept going, things could turn bad fast. He had known the Little Layan Temple had strong techniques, but not a master on this level. How had someone like that ended up this way, and what dirty trick had been used? The other man was also staring closely at him. P.O. Wool was truly curious about his state. Then he spoke first. So should we return to the capital now? But he shook his head. Not yet. There's one more thing to finish. I haven't forgotten Hook M. He's still out there. First, I'll burn this place to the ground. Meanwhile, that dark fiend was racing through the forest in panic, like a demon was chasing him. What do I do now? Even the minor Layan Temple is gone. Where can I hide? Then an idea struck him. The Padala Palace, right? He won't chase me all the way there. It's too far. No matter how skilled he is, he can't track me that far. Too bad for him. Our hero didn't need to go that far because he was already right behind him. White threads shot from the trees and wrapped around him completely. This time, even wings wouldn't save him. He still managed to struggle and duck behind a tree for a breath. But before he could catch his breath, a rain of threads dropped from the trees and wrapped him up tight. There was nowhere left to run. His time was almost up. He even wet himself as he begged for mercy, admitting it was all his fault and pleading not to be killed. His cries changed nothing. The threads around his neck kept tightening. With his last breath, he had one bitter thought. At least he was finally free. Afterward, the three children rested on the grass. While they sat there, Uriao smiled and asked who they thought had won. Goi Yen answered right away. To him, the winner was obvious. Meanwhile, Paiawu and Jean Gok faced each other, ready to settle everything. Uriao could tell Jean Gok wasn't someone to take lightly. He looked just as dangerous as Paiawu. If Paiawu was like a sharp spear, then Jinguk was more like a huge axe. Jinguk looked him over and asked if his body was really alright, even offering him an advantage if he still hadn't recovered. Pyo-woo calmly said he was in perfect shape. He seemed completely at ease. Jinguk answered that, win or lose, he'd let go of his grudge over Chung Myong's death. After all, Chung Myong was the one who started it. Pyo-woo just said it didn't matter if he let it go or not. Jingak smiled and said this was how he wanted to settle it. He didn't want to keep living while owing anyone, and debts had to be repaid. Pyo-woo really couldn't understand why he was so set on this. He said Jingak lived in a very complicated way, but Jingak only smiled wider, full of battle spirit, and thanked him for granting his wish. His eyes flashed, and his white hair turned black, showing how serious he was. Keiwoo said there was no need to thank him. He wanted answers too. Off to the side, Soma watched with excitement, snacking as he hyped up the start of the fight. That day, the two clashed again and again, neither able to overpower the other.